Hey,
Hola.
hola, hey guys! It's the Know Kino podcast. We're just injecting ourselves here before the podcast actually starts to give you guys a little bit of information
about the
Yeah.
upcoming episode. We cover the iconic movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and during it, we discuss themes and stories like that could be considered like triggering to a lot of people. So we just wanted to give you a heads up. We talk about depression, suicide, and other like dark thoughts throughout the movie.
The episode is a very happy episode, by the way, guys. It's very lovely. You'll enjoy it, but we just get a bit personal, and we hope that's okay. We just felt like we needed to give people a little heads up. Is all. Thank you guys so much for listening, and I hope you enjoy. Hey you, listening to this podcast. First off, thank you for checking this out. Yeah, I'm talking to the audience. I'm doing a fourth wall break.
This is
the Know Kino podcast, and right now there's a very important message that I need to get out. You know that thing that you've been meaning to do, the trip you've wanted to go on, the friend you've wanted to reconnect with, the movie you've really wanted to go and see. Take the day off. Just go do it. Go do the thing. Do the fucking thing. I've already sworn. I shouldn't have sworn so early into the pod. I do this every time, but go do it.
Just do it.
Take some time for yourself. Enjoy life, because after all, it can move too fast sometimes. And while you're at it, rate us 5 stars and give us a like. You know,
give us a like.
Great.
Yeah,
we're going to cover Ferris Bueller's Day Off. This is one of Bex's favorite movies. Oh,
my absolute favorite movie.
I'm saying this. I should introduce us. I'm Sebastian. With me is Steve Knievel.
Hello.
And Bex. Hello there, Bex.
Yeah. Hello.
What's good, everybody? How's it going?
I thought we were doing a sponsored segment when we opened. The way you were straight up, he goes like, "Wait, are we sponsored by somebody today?"
The last episode, I was shouting. I was doing "Is anybody there?" from Day of the Dead. I was like, "How do you do a Ferris Bueller?" And I was like doing it in the mirror, and I'm like, "There's no way I can actually do a Ferris Bueller." Matthew Broderick just has this thing about him. I'll do my own version. You know, it's great. It's great. Right. What are we doing? Bex, lead the way. This is your favorite movie ever, right?
My absolute favorite movie.
How did you find out about it? When did you first see it? Tell us all.
Okay, right. So we're going to get into our histories. I have a very long paragraph written about it.
Okay, awesome, dude.
So basically, let me just find it right here on my notes. So this is, as we've said, this is my favorite movie ever. I've had a lot of movies that have come very close where I'll be like, oh, I like this enough and I like this, but I can never happily put anything above Ferris Bueller. Anytime I tell people that this is my favorite movie, they all kind of scrunch their face and be like, really? Like, this isn't you. Like, I'd expect a horror movie or something a little bit different. This isn't a Bex kind of movie.
I definitely scrunch my face.
Mm-hmm.
Until a certain point, I didn't get it, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I get that. It's very fun when I do get, I only really share this with people that I'm close with. So this is kind of cringy, because I'm sharing it with you guys. Oh my God, it's so nice.
And the lovely audience, thank you for being
and
here
the
with
audience,
us.
Of course.
It's fourth wall breaking, we gotta acknowledge they're in the room with us today.
Basically, this movie means the absolute world to me. I'll get way deeper into it when we're talking about it. But the real history behind it was I was dating a girl in school, and I must have been maybe 14 or 15. I think I was 15 at the time.
Yeah.
And we were hanging out, doing what teenagers do, the stuff, the bits, And then she decides, hey, let's put on a movie on TV. And we caught the very beginning of Ferris Bueller. She just stuck it on, and I was like, cool, I love this. And the very second that Matthew Broderick's character broke the fourth wall, my brain, everything in that room was non-existent. My girlfriend at the time,
right?
It wasn't even he was talking. It was like, I was like, this is just so fucking cool. And like, I'd never seen anything like it before, where it's like a character's just turned to the screen and he's talking to us. There was nothing like maybe cartoons like Looney Tunes or something did it, but I was like, cool. Instantly from that moment, I was locked straight into the movie, watched the whole thing. Like, I think I've seen this movie more than any movie in my life. Every year when it comes to my birthday, if I'm feeling upset, anything, Ferris Bueller's Days Off goes on for me. I watch this movie so many times.
Oh, okay.
And it's your birthday tomorrow, right?
It's not tomorrow.
As of the episode coming out.
When this video comes out, my birthday is the Tuesday after this will come out. So if you're listening to it on day one, my birthday is on Tuesday.
Let's get some happy birthdays in the comments.
Yeah, if you're listening to Tuesday, 30th.
Birthday boy Bex.
Birthday boy Bex. Birthday daddy. He likes birthday daddy.
He likes that. He does like that. We're breaking the fourth wall to tell you this.
Yeah,
Bex loves that.
Happy birthday daddy, just in the comments.
Birthday boy brony.
Birthday boy brony. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. There we go. We're bringing all the meta commentary out today.
We can't lose him, Steve. He's calling the notes.
yeah, exactly. If we lose him now, it's like.
That's my history, but there's a little piece I just want to say here before I let you guys get into any history that you have.
Go for it.
I like I said, I watched this when I was I'd say 14 or 15. I turned 28 on the Tuesday after this comes out, right?
Yeah.
So we're saying 14 years ago I watched this movie. We'll just say it at that. And in the 14 years of me adoring this movie, this is probably the very first time I'm going to sit down with people and actually talk about why, instead of saying to somebody, I showed you this, what did you think? And then just getting oh, I loved it, or oh, I really liked that. You like the vibe you're going to get from somebody when you tell them it's an important movie. Here it is. For the first time in like the entirety of me knowing this movie and loving this movie, this is the very first time I'm going to sit down with people and just be like, this is why I love it. And I appreciate being able to do that with both of you. It's really fun.
That's the beauty of this podcast. Yeah, we've had so many chances so far, and here's to many more of being able to share our favorite movies, general movies that mean a lot to us for different reasons. Like it's been a great journey so far, you know. And that's why I'm super stoked for this episode today. Because
thanks, bros. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, bronies.
Thanks, bronies.
Who wants to tell their history next?
I don't really have one. I watched this for the first time last week when you said we were going to be doing Ferris Bueller. It's a movie I've heard about my entire life. Everything has referenced this movie. Yeah. A lot of the movies we cover, I do feel like we say this, where you can see the inspiration in the cinema of today. And that's just how impactful a lot of these movies that we're picking are, right? Matthew Broderick is an odd actor for me. I don't think I've ever really truly got behind his style. He always comes off very samey. You know, I grew up watching the Inspector Gadget movies. I liked him in Inspector Gadget. I saw him in that American Godzilla movie before they got good and then bad again. I don't know. I've seen him in a lot of things. I saw him in. I most recently probably watched him in Daybreak or Daybreakers on Netflix. It was like a kind of a post-apocalyptic zombie school where all of the zombie thing where all of the adults have died. So it's just kids ruling the world, but Matthew Broderick has survived. He's not the main character. He's kind of like, everybody's like, whoa, an adult, what the hell? And that's kind of, I don't know. Anyway, I really enjoyed him in this. So I've talked some shit, but I really enjoyed him in this. That is pretty cool. And I guess that's my history. I watched it. I'll talk more about my feelings afterwards. Steve.
More or less the same. My introduction to him, like as an actor, was the infamous Godzilla movie, the American one, which I used to think was like just the bee's knees, which is ironic considering he was in the B movie. But also,
I've still not seen that
until I seen Godzilla -1. Yet, hey, we still don't know what my pick is. Just saying. that was my introduction to him, and I thought he was fine in that. And then a few years later, I realized he was the voice of Simba in the original Disney's Lion King. Yeah, which was dope. So he had before I kind of put a face to the name. I knew of him kind of without realizing because of his other roles. Lion King is one of my all-time favorite movies. Growing up as a kid, I could still watch that and I could still enjoy it. But this movie, I was like, it's one of those, just whether you've seen it or not, the name is just so recognizable. You know, it's like Ferris Bueller. You're thinking, right, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and you're just thinking to yourself, right, I haven't seen that movie, but I know of it. And you know, all sorts of, like, if you ever looked it up, or if you you would have seen just like maybe VHS covers, DVD covers, or something. You've
seen his face, right?
You've seen his face. You've seen that smiling, like, youthful, just
He's got a cherub face.
Yeah, he has. He's got that, just like kind of like that that youthful, that kind of like back then. When was this? 1986, Beckham? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
It's just like just that there's that you get that whole 80s kind of like vibe from like the handsome high schooler sort of like character that he plays, the popular guy. But like Seb, Saturday night was my first time ever watching it, and this is going to become a running theme, because as much as I say, oh, you know, I watch movies. Of course, I watch movies. I love movies. So many movies so far on this with this podcast has been my first time watches in completion, and Ferris Bueller is no different. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. This now. I was kind of like nervous about kind of stating this fact, but this is the movie that I have the least notes taken so far, and it's simply because I just forgot I was taking notes. I was sitting there and I was watching it, and I was enjoying it so much that I was like, "Oh shit!" Excuse me again for swearing. 10 minutes into the episode, but you know, I was like. Oh, I haven't been taking notes because I was just watching it and I was just enjoying it. So like it was a great movie, and it was just a nice. It was a nice come down. Like Day of the Dead last week was fantastic. I've made my thoughts very clear about Day of the Dead, where I rank it. So it was nice going from a movie I loved last week, and then a movie I could just really just enjoy, it's a coming of age sort of you could say coming of age sort of movie, and with there's a lot of comedic elements to it. It was just a nice, just sit back.
I've got to say that so you picked Battle Royale, and Bex, you've picked this.
Yeah,
these are two. It's intense, the contrast between the pair of them, right? These both coming of age high school stories, right?
Yeah.
And one is about almost like it's a nihilistic view that there is no future, right?
Yeah.
And then this movie is the complete opposite. It's optimistic, and it's joyful of what's to come, right? Yeah. And then I had zombies in between. So this is, but also quite a nihilistic, view on the world with that. Yep. So Bex, in fact, if I think about it, so my Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, Day of the Dead, all of mine have been pretty dark films. Yeah. Steve, you've done the Omen. Yeah, and Battle Royale, right?
The Son of Satan and the nihilistic dystopian future where teenagers are sent to kill each other on a desert island.
Bex, you started off with The Shining, and I'm like, okay,
super classic.
Okay, because I'm trying to learn a bit about Bex, but then you totally curveballed us with some Wes Anderson lovely family animated film, right?
Yeah.
And then this, and I'm like, wow, it's actually quite beautiful. You're really into because I like to be a positive person. You guys have known me for a while. I always try to have a positive attitude and look at the brighter side of life. And but a lot of the media I intake is quite dark, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm wondering what this says about you, Bex, and I'm sure we'll find out.
I can right. We're saying that this is a very optimistic and happy movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give it 2 hours time when I start to talk about Cameron, where this completely flips over.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Okay. Do we?
We can get into the movie.
Let me just say my initial thoughts, right, as I'm watching it.
I was gonna ask you first. Just did you actually enjoy the movie? Because
I definitely had a weird relationship with this, because I was watching it and I'm like, there was pressure to enjoy it, right? Because I'm like, I want to enjoy this because this is Bex's favorite film, right? Yeah. This is his birthday choice for the film.
Oh no, that's more pressure.
And I'm sitting there and I'm watching it and I'm like, well, it's kind of catchy, it's kind of nice. There's not really too much to it. Yeah. And we're following this character who I don't know if he's even going to have a character arc, because everything kind of goes his way. Yeah. He's kind of a cocky bastard, right? And I wasn't really, again, Matthew Broderick, they chose a few different people, who could have played him. And Johnny Depp was one of them, right?
Right.
That would have been a completely different film. And I think that Ferris Bueller would have came off really badly if that was the case. I think Matthew Broderick is the 100% correct person to make this role likable enough, right, for people to stick with it, where it's not like, I don't know, because when I first started this movie, I was like, I'm not vibing with this guy. And then Cameron comes in and I'm like, all right, this is actually a person now for the first time in the film. I guess his sister before that, but we hadn't really seen too much of her.
No.
And I'm like, okay, we've got some real characters now, because Matthew Broderick, it feels like a video game character with like God mode on, and he knows he's in a movie. Ferris Bueller knows that he's in this film and nothing can happen to him. So what are the stakes? Right. And I guess that's kind of an opinion I have with Deadpool, although I do really enjoy the films and the character. And it's wild. You've got your Deadpool display picture right now, Bex. I just need to point it out again because there are similarities with this film, and as you said, there's even a whole entire scene from that.
Yeah, I spent the entire night last night showing Seb my whole collection of Deadpool shit as well. I have so much stuff.
That head is awesome, by the way. I don't know what you've done with it, but I like that head. It's pretty cool.
Shout out to Callum. He bought it for Christmas one year. It's just an animatronic head that talks. It's got you can control it through your phone. Badass. It's so fucking cool.
Yeah, I don't really know where I was going with that. And then there was a point in the movie, which we'll get to, when it all suddenly clicked. And I was like, this is the point of the film. And it takes this film more than most films. It takes right until the end for it to really show itself. I guess on second watches, third watches, it's always there. So it'll be a nicer watch. But maybe I was a bit down on it to begin with. And then when it clicked, I was like, I get it. And then I can appreciate the rest of the film. And then I can look back on the film and appreciate the film that I just watched.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. Sorry,
it's like a thing in the community where it's basically everybody says that the main character of the movie is actually Cameron. And like Ferris is there as your comic relief. Everybody is fully in agreement that Cameron is the actual main character of this movie.
It's just that he is more of a character, right?
Yeah.
So that's a very easy statement to make. You've got Ferris Bueller. It's his face, as you said, on the box art. It's his name in the title. And again, like a video game character, you're watching this guy, and it's the side people who are a bit more interested because, that's me on it.
I get. I literally, you're saying things that so many people have said before that they don't even like. Some people even hate Ferris. They don't even like him in it. They'd rather if he wasn't in it. But I don't know. There's little pieces of his character that I really like, and then I really enjoy Fort Wall breaking and shit. I think it's so just cool. There's like we watched it only recently, the movie Funny Games, and there's so many little fourth wall breaks in that movie, and every time it happens, my whole body just goes, yes, please do more of that. It's so cool.
I don't think it's overstated, though. You know, it is.
Yeah.
It's in very little bits. I recently watched the entire She-Hulk series, you know, and that's not the best.
It's not. The entire breaking through the Disney panel was like, okay, you're doing a bit too much with it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, maybe this is too far now, but I was okay with that because in the comics I read, she like,
yeah, she does
Deadpool
it, but in a
as well
TV
will do
show.
it occasionally, you know, break through the comic panels and stuff.
But then Kevin Feige being a robot that controls it, and it was just like, come on, man.
I've triggered you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
She-Hulk was very bad. Okay,
You know,
and that's even from me, a Marvel apologist. I can sit and say it was really bad. She twerks to Megan Thee Stallion.
That's fine. That's fine. But what they did to Daredevil, how could they?
Yeah,
okay,
his suit looked cool though. His suit looked cool. This could get vicious.
Steve, do you have any like first opinions while watching the film before we get into the timeline?
Steve, you watched this with company. What did your company think?
She loved it. She enjoyed it immensely.
Had you seen it before?
No, it was her. It was two first times, so we were able to like kind of bounce off each other. And there was a few times where she was just absolutely like, she was going like that. She was really just like laughing along with it. Like it was just like it was one of those movies that you were able to, like I said, I once did I just close this journal and I put the pen down and I was just enjoying along with it. My initial notes actually, yeah, like Seb said, I wasn't sure how I felt about Matthew Broderick. I wasn't sure how I felt about Ferris. At times I felt I have just a few notes and I'll get into it in the scenes later. I'll add my little piece. But yeah, I wasn't sure if I was vibing with him. Like he was like to echo Seb's point, it felt like everything was going his way, and there was parts where he was just a little bit kind of like, I don't want to say manipulative, but he was very much aware of how to get what. Yeah,
I would say that.
Yeah, how he wanted to get what he wanted out of people. He knew how to get what he wanted out of people, but then the payoff at the end is just it's so heartfelt, and it's so nice. And it really just makes everything that we've been through for like the 90 minutes or so runtime, it just makes it all kind of like worthwhile. And it's sometimes things have to go to this point for you to kind of like for you to wake up and like smell the coffee, as I say. But yeah, no, I did thoroughly enjoy it. It was nice. I can't remember last time I watched like you could call this movie's like, there's comedic parts in it, but like there's also a really kind of like mature message behind it. But like it felt like just the first time in a long time I'd watch a movie where it wasn't bleak, you know, that the outlook at the end was kind of like, right, things are going to be okay. And I just really did enjoy that. But yeah, started off, I was like, wasn't sure if I was vibing with Ferris, but by the end I was fully on board. I was on the Bueller bus.
The Bueller bus. Yeah. No, I get that. And again, even if either of you had come in now and said that you hated it, I wouldn't have been like, oh my god, I hate you guys so much. I'd understand if you didn't, because it's very different. It's an old movie. It's one of those like what we call it, a coming of age movie, which usually I don't even like. When it comes to that, even when I was growing up, I'd sit watching movies and like, that's cringe. That's so American. Like, you know what I mean? Like, as somebody that's from England or Ireland, we don't have the same kind of like high schooling experiences and stuff. So usually with coming of age movies like this, I'd be like, oh, I hate it, but I love it. And if other people didn't, or if either of you hadn't of, or anybody that listens doesn't love this movie, that's totally fine too. I'm not going to fall out or cry. Everybody has different tastes in movies.
You know, saying that, when I first started watching this film, I got a bit through it and I wasn't vibing with it. And then there's some sporting thing that my parents wanted to watch on TV, so I let them take over. And then I was talking to some friends and I was like, yeah, I've been watching this movie. It's for the podcast. It's like Beck's favorite movie. And they're like, oh, how do you feel about it? I'm like, I'm not really vibing with it. I feel really bad. And they're like, oh, that sucks, man. So then I basically just restarted the whole film like a few days later. And yeah, I'm glad I'm glad off watching it now. So that's real nice. I did think I was going to come in and be like, sorry, dude, this film
if you did, that would have been totally fine.
I think it would have been more interesting. I'm actually annoyed with myself that I ended up enjoying it. we're still looking for that film that divides us, guys.
Oh, we'll get there, lads. I've got a few rounds in the chamber. Yeah, oh my god. Oh yes.
Should we get to it? Should we get to the...
Just before we do, I've just to write down, there's a little note here that this script was written in 6 days.
6 days, the screenplay.
That's all it took to get the whole script written up, because there was strikes in the middle of the 80s, and John Hughes, who's directed a lot of good movies like The Breakfast Club, Planes, Trains and Automobiles, and Weird Science, a whole bunch of just 80 movies that people fucking love.
Okay, I love Planes, Trains and Automobiles. That's an incredible, fantastic road trip movie. But I didn't know that was the same director. I've not seen what was the other one you just said, The Breakfast Club? I've not seen that. The
Breakfast Club is a very popular one. I'm on the fence with that one. I can like it one day and I can hate it another day if I watch it. But yeah, 6 days is all it took. And they got this movie done, easy to go. And before we get into the movie, there will be no mention of the Ferris Bueller Days Off TV show with Jennifer Aniston in it. I won't be mentioning it.
No mention. I was okay. No, we're having a mention right now. You've mentioned it. I was going to ask you.
We can talk about it now, but it won't be coming up again because it's really fucking bad.
Maybe we should bring it up at the end if we remember. We'll bring it up.
If we remember, we can talk. But
because it's technically a sequel.
So, yeah, and it's very off vibes. It's not good.
Yeah, it's weird.
It doesn't even feel like it belongs in the same universe. It's like if there was a Rick and Morty episode of what would have happened afterwards. It's so bad.
It's like somebody, like an alien, took over the body of these characters, but then they don't quite look right, and they're not acting the same.
It's so weird.
Jennifer Aniston's great though. She's really good in that role.
She's usually great. She's usually great in most things, like Leprechaun.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I've not seen Leprechaun yet, but I've heard.
That's, you know what? If we keep doing this all the way to next St. Patrick's Day, Leprechaun is coming up. 100%.
Yes.
That'd be so funny. Leprechaun and Leprechaun in space.
All right. I mean, I can't pick that. That's you guys have to pick that.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Legally, I don't think I'm allowed. I think that's.
Let's think, Steve. A double billing. We skip all the bad ones, like In the Hood. We just go for the first in space.
Oh man.
Right. Do we want to get started with Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Let's get.
Yes, we do.
I wrote down Ferris Bueller feels sick.
Yeah.
Is he?
I said he's a mood. Ferris Bueller is a mood. He's lying there and Beck, take it away.
Take us through it, Bex. Take us through it.
Before I get talking, I'm very, very sorry to everybody. I have so much written, and if I start getting excited, the lads are going to have to tell me off and I'm going to slow myself down.
We'll know when you hit that peak level of excitement.
We're constantly edging when it comes to this podcast. Every single episode, we're like, shall we get started? Then we're like, just one more thing. I'm doing it right now. Bex, did you watch any special edition of this film? Like a few times you've watched the oh my goodness, my words, Criterion collection?
I've got a sexy ass steel case of Ferris Bueller. It's so nice.
Yeah,
it's lovely. I do the same thing for every recording, and I'm making a confession on podcast right now. I watched the movie once, and then I watched it for my second time to take notes, and the movie's an hour and 43 minutes. It took me 4 hours to watch the movie last night, and I got no sleep before this recording. So this is what I do for the podcast, man.
It's dedication.
Well, I watched it last week, right? And I'm like, okay, I get it out the way, then I can kind of relax and I can think about the movie, I get some thoughts on it. And then last night, I'm doing some editing for my stream and stuff, and I see Bex. It's one in the morning, and he's told me that he's going to watch the movie earlier in the day, but he's not watching the movie. He's playing Fortnite. at 1 a.m. And I'm like, what's this guy doing? What's occurring here? I guess he's seen the movie so much he probably doesn't need to watch it again.
My brother was on playing Fortnite. We got caught up in some games, and then I started watching the movie at 2. And I didn't get off of the movie until a good 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
I have no idea how you do this, man.
If I get into it, I get very hyper focused on what we're doing. So I'll watch it once, like during the week, right? I've done this with every recording. I'll watch the movie once during the week, just to watch it straight through, start to finish, don't know anything, nothing, right?
Yeah.
Day before we record, I get so excited about whatever we're getting ready to talk about that I'll watch it and I'll pause every conversation, every single piece, and I'll write it down. Was this important? If it's not, delete it out of the notes.
I do the pause. And you know what? Steve, you were watching this with company. You can't really be doing the pausing with company.
Oh my God. Right? Yeah, I did it for the first time I watched it with company was Omen. And what should have been like an hour 20 movie ended up in like 2.5 hours. And I was just like, right, I can't do this again. So that's why my notes become more of like I was showing in Beckham's server like from Night of the Living Dead. Like I was comparing notes of that to this, and where I actually got chastised for you're not using the full page. You're not using like enough like all the lines. Shout out Lena for that. But it's gone from just like full paragraph notes to just like kind of like I'll have a bullet point of something in that scene, and I'll remember, because I'm getting better at remembering of just what my points were about it. So it's like, but yeah, Night Living Dead and The Omen were probably and The Shining. It's no coincidence that our first 3 picks of the podcast were the ones where I just like the pausing. It didn't so much take away my enjoyment of the movies, because I enjoyed all 3 of them quite a bit. It took away from the flow, and I was just like, if I want to sit and just watch these movies, either just do 2 watches like you do, Beckham.
I think that's the way to do it. It's over 4 hours for Battle Royale for me.
Yeah,
but again, that's even more difficult because it's Japanese language. Yeah. So the subtitles, you can't just like look down and write notes while they're talking, because you're going to miss shit.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We've digressed. Digressed. But
I digress. Yeah.
We've done a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Bex, bro,
is he sick?
Is Bex gone? He's disappeared, dude. We're stuck it. Yo, my dating app just flashed up. We think you and Beck should get to know each other.
Oh, well, there you go. That's a twist.
Did somebody try ring me on my phone and it cut off my whole Discord and everything? What just happened?
You and me were matching on Hinge is what was happening.
That's cute. Wait. Yeah. Damn, they found me. Shit.
But when Seb asked you the question, you went silent, so we got a little bit worried.
No, my bad. There was a scam number calling my phone that just like decided, hey, you're not meant to be in Discord right now. Answer this scam. And I was like, no, go ahead. So it's fine. I'm back. Don't worry about that.
Welcome back.
We're on Hinge.
we're unhinged and we're on Hinge.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, we're unhinged.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Beckham, is he sick?
Movie time. Ferris Bueller. I have all the movies that Matthew Broderick is in. Also, we've talked a lot about Matthew Broderick and maybe not liking him. There is a good reason to not like him.
Oh.
So as much as I do love him in this movie, there's a little incident. So Matthew was holidaying in Northern Ireland the year after this movie came out, and he was driving on the wrong side of the road.
Okay.
Crashed into 2 people and killed them, and got no sentence for it.
What the heck?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know the full details. He wasn't drunk. I think his excuse was he's from America, so the roads switch, and he didn't realize that. But head-on collisioned in a car crash with 2 people, got no sentence, nothing, just slap on the wrist and told to go.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Northern Ireland, Broderick crossed into the wrong lane and collided head-on with another car.
There you go.
Oh,
and again, the main thing is not getting anything.
A concussion and a collapsed lung.
It's Yeah,
Okay, I'm sad now.
There's definitely a lot to say on that, but like I don't know if we're the right people to say it.
No.
Yeah, no. Accidents happen, and that is just a tragedy. That's tragic. That's awful.
Yeah, convicted of careless driving and fined £100. Wow.
Like that's nothing given
£100.
two people losing their lives. Like,
to him, 175 US at the time, like conversion. That was nothing to him after this movie,
crazy.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Jeez.
My God.
There's so many heavy hitting moments of just talking about people in this movie, which we will get to.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
But yeah.
All right. Okay.
Ferris is laying in bed, and we hear his mum and his dad, acted by Cindy Pickett and Lyman Ward, I think is his name.
Lyman Ward, yeah.
They're saying that he's sick and he's running up a fever, though. I also have to just mention here, I know for an absolute fact, anybody that grew up going to school and did anything like this, your parents would have been on it.
Yeah.
Like, on it. The minute I used to call in sick, or like, oh, I feel sick, I can't go to school, my mum would be like, yeah, we'll see when you feel when you go in. I could have literally been dying. And my mum and dad would literally be like, we'll see how you feel when you go in. Like, that's not even a joke. Like, literally, there's been times where I'd be like, I'm ready to get sick. If I go into school, I'm going to get sick at school. I'm like, ma'am, can I stay at home or like whatever? And my mum would be like, yeah, no, we'll just see how you feel when you go in. It's just like, I am actually dying.
I actually, I had the worst tonsils ever. I was constantly having tonsillitis when I was younger. That was my big health issue, right? So I couldn't afford any sick days that weren't true sick days because I was off a lot because of my throat. Yeah. Also, single mum raising me growing up, she couldn't afford for me to be off and for her to look after me as well. So
yeah.
School it was.
Out that door, and you better go, and I'll see you later on, sort of thing. Yeah.
Did you ever pull any sickies, Steve?
Oh, the whole time.
Did you get away with it, though?
You never went to school.
Steve was never in school.
And look at me, I turned out okay. It's like, it was just the same situation. A single mum, and she would have to be like gone. She would have to be gone like early in the morning as well. So like uniform laid out for me, breakfast sort of thing. Right, get yourself off to school. And there was times where this movie kind of resonated with me because where I should be, going to class and like studying, I'd be just like in my uniform dancing around the living room. It was dope. I really enjoy myself, but But most time, like here in Ireland, and probably the same for like the UK as well, is just like it was a lot of times that just like you're not dying, you're going to school, sort of thing. Like like so. It was the rare times I was able to have. I say rare. The times I was able to have like days off from school was days I really cherished.
There's a lot of people that just don't believe in days off. Seriously, no. You've got to take some time for yourself.
Exactly.
The world won't end as long as you're not like pivotal in a business. The business isn't going to completely flop. You don't actually owe anybody anything except for yourself. No. You owe yourself.
Working yourself to the bone for somebody else is not word. Like you always need your own time.
This shit ass job. Well, no, I enjoyed the job, but they worked me like way too hard, and I did so much for it. And the big lie was everybody who worked there, they were part of the company name family, right? And they kind of guilt tripped you into taking on extra shifts, or if you were ill, they would put on this really horrible like. They would make you feel guilty for not coming in, even no matter like what state you were in, right?
Yeah.
And I just had to learn to let go and realize they don't actually really care about me. Maybe this is my cynical nature. I'm like, no, go fuck yourself. And every now and then, you've got a certain amount of days in a year you can take off. Take them. Go for it,
Yeah. Like, you're entirely right there. Like, there's my brother is a cunt for this, and I'm calling him out for it. There's so many times where like he's been given his days in his work and he's just working it. Like and you're like, you know you can take them days, but he's like, but then on the flip side of it, some people do enjoy being in work having
the
that, something
environment,
to keep
yeah.
busy. Yeah.
Being productive. Yeah. Some people just have that mentality where it's just if they're not doing something productive, if they're not like keeping themselves busy, they're either like bored or they just don't feel like they just don't feel like kind of like
they're doing anything.
Yeah.
Like anything's getting done. Yeah.
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 So
whatever keeps people happy as well at the end of the day. And
true.
whatever keeps everybody happy and going.
Bit of time for reflection is all I'm saying. That's good stuff.
Exactly. Give yourself a chance just to slow down every once in a while and just take it all in.
Yeah.
So back to Ferris and his plan. he's really sneaky as well when he's doing his little "I'm sick" plan. He's trying to do the whole "Oh, I'm fine, don't worry, I've got a test today, I need to go," to try and like play on his parents to be like, no, you have to stay. No, he's not sick. Of course he's not sick. What? We wouldn't have a movie ahead of us if it was just Ferris in bed. It is while he's playing little "No, I Need to Go" card where we're introduced to his sister Jeannie, who is played by Jennifer Grey, who a lot of people probably know from the movie Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing! It's a great movie. It's a great film. Her and Patrick Swayze. It's fantastic. I love it.
I'm pretty sure my mum doesn't listen to it, but if she does, she loves that movie so much.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I know you love that movie. Everybody at that type of age and era loves that movie.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think she's really good in this movie. I think she plays that kind of older, stubborn, I hate you sibling really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
And her just being that kind of evil sibling for most of the movie just builds up a fun little bit of tension between both Ferris and Jeannie the whole way through, which I think is just really fun for a movie like this to just have that kind of extra layer of shit going on towards the end.
You brought it up earlier about Jennifer Aniston, but she plays Mindy in Friends, who's Jennifer Aniston's like high school mate.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so they play the same character in this, right? In the versions of Ferris Bueller, and then they're mates and friends. They're friends and friends. Who does that?
They're friends and friends. Do we like Friends on the podcast?
I like Friends. I think it's decent. It's not the best sitcom. I would give that to Curb Your Enthusiasm.
What about you, Steve? What's your favorite sitcom?
Does Always Sunny count?
Yeah, Always Sunny's a good sitcom.
Yeah. That's my favorite as well. There's a reference in here. And later on, we got a little Sunny reference. Oh, I love this movie so much, man. But I have the fact that any of Ferris's plans work in here, like he starts to pretend he can't see. Like, what kind of illness does he think he has? He's like, I can't see that far. Oh, I can't see you. And then he's doing his little like wink faces at his sister. Like, what kind of illness does he actually think he has?
He's like a Looney Tunes character in a human body. He's like, okay, so we have Dennis the Menace over here. In America, there's a version of Dennis the Menace. Have you guys seen it? Instead of the red and black stripes, it's blue and white, and he's got blonde hair. Oh, and there's always the mean neighbor who's trying to get him, who's a bit like the teacher in this. He's like a grown-up version of the American Dennis the Menace. Yeah, who isn't really as much of a menace. He's just kind of like a well-meaning kid who gets in trouble because people just somebody's out to get him sometimes.
Dennis the disturbance.
the minor disturbance. Yeah.
Dennis the inconvenience.
I was thinking, who is the another version of this character that we've seen before? And I kind of thought as well, like maybe Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone, if he wasn't
very similar.
If he wasn't so traumatized, right? He'd probably grow up to be like this character. Yeah, because he's very smart. He's a bright guy, and he has the cheat codes unlocked for any situation. He knows how to get through it and how to handle it with confidence.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I do really love the character of Ferris, but like we've mentioned as well, like before already, he's really played well by Matthew, but his character is very, very selfish, like very, very selfish, and it unfortunately ends up landing on the lap of a character we'll get to that we mentioned, Cameron. He gets an awful lot of just like really friendly kind of abuse, which gets to the like manipulative version.
And it's Ferris kind of being like, yeah, but in the end though, I did this all for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go. Oh, we're going to spoil this film, guys. There's not too much to spoil, but we're going to talk spoilers if we haven't already.
If you've never seen it, go watch it if you haven't, and come back, or watch it after you listen to this, whatever way you like doing your movie watches when you get through the podcast.
It's a pretty simple film. It's not like there is too much to spoil. You know, it's very straightforward.
No, if you're going from point A to point B, it's a very run of the mill kind of story. It's not overly complicated. Yeah, there you go. 6 days, guys. Like it's not going to have fucking Inception layers of twists and turns in here. The Buellers, the parents are really nice, but they're very, very dumb. Yeah. Like very dumb. His mother is literally telling Ferris a full day's plans here. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to be doing this. I'll be here away at this time." And then Dad's like, "Oh yeah, don't worry, son. I'll be back home at 6 as well." They're fully walking him through their entire day, so Ferris knows, hey, if I do what I want to do, I have to be home by 6.
They're NPCs, dude.
Yeah. They literally are.
They're video game NPCs. Watch this movie with a video game mindset, and you'll see.
Yeah, you'll see.
Yeah.
And then right when they're there, he's doing the whole, "Oh my God, you guys are so lovely. I'm so lucky to have such parents like you. Like you're such a little dickhead, Ferris, man. Like you have such again. When I watch this movie, I always think in my own head, if my mom and dad were like this, I'd have got away with murder. There was so many times in school where I got caught ditching because one of my mom's friends would tell her, and she'd find me in town. And I was like, no. Yeah. Like if I had Ferris's parents were like, "Oh, it's so lovely, and you can take your day from school. We won't even mind if we figured it out." You know, my parents are way too strict. I'm getting mad about my parents for me being a teenager. It was ages ago.
Yeah.
Move on, Bex. Move on.
It hurts still. Okay?
You're 28. It's almost been 10 years.
I know. There's so many things I could do that I got caught. I got grounded. So many things. I'm getting trauma brought up, guys. I'm sorry. Back to the movie again. Look, we're relaxed now. Parents, relax. I still love you. Don't worry. It's okay. I still love you. Yeah. It's fine. I understood why you did all those crazy things.
What?
Trust me, my parents were strict. Strict. But we'll get back to the movie. The act of Ferris can only last so long because the minute his mom and dad walk out the door, we start to get something again that I really, really love. And I've written every single time he does this and what he says. Ferris turns to us, the audience, he's breaking the fourth wall, and he simply just says, "They bought it." And I mentioned it earlier, I love fourth wall breaking in books, comics, movies, TV. The minute somebody turns towards the camera and gives us a wink or a conversation, I'm in, right there.
I wish I didn't know it was coming. I mean, it's so hard because, again, this movie, 86, right? It's almost, how old? Like 38 years old or something like that. Yeah. I should have watched it earlier, and I wish I didn't know. There's not too much to know in this film, but that is one of the things, right? Because I can imagine the audience in the cinema at the time, him just suddenly turning to them and just speaking directly to them is like, whoa, what the heck? This is wild.
My knowledge isn't massive on it, but I don't know if there would be many movies before this that would have really have gone this far into talking directly
probably, but I think mostly, I mean, there'd be a lot of cartoons, but you're seeing like a live action, like a human being go and talk to you, you know?
I think it's really cool. And I've mentioned it already. I think Funny Games does it probably the best of any movie because they don't really talk to you, but they give you looks. There's winks. And there's one little moment that I'm not going to really spoil because I'm sure I actually will want to talk about the movie at some point. But there's like a whole twist in the movie that's a fourth wall break that's fucking insane. Like completely insane. And then I can't mention fourth wall breaking without talking about Deadpool. The movies do it. The comics have done it for fucking years.
Games, everything
to do with Deadpool is about breaking that fourth wall, having voices in his head that talk to him that are outside of his own real existence. Like a whole different multiversal Deadpool could be talking to him. He can turn to us in a comic or a movie and he's talking to us. I just love when shit does that. And that's probably why I like the character of Deadpool so much, because fourth wall breaking, his powers, his actual lore, it all just, it's for me. Basically what I'm getting at.
Francis Ford Coppola's movie, we've not seen it yet because it's not out here yet, but Megalopolis comes out this year, right? Apparently there's a scene in that where Adam Driver stops what he's doing and then just talks to the audience.
Oh,
doing shit like that's cool, though. You know what I mean?
And like, I don't know how that's going to work across the world. And so maybe that'll be cut out. But you know, in the film festival version, he's talking to like a specific member of the audience. So yeah. How?
They just give town names and they just edit it into the movie where he talks to the town instead. That's cool though. Like I
like a generic name.
It's cool.
Johnny from Manchester.
And there's just some guy. That's
me. It's like, you know, when people psychic is like, is there a David? Is there a David somewhere? You know,
goes through the whole alphabet. It's like,
my husband's name was Darren. Yeah, that's it. It's not David, it's Darren. Yes.
That's a great impression of it. Fantastic things. What the hell?
I hate things like that. Callum will stand by this. My mum is always into stuff like that. Well, spirity things and talking to dead. Every time my mum comes home talking about it, I always pick it apart. I'm like, oh, what if I can go? My mum's like, you can't go. It's like, sure, if it's real, they're going to be able to do it to me, somebody who doesn't believe. Like, that's where you want to be proving what they're able to do. And my mom's like, no, they can't do that. You can't go in. If you don't believe, you're not going to do it right, so they can't do it. It's like, okay. I won't bother them.
I do believe that there's probably people who are more connected, you know, to auras, to feelings, to energy that's out there. But then there are, I believe, a lot more that there are a lot of dickhead people and con artists out there.
Yeah.
So that's my issue.
I'm very open to be proven wrong. That's what I've always said. If it comes to anything like that, I'm very open to be proven wrong about it. But as of right now, nobody's done it. And anything I've seen is a bunch of people being that scammy level of just very exploitive about it.
Yeah.
So, you know, hey, if anybody's listening is into any of that stuff, let me know, actually, because I'd be very down.
We've got a few listeners, a few viewers who are into the otherworldly, you know. Again, I'm all for it. I'm not so much like prove me wrong, because I think you kind of have to be a bit open to that kind of stuff to get anything out of it. But there are shits in the world as well who will take advantage of people who are, you know, wanting to find that connection. And the fucking guys are cutting the grass again. I hope this doesn't come through on the pod every time.
Can't hear anything at all. Can you, Steve?
No, I can't hear it.
No, it's not coming true. You're fine.
I'm sorry if I'm nasally or congested today. I woke up and they cut the grass while I had my window open, and I'm hay fevered up right now, guys. I'm hay fevered up. I was like, shall I take a hay fever tablet? No, I'll fall asleep on the podcast. I can't do that.
I'm snoring on the podcast. Let's go.
I have no idea where we are. We're still in bed.
I have it. No, Ferris is talking to us again.
Okay.
And I like the song that's playing here. It's like a really dancey song. It's called Love Missile F-111 by Sig Sputnik.
It's fantastic. Okay. I love the soundtrack to this film. It's so cool.
So good. He's just basically telling us that he can't believe that his parents have bought the axe, and how could he possibly be expected to stay in on a day like this where he opens up the window and it's basically just... You imagine the most beautiful summer day. It's right there outside.
Yeah.
God, I remember sitting in school, just looking out the window, looking at the beautiful sun's out, you know, blue skies, and just thinking, wow, I'm wasting my time here. And
it would always hit during exam season as well.
Yeah, always. Right.
Every time. And the minute you get out of exams, rain.
Also, I started working like a lot earlier than the rest of the people in my year. So at the weekend, I'd finish school. Then at the weekend, I'd have to go do my job. And I'm seeing everybody that I used to love hanging out with just all having a great time outside the window of my work. So I worked in the town centre in a sweet shop.
Oh, that's pain.
And because it's a sweet shop as well, all the kids would come in too. So they'd all see me just having to stand there and serve them. And I'm just looking at them having the best time ever outside. So that's what I mean. Take some time. Enjoy the days you've got. Life goes too fast. The message of this film is good.
Perfect. Yeah. Just enjoy it. Like, yeah.
Enjoy life, guys. Okay. Exactly. Take that from this episode. Enjoy life. We're getting real deep already. I like this. It's
Real
fun.
deep, Bex.
Okay, yes. So Ferris has told us that he's already taken 9 days off sick in this semester, and he's kind of running out of illnesses and chances to be taking sick days now, as they're coming up under summer. So he wants this day. This is the big day. Ferris gives us all the key to faking out parents step by step. You need to have clammy hands.
You gotta lick him.
You have to lick your hands, and you can never, ever, no matter what you do, say that you have a sick stomach, because that'll end you up in the doctors, and you don't want that. That ruins your whole day. Any day you were going to take off, you're going to spend it in the doctors.
Yeah.
Not going to lie, after I seen this movie, I definitely tried this one time. Didn't work. Didn't fucking work.
Did you do the licky hands?
I got I have a pain in my stomach, mom, and then I lick my hands, and she's like, you're still going to school. Get your uniform on. It's like, cool, thanks, ma'am. At least I tried.
I've been shot.
Seb, I could wake up with my head falling off, and my mom like, put the uniform on. We'll see how you feel at lunchtime. Like, no joke. My leg could have been up backwards, and I could have been hopping downstairs, and I'd be like, "We'll get you in the car. We'll drive you up. If you're still sick at lunchtime, come home." It was so bad. But yes, as we've now come up, we have one of the iconic quotes of the movie. It's got a lot of connection to me, and I have some weird, deep, existential shit written here, so be ready for that.
Yeah.
Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have it just written here, word for word now. It's like, for such a funny, like, little goofy moment with all weird bizarreness, there's a few moments like this throughout the movie. There's a few little quotes that, in me, as somebody who loves the movie, brings out way more meaning, because I have like the quotes buried into my head. So when something in my life is coming up, it's like, think of this. This will flow into your brain. So it's like,
it's a simple story with a very simple, good message.
Mm-hmm. That can be like, depending on how you interpret it or how it relates to you, it could have a deeper meaning, sort of thing.
You can take from that.
Yeah, like, because in life, you're either there is your Camerons, and then there is your Ferrises. Ferrises, is that plot? Camerons and Ferris. Ferris wheels. In life, there is two sides of the coin, isn't there? You're either a Cameron or you're a Ferris, and it just shows that the difference between the two. But they can, if they both just kind of like follow each other's lead, sort of thing, things can kind of work out. But yeah, what is that? The quote? Beckham?
1 second now. My note is literally just scrolled itself the whole way down to the bottom.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Oh, yeah.
Wrong movie. Wrong movie. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you'll miss it.
That's the one. Yeah. That's the one. Okay. It's nice.
That's what we got.
It's real nice.
It's very good.
I love it.
Yeah.
So yes, my beginning of my existential messaging now. So be ready for deep Bex shit.
This is 4 a.m. Bex.
This is 4 a.m. Bex. This is years of me, again, not being able to say stuff like this to people, because they just go with I love this movie. That movie was so fun. So I do love this line, and I do a lot of the time when I'm getting into existential moments in my life, I kind of think about it. One that very much stands out to me was the very first birthday I had. I watch this movie every year for my birthday. I've always done it since I've seen it. And the first birthday I had during COVID, I watched this movie, and this line came up. I'm like, at this point, when COVID was on full-on lockdown, I honestly thought everybody was dying. I was like, cool, the world is going to end because of COVID. Like, we are all going to be dead. And in this moment, when this line came up, I always just remember thinking to myself, I was like, I really wish I'd done more. Like, this is not even a joke. I lived in a flat by myself, and I fully thought in about 6 months' time, it's going to be like a zombies apocalypse. There's going to be like 12 people left in Ireland and 10 in England, and it's all over. So I was like, really down on myself. I was like, I should have done fucking more in my life.
We lived through a very scary time, and none of us knew the extent of what it truly was. And so, yeah, I mean, lots of people are no longer with us thanks to it. So, like, yeah, for a lot of people, it was the end. So we're very lucky to be here. But yeah, what a crazy time that we've lived through. We've all got that. And yeah, when movies for me during that time were an escape, right? You couldn't leave the house.
Yeah.
So let's watch Ferris Bueller go have a lovely time out, Let's go watch, go just jump into the adventure of live vicariously through these kind of characters.
Exactly.
God.
I can't remember where I was going with that now. I got in real deep, but then I can't remember where I was going with it.
You were pretty nihilistic about the state of the world.
It was, yeah.
Watching this film.
Very scary.
Yeah.
And like, for the most part, I was one of those people that was like, it's all fake. But once lockdown really kicked in on us, that was it. In my head, it was like the second plans had gone away. When like the little small things like, I'm going to meet this person this time. We usually do it at this time, so we're going to do it. When all of that kind of stuff went away, my head instantly went, like, this is it. This is the whole thing for us. And then on my birthday, I'd gone to see my parents, and a very strict ruling of I was in, out, got a cake, left, because I was terrified of somebody getting COVID from me coming from my flat down. And I just remember going back into my house watching Ferris Bueller and literally just crying, like fully just crying. And then, like, the movie's very happy. I'm sorry, like, I'm not going to be saying, oh, this is such a sad movie. There's moments. But I just remember sitting there just crying my eyes out and be like, that line's after hating me worse than it's ever done. And fucking hell, what's going to happen in 6 months? Are we ever going to get out of this? Are my mom and dad going to be okay? Is my brother going to be okay? Am I going to be okay? And yeah, it brought a very scary, deeper meaning to this movie for me, which I definitely touch on a bit more when it comes to Cameron, because Cameron's a very complicated kind of character that goes through a lot of shit as well.
Yeah.
And again, that line now, since COVID has passed and I've gotten through that, it's really like, I'm sure everybody our age is always like, oh, I wish I could do more, and I could be doing this, and I want to do this. This line in particular is the entire reason I even took doing the podcast with you guys. It was the first thing that popped in my head when I got the messages. I was like, you know what? If I don't do this, I'm going to regret not doing it. And then if you two did it with somebody else, and then I'm sitting there listening to it, like, that should have been me. You know what I mean? So in my head, the minute you sent the message being like, are we doing this? That sentence in my head, life goes by. Take it by the horns, go with it.
On just do the thing, right?
Yeah.
Seriously, just give it a go. Just go for it. And try and do the thing as quick as you can, because the more time I know I have to think about something, the more time I have to think about how to get out of something, right?
Mm-hmm.
The podcasts, when I'm like, I ask you guys, and then I'm like, oh God, what if this is a bad idea? What if I'm going to be shit at it? What if it's all not going to work out? Yeah, that's totally one of those things. I think that that feeling you had during the pandemic and watching this film, you should hold on to that, because that is very important when you are at your lowest, to remember the times when you're at your lowest, so you can push yourself further when you're in a good space again. You know? I'm not that bad. Things could be worse. There's so much we can do.
You can use it as a motivation. Like, I mean, the pandemic is the reason I was working in a bar restaurant at the time, and we were obviously shut down. All sorts of public hospitality kind of like sectors around the country were shut down, and only for COVID it was the reason that I started live streaming. So the reason I like being here today with you two, I've met you thanks to live streaming.
That's me too, by the way. The place of work didn't believe in COVID, and I ended up walking out of that job with my 2 middle fingers up, because they were just so awful about it. And
I can't imagine working in a place like that with people that
didn't believe in it.
That would have been
it's like a fucking nightmare. And I was on it very early, right? I was, I was definitely the guy being like, oh shit, the end is nigh, right? And telling my close friends, hey, maybe stock up on some stuff, you probably won't want to leave the house for a while. And they're all like, Seb, you're crazy, man. And I'm like, okay, all right. And just try to tell people without scaring them,
Yeah.
And I was fucking right. I was fucking right. It's not very often the End is Nigh guy is right, you know? the guy with the sign in the Zack Snyder movie. So that happened to me, and I'm jobless, and I'm like, what do I do? And again, like a very Ferris Bueller, life is too short. Try and make the most out of it. I'm suddenly stuck inside. I can't go work outside. My mother has this illness, and if she gets ill, she gets really ill, right? It's no good. I didn't want to risk it. So I'm like, how can I try and make a job for myself, or try and do something while inside and try and make the most of being inside? And how can I still manage to find a connection to the outside world, you know?
Yeah.
And I think live streaming in a lot of ways saved me from really falling into a depression there.
Yeah.
Whereas I was able to connect to people, and it's been so lovely to meet guys like you guys, and we found our common ground just chatting movies together, you know?
Yeah.
So that's been real nice.
And here we are now.
Oh, Bex, what have you done, man? I'm tearing up.
Trust. There's a lot of this to come. I said this before we recorded, and I am sorry to be the Debbie Downer for such a fun movie. It is. There's a lot of this movie that just has more for me than even like the base movie has. Like, it's not that deep. We said that it's not, but for me, it is. Yeah. There's a lot of this that's for personal reasons.
Sometimes we break down movies. Today we're breaking down ourselves.
We're breaking ourselves down.
Cue in about 2 hours time where I'm actually possibly right. Just cue that now. Get ready for it. It's possible. We get back to the movie. We try and push through.
Yeah. Are we in the first 5 minutes? Are we still?
We're still kicking around in this room at the moment.
I don't think we really mentioned it. When we did meet his sister, she's not really believing him, right? She doesn't believe in it. She sees right through his lies.
Yeah.
And she's like, what, this motherfucker. And I can see it from her perspective as well, just being like, this guy, how can my parents not understand this? You know, when like a kid's being naughty in class and like the teacher just doesn't see it, and you're frustrated. Or if I don't know if I know you've got sibling specs. I didn't grow up with my brother, but like I'm sure you have that moment where like your brother does something wrong and like your parents don't realize, and you're like, what the hell? It's him. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I'll tell a real quick story before we get back into the movie. One Christmas, Callum got a wrestling game for his PS2 one time that I really wanted, right? So as the dodgy big brother, because I didn't get the game and he wouldn't let me play it, I scratched the disc so he couldn't play it. So my parents had to go out and get 2 copies of the game for us so that we could both have it, so there would be another row. Yep. I remember it, Callum. Don't worry. That was my extent. I had a weird period when I was in the beginning of secondary school where I was the mean big brother, but I think me and Callum have gotten really close after school. Brother. Wow. Yeah, like wow. I was the genie to Callum in this kind of situation.
About Callum, I don't think I realized that you were actually older. You know?
Yeah. I'm very fond of my brother, I guess. So I talk him up a lot.
By what, 2 years?
18 months.
18 months. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I've heard him on your stream, and he's got quite deep voice, right?
Yeah.
I just assumed he was older.
He's the grumpier one too, so it kind of comes across in his voice.
Nice.
I've been annoying him all week, telling him he's the Wolverine to my Deadpool. He doesn't like that.
Is he taller?
No.
Right.
He's not even 6 foot. Wow. He's not even 6 foot.
Wow. Short king, you can be down here with the rest of us.
Yeah. He can chill down here. He can
Wow, Bex. Wow. Thanks, bro.
It's nice being up here. It's really nice.
How's the weather up there?
It's warm, to be fair.
You know, hot air rises. I'm farting all over the place, man. Living in that.
Embrace it. Yeah.
No way did you just snip that up.
No,
we're not in the same room, Bex.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh wait, I thought I was the only one in a different place.
We're actually in your walls. We're here. You're not
Cat's
here
in there too somewhere. So you know.
Oh jeez.
I'm taking care of the spiders. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Where are we? What is happening?
Right.
Ferris? Are you there?
Ferris, followed up by another line that I apologizing again because I've wrote so many of his lines, but I really like, he's in the shower, he's prepping himself for his day, he like puts his hand out in front of himself to cover his face while he's washing his bits.
Yeah.
And then he's talking about how he did have a test, he didn't lie to his parents, he actually did have a test today about European socialism.
Oh yeah.
But he doesn't know why he's to study it because he's not European. He doesn't plan on being European.
Yeah.
And then he says that it's not that I condone fascism or any ism for that matter. Isms, in my opinion, are not good.
A
person should not believe in an ism. He should believe in himself. And then he unfortunately quotes John Lennon from the Beatles.
Yeah.
I don't believe in the Beatles. I just believe in me.
Yeah. He had me onto the Beatles quote.
It's so confident, though. It's like such a... You know, just be you. You know,
just believe in yourself.
So good.
Just like,
it's very unbelievable for a kid to be saying this as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you don't when you're that age and all your hormones are going crazy and your brain's not fully developed and you're a lot more like his sister or like his what's his mate called again? Cameron.
Yeah.
Wow.
It has to go to be mentioned here that I do hate the Beatles still. But there's a Beatles moment later that I can't really shit on. So Beatles lovers that were mad at me later, there's a glimmer of hope for you lot. I do like something Beatles related.
I gotta. So we brought this up during Battle Royale, where I don't know who it was that said they all look a lot older, right? And then we found out that they were actually teenagers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How old is Matthew Broderick? Because he doesn't look like a teen. He looks
24.
like he's 24. Okay.
Yeah, I believe during the making of this movie, Beckham, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But because I remember
he looks like a 24-year-old.
I remember.
I think it is 23 or 24.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a teenager. Yeah. He's got that. You know, growing up, I know everybody says this, but like you watch American TV and American movies, and you think that like, all right, as soon as I turn into a teenager, I'm going to look like that. I'm going to look like Tommy from the Power Rangers or something, right? And it just doesn't. It doesn't happen.
No,
like,
it doesn't pan out like that. Yeah.
Yeah. What are they feeding those American kids?
Mm-hmm.
American kids are just stronger than us. Okay, they're still different. They leave school and turn 30 straight away.
Yeah, exactly. They're like 30-year-olds walking around high school. If I went to if I was in a high school full of 30-year-olds now, I'd ace it. I'd be so good at studying in comparison. You know, I'd be so confident with myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should do it. We should go back.
Go back to high school.
Yeah. We should go like an Adam Sandler movie.
Let's We Know Kino goes back to high school. Let's do it.
Let's
I'd
go.
fail every test. I was so dumb in school.
I just wouldn't show up like I did the first time around. Just like the first time around, I'd find some excuse not to go to class again.
I'm trying to figure out where we were. We cut to the most boring teacher ever, Ben Stein, the economics teacher. Bueller.
Yeah.
Bueller. And then nobody responds for so long, and he just keeps saying it. And then I didn't even write what this student said because there's so many, like my boyfriends, girlfriends, brothers, sisters, cousins, and I didn't even bother to write it. But some girl comes up with a story about how Ferris passed out at some place called 31 Flavors the night before, which is classic school behavior where somebody's sick or missing for a certain amount of time. Nobody knows the truth.
Yeah.
There's different stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was this sick, he got in a fight, he's every different kind of story imaginable is going on. And we see more of that throughout the movie where everybody that gets asked about Ferris or even talks about Ferris in the school has a whole different story than the person we hear from before.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a telephone, you know, where it's constantly gets bigger and bigger and bigger, the story, and everybody's kind of listening to each other. It just becomes its own thing.
Yep.
I like that joke. It's very simple. I like it. It keeps going throughout the whole movie.
It is really fun, and they get very creative with some of the stuff that's going on with Ferris.
Yeah.
They get very outlandish. It's crazy. And then we nicely cut away to, as we've mentioned, probably the best character in the entire movie, which is Cameron Fry, who is Ferris's best friend. acted by Alan Ruck, who, Seb, you should have seen him.
I just
this
saw
week.
him in a movie I watched. I was watching the movie Twister because I'm going to go and see Twisters in cinemas this week. And I was like, oh my God, that's the dude from Ferris Bueller. He's Rabbit in Twister. And, my favorite quote, I think it's maybe the only thing he says in the movie, but is Rabbit is good, Rabbit is wise. And you can kind of see maybe this is his character. You know, he was like a nervous kid and he grows up and he starts tornado chasing, you know?
I could see it, honestly. I could. Cameron could just go, you know, this seems fun. Let's go fucking chase tornadoes.
The teacher, is he? Who played the teacher? Is it one of the Ghostbusters?
The teacher.
He's in one of the Ghostbusters.
The Bueller teacher.
Yeah. Sorry,
he is in Ghostbusters. Yeah.
There
he's
you go.
One of the Ghostbusters, right?
Is he one of the Ghostbusters, or is he in Ghostbusters? That's a question that I'm going to have to get answered.
Let me look this up.
While you're looking that up, I'm going to make a comment. Alan Ruck was almost 30 during the making of this movie, by the way.
He does not look. I think he's the youngest of
the I would have thought of the three. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
we'll meet the third character soon, but yeah, Alan Ruck was the oldest.
I have to say about the next one. Right. Well, Seb is looking up our Ghostbuster.
Okay, he's not one of the Ghostbusters, but he's in Ghostbusters.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's in Ghostbusters.
He does look
too.
very similar to one of them, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks a lot like a young Harold Ramis. That's who I thought it was, but it's not. So I've accidentally said he's the guy from Ghostbusters, but he's not even the guy I thought he was. But he is in Ghostbusters.
He is there, so connected somehow.
Accidental connection, yeah.
Beautiful.
Speaking of accidents, he was also in a car accident recently. We were talking about the Matthew Broderick one, but Alan Ruck last year just randomly lost control of his vehicle, hit several other vehicles, and crashed into the side of a pizza restaurant.
I thought he died that day when it was announced. I genuinely was so upset. I remember everybody was like, have you seen Cameron was in the crash? I was like, no way is Cameron after dying. Like,
was
please don't tell me. I didn't really hear anything after. I just heard about it. I never heard his condition or anything. But that scared the shit out of me. I was like, there's no way I'm going to get the news on Cameron instead. I'm not doing this. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Looking at my notes. You told me something that this is all right. I'm going to screenshot this to you guys and send it to you guys so you guys know that I'm not making some sick joke, right?
Okay.
I did a terrible typo.
Right.
On my notes. No. In fact, let me highlight this, right? This is so bad. This is ridiculous. No. Let me screenshot. Boom. Okay. All right.
I know exactly what this
what we're doing. Are we looking straight into our chat? Yeah.
Right, into our chat here. Yeah. If you guys feel like we could explain this at the time, we can do, but that's bad. I'm supposed to say onto.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I like the note as well that says, does he think he's Deadpool or something?
You guys see my notes for the first time. What is even on there? Okay. Jennifer Grey, Dirty Dancing, Nobody Puts Baby in the Corner.
In the corner, yeah.
Ferris is skiving.
Skydiving.
He breaks the fourth wall. Does he think he's Deadpool? The teacher was the dude from Ghostbusters, but I could have been completely wrong with that. All right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
That's fine. That's so funny. When we get to that, that's going to be so funny.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Continue. That shocked me as well. We'll get to it.
So, like Ferris, Cameron is supposedly feeling sick and is lying in his bed, and his phone rings. It's Ferris. He's chilling in his backyard, telling Cameron to get his ass over. Cameron lives in this fucking amazing looking house that's it's like in the middle of a forest, I think.
It's in my notes. It's like Batman's house.
It looks so cool.
It's a full glass house in a forest.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that? That's sick. His dad must be super rich. We find out.
Yeah.
We never see his dad, but we find out things about his dad.
No, we hear enough about his dad, but without ever actually seeing him, meeting him.
Yeah.
They're minted. Ferris is telling Cameron that he's to get his ass over to Ferris's house right now. Ferris like really tells him it's all in his head, and it's really shit to say that to Cameron, given what we'll learn about him. But it's like it's all in your head. There's just get over here. You need to be here. And there's actually no sign of Cameron being physically ill at any point during this movie.
I thought there were a bunch of tissues by the bed and stuff.
That's all the same act as Ferris in the beginning, pretend to be sick. Cameron's doing the whole "I'm just sick."
I believed Cameron though. But
he's not though, because once he comes out of the house, he's instantly fine. Yeah.
Cameron believed himself though that he genuinely thought he was ill, because I believe he's diagnosed at some point in the movie as somebody that believes that they're always sick or they get sick easily. You know, they're very
hypochondriac or something like that.
Yeah.
To get more into the conversation to Cameron here, it's very clear that this character is suffering with depression for various reasons that we'll get into.
And it's
we get a lot more shitty, selfish Ferris here, where he's like, Cameron says it to him though. He hangs up the phone and he just goes, "I'm dying," and then the phone instantly rings back. And he's like, "You're not dying. You just can't think of anything good to do." Like, there's a small bit of the way he talks where he's kind of like being that. I can see it where he's being that friend, but to say it to Cameron the way he's saying is like, you're just being a bit of a dick.
He does come off as a dick, and for the longest time I'm watching this film, like, what a dick, what a dick. It was hard for me to get to enjoy Ferris, you know, because I felt so bad for everybody around him a lot of the time.
Yeah. It is here though. We do get like a little small hint of Ferris being the actually caring friend, where he's like, if anybody needs a break today, it's Cameron. There's a lot of things that he's got to sort out before he graduates. But then in classic Ferris form, and it's like Fantastic Mr. Fox, if you check that episode out, he backtracks on himself. Every time he does something nice, he has to do something fucking shit. And then he just says the quote, it's like, Cameron's so tight that if you stuck a lump of coal up his ass, in 2 weeks, you'd have a diamond. Just every time he's trying to be nice, he has to go back on it and be such a little fucking pest.
It's a great line, though. That's some good imagery right there. That's a great line.
And as that conversation is happening, I will sing this because I do it, and it's a quote I do all the time. Cameron's lying in his bed, and he's like, "When Cameron was in Egypt's land, let my Cameron go."
Is that a song? Is that a song?
I have no idea. I've never actually ever looked into it. I've just took it as the movie.
Yeah.
I love that. It's so good. Cameron's just having a little vibey moment because he knows he's lost. He knows he's going to give up. He knows he's going to get out of that bed and he's going to do what Ferris does, because of course he is. He's that friend to Ferris. He's the one. Ferris is the leader of the two.
Sometimes you do need maybe you're down, or maybe you have a friend that's down. It is good to try and make connections, and you know, it's a nice thing that Ferris is actually trying to do here. But,
he's just doing it kind of backwards with the way he's talking.
Yeah, it comes across bad, but he's got good intentions.
Yeah. So after that, it is here where we are introduced to Edward R. Rooney, the Dean of Students at Ferris Bueller School.
Yep.
Unfortunately, this one is where we have to take a little step out and we have to talk about the actor Jeffrey Jones.
Let's get it out of it now. Yeah.
Just to mention it first before we get into what he did. Some of you will probably notice him if you haven't seen this movie before from Beetlejuice. He's the dad of the family in Beetlejuice. I know a lot of people love Sleepy Hollow, so you've probably seen him in that. And I seen him recently in the old Marvel movie Howard the Duck, which is a movie I'll never forgive because they showed me a duck with tits.
Yeah, great movie.
There's a duck and a bat in that movie with their tits out, and I hate it. Fuck that movie, man.
You're going a bit strong on that, Bex, you know, after all the... So can I just... So my note that I was freaking out about, I'd accidentally wrote that the Dean is... This is bad, and it's in bad taste, and I wouldn't have made this joke, but I need to tell you guys, because you guys, otherwise people will be... You know, we're edging them right now. In my notes, I was trying to write that the Dean is onto. He's onto Ferris. You know, he knows that he's up to no good and that he's lying.
Yeah.
But I accidentally, the typo is the Dean is into Ferris.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
is an unfortunate joke because now we get on to what he did. Actually,
yeah.
before I do it,
Yeah,
he was also Dick Richardson in Fallout 2. I forgot to mention that part. He's Dick Richardson in Fallout 2. Just in case anybody played the game, you'll recognize his voice. But yes, the joke is it's a bad typo, but Seb didn't mean it, so it's fine.
No.
But Jeffrey Jones, unfortunately, is a convicted pedophile. In 2002, he was found in possession of child pornography. And I basically knew this. I've known this for a while. I know the movie, of course. I know everything about who's in it. I've not fully looked into more details after, but I know there's other cases of him not working with the police. He's gone against his own parole. He's done more after his conviction. Which I've never really looked into detail because once I figured out what he did, he was gross. So I never looked into it. So I will give props.
What was the last thing he was in? Shortly,
he was about to be cast in a movie in 2022, and they were just like, "No, we can't have him." But he's still credited as down on the movie. Jeez. I don't know what the movie's name is. And on that note, I will mention that I'm giving massive props to the Beetlejuice remake or the sequel, not remake. They've killed him off and they've showed it in the trailer and everything. They're like, he's dead. Don't worry, he will not be in our movie. He is dead.
So they just had to stand in, obviously, or something, to kill him off.
No, they've literally just did it in the movie. It's his headstone with his head on it, and they're just like, he's dead now. Okay. That's it. He's just gone. Which I think is the right way to do it because, again, this is gross. This is like very high level of disgusting behavior from somebody. Like, again, unfortunately, I do love this movie, but I have it written here and I do pretty well stick to the notes. I won't ever talk about his performance in the movie. Every beat that Rooney, his character, is in is covered, but I don't even mention how he is in the movie, what I think of him in the movie, nothing. It's just to the point of what Rooney's doing in the movie is all that's mentioned.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
All right. I mean, you can set... Again, there's an argument about separating the art from the artist. One of my favorite animes is Rurouni Kenshin, horrible pedophilic author. A favorite horror movie, Jeepers Creepers.
Oh God,
awful pedophilic director. You can enjoy these without being a bad person because. It's an act, right? The character isn't the person. But it is good to know this background stuff on these guys as well.
I would hope, Beckham, that over the years since you found out, like, I hope that this doesn't, and it sounds like it doesn't, but like this is your favorite movie of all time.
Yeah. It's still your favorite movie.
It's the same as with Beetlejuice, right?
Right.
Because I think Beetlejuice is another one of the timeless classics that when you watch it, you love it. Most people do.
I've never seen Beetlejuice.
It's very good. It's very fun. But I just zone him out now. Anytime I've watched Ferris Bueller since I figured out this happened, and even with Beetlejuice, I do what I do in my notes. He is Rooney in this movie. He's not himself, and I don't talk about him as himself at all. I don't give him props. Yeah. I can't I don't even say in my notes. I just say what Rooney does. Move on. I don't, and I can't because and I'm going to say this now, and I actually think this will bring up a debate with us. If we do ever talk about covering Jeepers Creepers, I actually won't do it. I let you two do it. I genuinely, I'm not like I'm being a bitch.
No. It's understandable.
I have very clearly been held through the case of that guy, which I won't even say his name.
I don't. We won't do it, right? We're not going to do it. None of us going to pick
if it came up that it was, and you wanted to, I fully am okay with you guys doing it, but I have my own stance on it, and I won't touch that movie. Even if DBD, I've said this on stream and everything. If DBD get Jeepers Creepers, I won't buy the DLC.
Years ago, they hinted at a Jeepers Creepers thing. One of the devs was hinting at it.
Oh, chapter,
yeah.
Money goes in his pocket, not hope.
Exactly. You just don't. You don't want to.
No, it'll be the only DLC. I don't care about anything else. You put fucking FNAF or fucking FIFA. Put fucking David Beckham and Messi in
it's such a shame when this stuff happens. When the artist ruins the art or has this horrible stain on the art. It's like Kevin Spacey movies for me. I struggle to watch them now. And
my recent rewatch of Baby Driver was rough.
Oh yeah, Baby Driver it's tough for me, and I love Edgar Wright so much.
There's lines in that movie as well that like when you watched it when it came out, cool, made sense. Watch it knowing what he did, gross.
Well, like to get back to Ferris Bueller, this is a character who is breaking into a kid's house and it's no good. Yeah, it's no good.
He's the dean of a school, like you know what I mean. He's the dean of the school.
In retrospect, it's like you're looking back and you're like, oh, this is like it. I could see both sides. Like to be kind of like I devil's advocate here. I can absolutely understand both sides. Like separating the art from the artist, but then also knowing now what he was convicted of and watching his prior movies will kind of like, but like for me, I suppose if I had to like lean to more, I can respect and I can see both sides. And
sorry, go on.
It's like where I fall on it. Like, it's like, if I can separate the art from the artist sort of thing, like that's fine. I can still enjoy a piece of media like an anime or like manga or a movie, a TV show. Like, but I can understand if other people don't feel that way. Do you know that? You know, like if so I can absolutely respect. I didn't know this now, and only when you mentioned it, you did give us a heads up, and thank you for that before we start recording. Like. I'm still gonna like have my opinion of this movie as a whole at the end, like when we're kind of like do our last bit of reflection once it's all talked about. Like I will still very much say, oh yeah, I enjoyed this movie, and then I'm like, there's always going to be that little asterisk, you know, next to it. It's
like I said, you can enjoy the character as well, because the character is the work of the director, is the work of the writer. Like He is playing an act. He is playing a role. It's fiction. Yeah. Like that character is not the person who did those horrible things.
No.
It's just to what level each individual can separate the art from the artist. That's such a personal thing. A lot of our friends are Harry Potter fans, and they're having to do that right now. And that's like the biggest I've seen it, where like an entire fandom has just completely been like, yo, go fuck yourself, Arthur. This is ours now. You know what I mean? I think that's incredible.
Like the actors have stood with the fans. Everybody has just kind of like took their stance and made their stance clear. And it's I don't think we'll ever get something on that kind of level again.
It's big, isn't it?
It's big. We don't know though, because like there's a lot of celebrities out there. Again, celebrities are people too. Not to be like, oh, they all make mistakes and they should be on this level of mistake. But like, people make mistakes. People do stupid and disgusting shit. Yeah. You never know what could come out about anybody. And then there's another upward. You know what I mean?
With the Matthew Broderick, the accident at the beginning. We're learning some shocking stuff here. And again, like I keep repeating it, but you've got to be able to separate the art from the artist. And once the art is out there, as we've discovered and discussed in this podcast, it's now the people's, right?
Yeah, it's not.
It's almost no longer theirs. Like The Shining is very much Kubrick's film, but it's what the people get out of it that's important.
Exactly. Yeah, and like she's no longer with us now. Like we spoke. We keep going back to the Shelley Duvall situations. Like that was horrible. That was tragic, and it should never have happened. Yet we were still able to talk about the movie on its merits and enjoy the movie for what it did, not justifying the treatment that went into for the treatment that some of the actors had to suffer on that movie. But we could talk about, but we could still say, well, it's still an iconic movie.
We can talk about the art itself rather than the But again, it's good to know all of this stuff too. It's good to have a fuller picture and then make your own opinion.
I wouldn't like to be talking about it and then be like, oh, but there's something in the back, but we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to, he did something, guys, and we won't need to talk about it. We'll talk about it in the movie. Let you guys Google it. I'd rather be able to open and say, hey, I do love this movie. Like same with Shining. I've caused two of these conversations. I brought up Kubrick and now I brought up this. I love these movies, but I can sit here and say that I don't like the people that are involved with it as much as I should. You know what I mean? Like I've said to you guys, I've not noted him, but if I was to sit here and say it to you guys, I think he's really good in the movie. He really is. His character is so whimsical and cartoony. But I won't write that in my notes and I won't get into it at all because that's how I feel about the actor now because of what he did.
I would say you could say that like you enjoy watching the character and stuff. Personally, even before all of this, I think he's too cartoony. I don't think he fits.
Right,
He's very over the top. He's like he's like Tasmanian Devil in Looney Tunes if he was able to talk. He's that level of like over the top. Mad and angry,
which makes sense when you come to Matthew Broderick's Ferris Bueller character, where he's also like a Looney Tunes character, but
it's basically the Bugs Bunny of this.
Bugs
Bunny breaks the fourth wall, right?
It's Bugs Bunny and he's Elmer Fudd, right? Trying to catch him.
I love Elmer Fudd.
It's very Elmer Fudd, actually. Yeah,
that's actually very true. That's crazy.
That's kind of what it is. Yeah, it's like a live action Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, you look at that. Yeah,
Bugs Bunny's always trying to help his mates out, and his mate doesn't want to.
Yep.
Wow,
we're getting into this. Looney Tunes back in action coming up.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for listening to us talk about that. Where are we at?
Where are we? Okay, right. We are getting into the Rooney involvement now.
We're just meeting him.
Yeah, he's in his office and now he's calling Ferris's mom to inform her that Ferris hasn't been in school. And now it's the 9th day that he's been missing, like Ferris said to us earlier. And Rooney'd have no problem if this keeps happening to hold Ferris back another year in school. The evidence of the 9 days is written on this old ass fucking janky computer.
CRT monitor, yeah.
And of course, Ferris's mother is like, I don't remember him being sick that many days, which every mother would because you lie about how many times you're being sick, you're skipping school. Like, I don't remember him being sick that many times. And as the conversation is going on, Rooney looks to the computer and be like, no, it is 9 days. And the number goes from 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And then we cut to Ferris, who looks directly at us and goes, I asked for a car, I got a computer. How's that for being born under a bad sign? He's somehow hacked into the school system and messed with his own record.
I didn't catch that. So he managed to bring the days down.
Yeah, on his screen when he's saying that is literally the exact same record
screen
that's on Rooney's, and he's messing with it on his computer. So somehow back then, I'm sure security
because he's got the cheat codes for everything, Dex. Because he's fucking Bugs
that's
Bunny.
True. He's a mastermind. Okay, he's just a mastermind.
If he searched in his pocket, he could pull out like a black circle, throw it on the ground, and jump through it.
A comically large spoon.
Yeah.
That's so funny. I like it though. I think it's like, again, it is very cartoony. It's very unbelievable that somebody be so set up in the situation that Ferris is. I think it's funny though, because it's like he's literally sat at home messing with Rooney. And Rooney freaks the fuck out and he starts shouting out to his very funny assistant, Grace.
Yeah.
The actress who does Grace, I don't think many people know her from live action, but from animated movies, you'll probably know her voice because it's a very cartoony, lovely, like kind of voice from Frozen, Cars, A Bug's Life. And if you do recognize her from live action, I'd imagine you've probably seen her in Carrie, another Stephen King movie.
Ah, okay.
She sat at her table sniffing Tipex or liquid paper or correction fluid. I had to write them all down because everybody calls it something different.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Because I wrote Tipex and then in my head for a good 10, 15 minutes, like, what if they don't know what Tipex is?
That's probably a
brand,
brand,
if they call it
right?
something else? I think it is. Yeah.
Correction fluid is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember a bunch of people at school used to call it liquid paper, so I'd write it down as liquid paper as well. Yeah.
Liquid paper?
Oh. Yeah, a lot of people I remember in school, mainly, now I'm saying this, it's mainly the farmer students. Like, this is a very Irish thing now. But the farmer students would come in and be like, have you got a box of paper? What the fuck? And then there'd be Tipex. So I just wrote it down just in case. I don't know what people call it. So I wanted to cover all the ground. Then we get a nice little moment where Mrs. Bueller ensures to Rooney that Ferris is in fact very ill. And then it's cut straight away to Ferris playing on a clarinet really, really badly.
Yeah.
And he says to the camera, never had one lesson. And that line right there is John Hughes' favorite line for the entire movie because it was ad-libbed by Matthew Broderick because there was a clarinet on set and Matthew told John he could play it perfectly. And when he started playing it, he played it exactly like that, and then just said it. Not
that's
one
awesome.
lesson.
That is
It's
awesome.
so funny.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And he plays it terribly. It's awful. It's not. There's not even a single note coming out of that. From there, we have another like slow, boring looking class from our economics teacher, and Jeannie is walking around the school halls when a girl comes up to her and is like, "I'm sorry to hear about your brother." Which Jeannie's like, "What are you sorry for? I have to live with the trouser snake."
Yeah.
Good line.
Good line.
Calling somebody a trouser snake is great.
It's a great line. I don't know about calling a brother a trouser snake, but yeah.
Yeah.
My brother's such a penis.
I've called my brother a penis.
Okay. Yeah.
God, we're so mean to each other. It is here where the sick rumor about Ferris starts to get a bit bigger, and now people are saying that Ferris is now on the verge of death, and that if he dies, he's going to offer up his eyes to Stevie Wonder. He's a hero.
Everybody just thinks he's this great guy.
Yeah,
everybody loves him. Everybody does. Everybody gets to.
You would behave like Ferris if everybody treat you like this. You know,
if I was this popular, I'd have been like God.
Yeah, exactly. And Ferris kind of is in a way in this world. Is yeah.
I'd have had people carrying me through school.
I don't know if you've wrote a note on this, but when we're in the lecture or in the class, I wrote down a note and I don't know where it is, but I wrote, "Oh my God, Microsoft Paint boobs." Did you guys?
Later.
Is that later? Is that much later?
Yeah. Cameron, he's painting. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
It should be coming up in a minute. It's fine.
I just didn't want to miss them. You know, I
definitely have a note to bring on that, which I think is going to be very fun to mention.
Okay, fantastic. Good. We're not missing that. We're not even 20 minutes into the movie right now.
No, I'm so sorry about that. Like I knew what. My notes this morning, I was like, last night I was in my head, I was like just writing things. I was like, I'm not paying attention. When I sat down and was ready to like play a game and get ready to get set up for the podcast, I looked at my notes. I was like, oh no, I wrote so much shit. But it's fine. It's okay.
It's good, man. We really went off script with a lot of this too. So
that's true. We've been talking about a lot of stuff.
We're ad-libbing just like Matthew Broderick. We're actually
there we go. We are Ferris Bueller.
Never even took a lesson, you know.
Never even took a lesson. Seriously, when we started this podcast 7 weeks ago, we just winged it. We just went with it.
Just wing it. Just do the thing. Just give it a go.
Just do it. Just enjoy it.
So it's here where we got 3 younger students by a phone in the middle of the school. Why has that school got a phone in the middle of it? Mine definitely didn't.
No, we didn't. Yeah, our schools didn't even have
America.
America's an interesting place. When asked, Ferris was being asked if he's being deadly serious, and he replies, "Well, have you seen Alien?"
Yeah.
Which wink, wink. You know, Alien. Guys, look out! Wink, 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 wink.
Nudge, nudge. Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah, have you seen Alien when that creature was in that guy's stomach?" Kind of feels like that. All while we see the mastermind of sickness at work. He's got a keyboard with a tape on it, and when he presses on the keys, it sneezes and coughs, and it sounds terrible. And nobody should have believed that he was sick.
This is like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone 2 now with his audio recorder.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
As a kid, you think, I'll be able to get away with that. But no, this is cartoon world we're living in right now. I always wanted one of those recorders, by the way, from Home Alone 2. Like for the longest time.
So cool.
Yeah.
A girl gets dragged into the conversation. Some just random girl is walking around, and the boys are like, "Hey, you ever seen Alien? Get on the phone."
Yeah.
And they have a discussion about how Ferris might need a kidney transplant. So not like it's getting more and more insane, and he's feeding to it. Like he knows that the rumors are going.
Well,
he's
called the school just to make more rumors. Basically, that's why it's like, hey, who else is there? Who else can I talk to?
It's so good.
Gaslight to the extreme.
When did Alien even come out? Right, Aliens came out in '86, same year as this film.
Yeah.
Alien would have been
79. Okay,
is it 79? Yeah, 79.
All right, so Alien had been out for a while at this point. Because I'm like, they're making good pop culture references there, right?
Yeah.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Was Alien popular like right away?
Yeah,
I'd imagine so.
Alien was big. I'm pretty sure, but Aliens was coming out that year, so maybe it was like on people's minds.
That's true. I could imagine being in the cinema day one for Alien, man.
You know, right? We say this a lot, but also it's very good that we're in a time in history where if there is a movie that we've missed, we can just go and watch it.
Yeah, that is true.
We've got this. This is the world that we currently live in. At least where we are. Yeah. Movies are more accessible than they ever have been, and that's
legally
dope.
And illegally.
Yeah, right. But in
not
the past,
that I'm endorsing.
Like, Alien comes out and you miss it in the cinemas. Like, all right, now let me wait a few years for it to come out on video.
I'm kind of on the wrong side of the opinion of how it is now. I think some movies come out way too soon at home, like for purchase and stuff.
Okay, well, absolutely, there is that too. Yeah. Like, poor Furiosa had 2 weeks in the cinema before it came out on streaming.
And that's fucking amazing, by the way. Go see Furiosa. We're watching at home, not go see it. It's out now.
I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, go watch it at home.
Go watch it at home. Go to a friend's house, watch it with them. Whatever. Please go watch Furiosa. Give George Miller a reason to make another one.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah.
I just want to see Tom Hardy back.
I was going to go see the new Quiet Place, maybe. There's lots of movies that are currently coming out right now.
This year for cinema has just been really good.
It is real good, but then when you find out, hey, this movie's coming on streaming in 2 weeks, I'm like, well, maybe I'll go see another movie instead,
Yeah,
Do you guys know anything about Long Legs or that coming to demand soon, or
not
Maxine
for a while? Maxine will probably get more because that's dropped off now. The hype is all about Long Legs.
Maxine's already been announced when that's coming out.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Soon?
That was yesterday.
October, I imagine.
I don't know. Long Legs is I'm pretty sure it's like an indie publisher, right?
Yeah. It's Neon. Yeah.
Neon, which I'd never heard of before. So
I couldn't even recommend you another one of their movies.
I have no idea when that'll release, because with a lot of like A24 stuff, it does come out pretty fast. We talk about Maxine. Yeah,
like for context, because for context, Texas Twister, is that the one, Seb, you were talking about?
Texas Twister?
Texas Twister.
What is Texas Twister?
Wait, what was that? What was that? Sorry, what was the
I'm going to go see
Twisters.
The sequel to Twisters. Yeah.
Twisters.
Texas Twisted.
No, because Texas Twister just popped up on my on-demand thing, and I was like, "Is that the one you were talking about?" Because I heard Twister.
Nah, that's going to be like a €10 movie that's got the same close name to try and get people to be like, "Oh, this is the one. Let's watch it."
Yeah.
You know what? Okay. Maybe Long Legs will be out pretty soon. It's fucking Disney, isn't it?
Nice.
So like they release their shit. It's Hulu, which is owned by Disney, and they release their shit pretty fast.
Do I get away with saying that once it's out, episode is 100% happening?
Oh,
yeah, you can choose that. That could be your choice.
As soon as I get my hands onto a 4K, that'll be instantly my choice. I'm just saying it.
We'll talk more about Long Legs after Ferris Bueller.
Right. Wait. Talking to the girl, kidney transplant. Rumors are starting to get bigger. Now the call has ended, and he's playing a classical song called Minuetto.
Okay.
On his illness keyboard, and he just gives us a little grin. It's a classical song. He's just playing on his little. You'll know it if you looked it up. You'd know it. It's a classical song. Great. Then we've got the beginning, really, of Rooney's obsession with Ferris. He's starting to get a little bit scared that Ferris is going to start to influence all the other students to be just like him, and that scares Rooney because Rooney believes that if that happens, he'll never be able to govern the students again, that the entire school is going to run riot, they're all going to become an army of Ferrises.
Yeah.
And that's his worst nightmare.
You don't want the Ferris mind virus to take over the public.
A whole school of Ferrises, I'd literally give up being a teacher. I'd leave. There's no way I'd deal with it. You think
it's going to be like in the Matrix when Mr. Smith starts taking over all the different people?
A bunch of agents are just Ferris.
The Mr. Smith, I can't remember. Yeah.
That'd be so funny. Imagine just 100 Ferrises walking in.
I can see it. Matthew Broderick's face.
So Grace then has to inform Rooney of exactly how popular Ferris Bueller really is. And Callum could nearly back me here. I know this quote off my head. I don't even need to look at my notes.
Oh, yeah.
So she's like, the sportos, the motorheads, the geeks, sluts, bloods, wastoids, dweebies, dickheads, they all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude. So he's covered all ground. Every single clique that is in that school, Ferris Bueller is popular with the whole lot of them.
Okay, were you guys part of a clique at school? I mean, did you guys fit into any specific thing like one of these? Because for me, I was kind of a nerd. But I would jump between groups. I had another friend who was quite popular, and the pair of us, we were popular with the different groups. So we'd kind of we'd go between groups, you know what I'm saying? And we'd kind of weave between them, and we were never really sticking just one of them. That's kind of how we went around high school.
Steve?
Yeah, I was the sports guys, but then when it would rain here in Ireland, like a lot of we'd be allowed to stay inside for lunch, so I'd sneak off down to the chess room, and I'd play a few games there.
Chess room.
We had, so I jump between the sporty guys and the kind of the more nerdy guys as well, because I like to talk, video games and everything like that would be where all the nerds would the nerdy guys. I say that in such a insulting way. Just the more
fucking dweebs. I was with my cool sporty friends, and then I'd go hang out with the dweebs.
But I would get bored. I would talk tech and talk video games and play chess with the more sophisticated, intelligent group. Now that makes the other guys sound like idiots.
Yeah.
Damn, the sports guys are dummies.
And then I played basketball and soccer with the more sorry guys out in the field.
You played what with them?
Oh, football. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I got confused. Thought you said something else.
Yeah.
In
do you
my
guys
school,
actually say soccer?
No.
I
And
don't.
if they do, they're wrong.
Okay.
If they do, they're wrong. I'm just saying it now. I'd fight with everybody. It's football.
Sorry, Steve, where you are, do people say soccer? Is that actually
No, definitely not. I'm the outlier here.
You're Americanized.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because I will give Seb the lore.
Yeah, please.
Gaelic football is a sport here. It's an Irish version of a sport that's like rugby, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's kind of like rugby. A little bit.
okay.
It's complicated. You can kick the ball, pick it up, run away with it in your hand. So people over here call that football because they don't like calling the actual football because that's what that is.
Yeah.
But if you've watched football here, it causes the argument of that is what football is, and stop calling your Irish version of it football. Give it its real name.
It's like the argument with people in America with you've got American football.
Yeah.
All right, similar.
It's
to
basically the same. Yeah.
Oh.
My school. What did I have? I kind of had a small little clique of my own friends, and then I never really got on with sports people because I was only a football player, and my school was very Irish hurling and Gaelic football heavy. So if you didn't play those two sports, hurling, yes,
what's that? Throwing up.
It's it's a small ball hit with a stick, and then they decide after about 30 minutes of playing that game they're going to hit each other with sticks more than they're going to hit the ball.
You hit a ball with a stick.
Yeah,
It's like mobile. It's crazy.
Like basketball, like baseball.
Like baseball,
but you run around.
You're running around, and you've balanced the ball on your stick, and then you can smack it across the field.
Yes,
dude, it's.
You should look it up after. Know it down on something now to look up her. Just look it up.
I'm going to Google right now.
If you ever visit Ireland, I'll bring you to a hurling match.
Okay,
it will blow your mind. It will blow your mind.
They've got like helmets on and shit.
Yeah.
That's a weird looking stick as well. Look at that.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a big spoon.
It hurts like a bitch.
Oh, you're getting smacked in the knees with that or in the head. Yeah.
Everyone in these pictures has red hair as well, you know?
Yeah. Makes sense. And you want to know the best thing? Anybody that plays an Irish sport doesn't get paid to play it.
No, it's all voluntary.
Yeah.
Or it's all voluntary. So they're getting battered with those sticks regularly.
For
just
nothing.
For free.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why
crazy.
sometimes.
It says contact full. It's full contact.
Full contact. Yep. You can shoulder barge. You can just tackle people. You
could just hit them in the head with the hurl. If you want to, you could just slap them on their helmet.
The stick is called the hurl.
The
Yeah.
hurl. And the ball is called. Tell them
Well,
what the ball is called.
it's actually called a hurley, but Irish people call it a hurl. And if you don't call it a hurl, you're not Irish enough. And then the
What's a
ball is
camogie?
called a
Camogie.
slither.
Camogie is the female version of hurling.
Wait,
Kind of.
wait.
Irish lesson. Right. Hurling, male.
Yeah.
Camogie is Irish and it's for female, right? They use a hurley, call it a hurl, and they hit the ball called a schlitter.
Yeah.
Slither. Whatever way you want to pronounce it. That's what it's called. That's everything hurling. Welcome to Irish.
I wish I knew what you're thinking right now. I wish I could read your mind. That is wild.
I mean, I'm not a sporty guy. I don't know about sports in general, but this is so it's even
wild.
probably even more wild. What is this tiny one? You can get tiny little hurleys,
Yep.
like handle hurleys, and you get
There's all different
hurleys.
sizes depending on your leg size. So they measure your leg, and depending on the length of your leg, that's the size of hurley you get.
Cope Sports, the Cope, and then you get a Karakai, or is this a brand? What is happening?
Yeah, they're all brands. Yeah.
There's a Forza Hurley.
Yeah.
We need to bring Seb to a hurling match if he comes over here at any point. We really do. I've never actually been to one either.
We were talking about possibility of coming. Right, that's so wild. Oh yeah, you get an 18-inch hurley and all the way up to a 32-inch hurley.
Yeah.
I think while we're on this might be the time to take our 2-hour break too.
Oh, good. That's a good.
Yeah. Because I seen the time. I was like, we're gonna get in.
Yeah, we're about to start some stuff. Okay, well, you guys, for everybody listening, it'll be no time at all. For us, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And don't worry, when we get back, we're going to be talking hurling. We're going to be talking Ireland. We're going to be talking...
And boobs.
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah. No, that's the important part. We're going to get back to the film afterwards. Thank you for being with us this long. If you have been, if you're still listening, hit give us a 5-star review. All that good stuff. We will be back in a moment. What's your favorite thing, Bex?
What's my favorite thing? Boobs. And I hope that's on the stream.
Yeah.
Boobs.
Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back.
How's it going?
Hello. We're right into boobs.
It's more of a welcome back for us. You guys should be welcoming us back. Break the fourth wall. Say it out loud right now. Tell us.
Welcome back,
in your house.
I'm in your walls.
Whoever's listening right now, I'm in your
balls.
I'm in your balls. Pee is stored in the balls.
Yeah.
I don't know how girls pee. Do they pee?
What move?
Do girls pee? They don't fart. They tell me that all the time. They don't fart.
Pee or poop?
Oh,
no,
interesting.
Nothing.
Interesting.
Girls, let us know in the comments if this is true. If you tell us that it's not true, you'll break my entire existence.
In the boobs, is it?
Is it stored in the boobs?
That's true. Has to be stored somewhere.
I opened my window to get some air, and now they're chainsawing outside. What the hell? What is this?
Leatherface has come for you. Yeah.
Oh, now I'm in the dark. Right, you guys could. I gotta go switch the light on.
Okay, we'll talk some boobs, right? We'll talk a little bit of boobs. So when we came back, Ferris is drawing boobs, as we've mentioned, in a very old Microsoft Paint, right?
Yeah, he's an artist.
I have officially... what episode are we on? We're on 8 now. This is 8. I have officially 8 episodes deep given us our first fake pair of boobs.
Our fake pair, yeah.
Because we got the real ones from the old naked lady in The Shining.
Yeah.
And now I've given us fake boobs from the drawing. So I've brought boobs to the Know Kino podcast in as many ways as possible.
You brought so much to this podcast, Bex. I'm so happy you're here with us right now. This is beautiful.
Yeah, between your three...
Stop giving my ego a go. Stop it.
No, keep going. Keep edging him.
Don't edge me, please.
You've given us such artistry across your 3 movie picks so far. You've given us such artistry, such wonderful themes and boobs,
and boobs, and animals, and personas, and boobs. But yes, as I'm trying to figure out where the boobs went. Now I got distracted by boobs.
Ferris was drawing.
He was drawing, and he's
on the phone with Cameron, isn't he?
Is it Ferris's drawing of the boobs?
He is. Well,
it's him, or is it Cameron?
It's him drawing it. No, it's him drawing it. It's his computer. It's the computer we've seen from earlier. So he's drawing the boobs, He's talking to Cameron, and Cameron's still refusing to get out of his bed and join Ferris. So if Ferris gets caught, he won't graduate. He's telling Cameron all this. It's like, if I get caught, I'm not going to graduate. So I need this one day. I want it. And like, I've been in this situation. This call in itself, I have it written here. I've been in this situation a lot, especially when I was in school. I'd always want to be the guy that's like, let's do this. And I had one friend called Kieran that I used to be friends with in school, and he was always so like Cameron about things. He's like, I don't want to go anywhere. Nobody knows me. And I'm like, come on, we have to do this. Like when I was in school, I was like always trying to bubble myself out to get into other groups when I really ended up just having my own little clique. And I was always the kind of one that's like, let's do this and we'll get friendly with all these people. I'm basically like McLovin in Superbad. So my boyfriend Kieran was the Cameron here, and I'd always be bullying him into getting into situations and coming out and doing things. So this kind of conversation I related to. Mm-hmm. My boyfriend Kieran went through the ringer with me. God, I ruined that poor guy's life through the entirety of secondary school. But again, as I can see through here, I did it where I thought I was the good guy. Where I was like, I'm trying to get this quieter, shyer guy to be a little bit more adventurous and out there, when in reality I was probably like, pushing somebody to do stuff they probably weren't entirely comfortable with when it came to their social meter. So you know what I mean?
We're all the hero of our own story.
Is that more of Jonah Hill's character in Superbad? It's like, come on, let's go do this, rather than McLovin.
And Kieran was what was Jonah's friend?
Sarah. Michael Cera.
There you go.
My God. My hero. I love Michael Cera very much. Michael Cera was my wallpaper through an entire relationship of mine instead of my girlfriend. That's how committed to Michael Cera I was.
And this is why they're no longer together.
That's true. It's true. Hey, Michael Cera was a cool guy. Okay.
He is. Yeah.
He likes cactuses.
Does he?
He does. He loves cactuses.
He likes cactuses.
Cacti. Cacti.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening in this podcast. There's so many just little random things.
We're all over the place, and
right.
Yeah,
hopefully
you know what? We're taking a break next week.
Exactly.
So there's just a lot to listen to, so it's all good. You guys can catch up and listen to this and
you
enjoy
have
it.
Plenty of We Know Kino content to hide you over.
During this call with Cameron, Ferris also gets a quick call from his dad. And he's telling Cameron still, he's like, you have to come over. And he talks to us directly, and he's like, I'm so disappointed in Cameron. $20 say he's sitting in his car debating about whether or not he should go out. And of course, Ferris is a genius, so he's right.
Yeah.
Cut to Cameron in the car. He looks very upset. He's talking to himself. He's like, if he's going to keep calling me, I'm going to have to go. He has a little rage fit. He does a cartoon like prospector, like jumping in rage behind his car, and he gets right back into the car. He's ready to go and meet up with Ferris. He's finally given in.
We've noticed in a lot of cartoony stuff here. Is the Breakfast Club like this? It just has this kind of feel to it.
No, the Breakfast Club is more down to earth, relatable for if you were in school at this type of time. I don't know if it is on purpose, but this is way more whimsically, cartoony, unrealistic.
Planes, Trains and Automobiles is quite deep and heavy at times. The concept is wacky, but how they play it is very straight. And it's
this one's just more out there.
It's a bit more cool.
Unrealistic, I guess. Where the rest of his movies, from what I know, they're a little bit more down to earth, like you said, with the deeper messages. And from Breakfast Club is just a bit more like there's out there, bigger than life kind of characters, but they're not to the level of Ferris. They're more like you could imagine you went to school with people like these. So I think this one's just a bit more cartoony than the rest, a little bit. It's quite. We're gonna get some cartoony shit. We're gonna get some cartoony shit coming up. Ferris is up to. But before then, we get to meet Sloane Peterson, acted by Mia Sara, who the only movie I really known her in was Legend, with the iconic Tim Curry playing the devil. Oh, fucking sick movie.
Okay.
So Sloane, confession time for me, may or may not have been my first ever celebrity crush.
Right.
It's the first actress when I was watching a movie, and I was like, "Damn, okay, she's beautiful. Like she pretty."
Mm-hmm.
She's still gorgeous. She's
Yeah.
beautiful lady. Yeah. I'm looking at like movies to see if like what have I seen her in. I don't think I've seen her in anything.
Yeah, the rest of her movie list, when I looked at it, other than I know of Legend, I think I've seen it. Other than that, I don't think I've seen her in anything else.
She was in a Birds of Prey TV series in 2002. She's in Time Cop.
Yeah, I was just looking at Time Cop, the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. I think I've seen it.
The one thing I've seen her in is the Jack and the Beanstalk movie. Although that says the real story, so probably not.
The real story.
Dorothy and the Witches of Oz. I haven't seen that.
No.
Surprising too, because I don't think she's like a bad actress in this. So I'm very surprised she's not in more.
She's Harley Quinn in Birds of Prey. That's crazy. Well, the early 2000s variant.
Yeah.
Not the movie. Yeah,
not the movie Birds of Prey. Yeah.
Oh. It is just kind of crazy that she's not more
movie
popular
called
in
The
that time.
Impossible Elephant.
Oh.
That sounds cool.
Our last. Oh no, she's still. Well, she's done The Life of Chuck. Which
More
is
Oz stuff. Lost in Oz.
Yeah, she likes Oz stuff.
Tremors 4. Have you guys seen the Tremors movies?
Yes.
Okay. I've seen the original one.
Right, she's in Tremors 4. There we go.
There's four of them? Oh.
There's more than four.
They're still making them. They're still happening.
Yeah. They're interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been told, hey, Seb, you like Dune, you like worms, get into Tremors. And I'm like, don't think it's the same kind of thing.
No, these worms aren't as cool. But, you know,
yeah,
you like them. They're made to be fun.
Yeah. Anyway, she's
in her boring class again. There's another boring class. Every class in this school.
I don't know. She's also a bit of an NPC as well. She's just Ferris's girlfriend. Like, she just kind of fills.
There's
that,
no deeper level.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, she's nice and she's really enjoyable to watch, and she's got some good moments, like a few good moments where she's working with Ferris, and you can understand why they're a good pair together. Yeah. Okay.
Like of the trio dynamic of her, Cameron, and Ferris, obviously she would be the one that like probably has she's like the most kind of standard character, you know, that sort of way.
She compliments Ferris.
Yes.
But yeah, there's not too much else to it.
She brings out the nicer side to him, but that's about all she has.
Yeah.
As a character, like she brings out the less of the cockier dickhead version, where it's more of a softer, adulty version of Ferris. Like I think
he more also mature, acts more cocky and stuff in front of her though too. So
he does, yeah. Because there's one scene, that he's talking down.
At the restaurant,
I'm getting too ahead. My bad. Right. Yeah. We're introduced to her, Beckham.
Nurse is dragging her out to inform her that her grandmother has passed away. But before the nurse even says anything, Sloane sees her and instantly starts packing everything into her bag because she already knows something's going on. She has it in her head that Ferris is obviously sick now. He's missing. He's got a plan going, so I have to get up and get ready to go.
Right.
So this is obviously not the first time that she has been dragged along for a Ferris's day off kind of situation, because the minute that nurse is in, she knows straight in her head, something's happening, I'm out. In the next scene, then we've got Rooney and Grace, who are talking about why is Sloane getting dragged out? Has she got a connection to Ferris Bueller, which now it's revealed was that Sloane is Ferris's girlfriend, and Rooney instantly, because of that, is like, I'm not buying the whole dead grandmother situation. That's not going on. So I want to call up Sloane's father to investigate. I need to know. But as he's about to do it, the phone rings, and it's Mr. Peterson, who is Sloane's father, or is it? It's actually Cameron putting on a voice on the phone because Ferris has already planned this out, and the minute that the nurse was ready to get Sloan. Somehow, telepathically, Ferris knew and knew to get that phone call ready to go.
Yeah.
So I don't.
They talk about Cameron's impressions in this as if they're like really good, but they're all just the same. They're not. They're
he has the same voice for the. Oh yeah.
It shouldn't have worked. But
no.
There we go. Yeah.
But hey, it's different times. In the 80s, maybe any impression could have worked. You didn't sound like yourself. That was enough for the teachers. I don't know what school in the 80s was like. I
was thinking we were going to have a moment later on where like he has to talk to like one of the teachers and they're like, hey, I recognize that voice, but it never comes. It never comes in.
No. That would have been cool, to be fair, if they had bumped into like even Grace and she'd have heard the voice through like whatever, and that was like
going to happen. Because they even allude to it where he's like, oh, what if they hear my voice and they know it's me? I was waiting for that to happen.
So as Cameron is pretending to be Sloane's father, he's like, I want to have Sloane released from school right now. And Rooney, not believing it, is like, yeah, no worries. If you produce a corpse here, we'll release Sloane, no problem. Yeah. It's like he's completely been such a dick because he's like, nah, this is Ferris Bueller on the phone. I know this is a trick. Yeah. But because of that happening, he's getting really cocky on the phone. And in another room, a phone call happens and Grace answers the phone and it's actually Ferris Bueller on the phone. Genius. He's a mastermind. He thought of every situation.
Yep.
Don't know how he did it because I would have been so panicked in this that I would have messed it up and croaked or something. I'm like, hello.
Infinite confidence because he's the main character and he knows it.
It'd be like the In-Betweeners episode where Simon and Will are trying to get off. They're trying to like get the day off school, and they like the Simon rings pretending to be his mum, and he puts on like a real like fast high pitched voice. It's complete opposite. He's like
so good.
Americans get Ferris Bueller, we get the In-Betweeners, where it's just like the most nervous wreck characters. They're all shitty people, It's
where everything works for Ferris, nothing works for the In-Betweeners.
Yeah, like nothing works for the In-Betweeners. Is it's very hard to watch because it's so realistic as to like the shit I was going through when I was in like sixth form.
Did either of you ever watch the American remake?
Nah,
I watched somebody talk about it on YouTube, and
I think I only had like one episode, right? It's like
I only ever seen one episode.
I had a full season, and it was awful.
No, In-Betweeners English good. I would recommend checking it out, but also be ready for a lot of dated, offensive comedy in there.
Oh, absolutely! It's a bit like if you're a fan of Peep Show, it's almost like you can imagine these characters. That's what they would be like at school. Like
Peep Show's so good.
By the way, Peep Show. So good. We were talking about sitcoms earlier. Peep Show's probably one of the best, actually.
It is very, very good.
Talk about that. Check that out. Yeah.
So yes, as Ferris has called in on the other line now, panic is setting in on Rooney. He takes the call, doesn't say a word, and it just like he has to cut back to now. He believes that Mr. Peterson is on the other line.
Yeah.
He's the one that he's been abusing because it can't possibly be Ferris on the phone now, and he doesn't know that Cameron is involved because he has no idea that they've met up like that.
Ferris is doing psychological warfare on this guy.
It's so good. So then we have Rooney. He instantly starts apologizing, and I love Cameron's little voice here when he cuts. So it goes back onto Cameron on the phone on line one. And he's like, "Pardon my French, but you're an asshole, asshole." And he's doing the dumb voice, but I just love him just instantly spitting it back into Rooney's face. It's like they know they've won against Rooney.
Yeah,
the plan has worked. It's so good.
He goes in hard on the Dean as well, doesn't he? He's like, on Rooney.
It's so good. It's so funny. I like it. Little goofy moments like that. We get a little James Bond reference where Ferris Bueller now has himself a nice suit. So he's Ferris Bueller. He's looking snazzy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's starting to get a little bit to Cameron's head. He's starting to get a little bit overconfident. And he's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe you, Rooney, outside that school as well when you're bringing Sloane out, we'll have a couple of words, which to the plan, it's not going to work. If he steps out, if Rudy's there and realizes what's happening properly, it's fucked.
Yeah.
So they have Ferris and Cameron have a little bit of a fight. There's a couple of kicks thrown, a couple of like trying to get him to talk on the phone. No, you talk. And then they just hang up the phone.
Yep.
They don't even say no. Like, they don't fully go, no, don't go. Don't come out. Just leave Sloan. They just back off and they just go, no, drop the phone. Fuck it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Then we have a nice little moment from Cameron where he rightfully puts Ferris in his place. He's telling him exactly how high the stakes are of this day off, and that he's risking everything to even be here. He's now hurt Cameron's feelings, and then Ferris denies it. He's like, "No, I didn't do that." He's like, "I didn't upset you. I didn't mean to do it." So Cameron's like, "You know what? Fuck it. I'm not doing this. I'm leaving. I'm going home. Have a nice life."
It's his go fuck yourself moment, and then we get Ferris. He kind of apologizes.
Mm-hmm.
Only to then go back on it afterwards.
He does the backtrack instantly.
Asshole.
It's the whole way he is. It's like the whole way at the beginning of the movie. He's like, I'm being nice, but I also need something.
Yeah.
Or I'm being nice, or, that's not exactly how that went, which he does here, because he instantly, as we've said here, he's like, you did screw up though, right? Like, he gives it to Cameron as well, to not even just be like, you screwed up. He gives it to Cameron to agree to. Yeah. He's like, you did screw up though, right? And then Cameron has to kind of be like, I guess.
He's a manipulator. He really is.
He is.
Like Fantastic Mr. Fox.
That's true. That's true. He's very like I mentioned as well, he does the nice guy act and then comes in with the but at the end.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Fantastic Mr. Fox, even though he gets everybody into shit.
Yep. Same with Ferris. Everybody loves Ferris, and he gets his
I think
friends
Deadpool's
into
pretty
shit.
similar too, Bex. I'm noticing the pattern.
Yep.
That's very true. It is here where Ferris pulls out the I need a favor card.
I know, right?
Because they need to show up to pick up Sloan.
Yeah.
And they cut to Cameron's dad's garage, even though they call it a garage. Americans. They're in there. I'm not a car guy, but in there is a 1961 Ferrari 250 GT California brand. They say that there's only 100 of
cars, but this looks so nice.
It's such a sexy car.
It's badass.
I just have it run through. It's sexy as fuck.
The garage also just looks like any other room in this house. Like,
it looks like it could belong to Batman, and that's where he keeps his cars.
That's what I'm saying earlier when I think it's one of the Batman v Superman or Justice League or whatever. He has a house on a lake that's just like glass walls.
It also reminds me of Tony Stark's first room where he builds his first suit in the first Iron Man movie, where his car collection's all there as well, and it's all window panes in behind that as well. So it's very reminiscent to that too. Iron Man's a great movie. Just saying that now. Iron Man's fucking fantastic.
You like Iron Man?
The first Iron Man movie is
it's good, isn't it? It's good.
Beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
Good. It's good film.
Then, while this car is here, we get probably one of the most iconic pieces of music in the movie that I can think of that's not like an actual just soundtrack made for movie. We get Oh Yeah by Yellow, and this is where I get my It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference, because the song is called the Day Bow Bow song.
Yeah, Day Bow Bow.
And Mac and Charlie are just like, Day Bow Bow. And it's like, it's such a good fucking song.
I just called it the Duffman song from The Simpsons.
It is the Duffman song too.
Yeah.
I also know it from a weird shitty remix in Saints Row.
We did
another one. Simpsons podcast. That's all we are.
We know Simpsons.
We love Simpsons. It's so good though. Simpsons is great.
It was. It's not so good now.
It has definitely fell off.
It's fallen off. It's not the best. I've wrote here in my notes just like, what a dick. Ferris is such a dick. What a dick.
I wrote a little bit manipulative.
He's going to take his dad's Ferrari. Like, he's going to steal his dad's Ferrari. Like, his friend's dad's Ferrari. I mean,
the one unforgivable, I think, from the movie. It's the one where I can't go. There's a purpose to it.
I mean, the purpose is it fits with his plan, right? Like, he needs the Ferrari to show up. But, like, he's actually, like, really putting his own agenda ahead of his friends. Like, I don't think you could really argue. Like, it does end up in the end like
important.
Like, important, but he couldn't have possibly known.
No.
Right? Yeah, it's just kind of a dick move.
He says like Cameron's worried about the the mileage meter going up, and like he says it with such conviction. Ferris is like, we'll just drive home backwards or in reverse.
Okay, so I don't drive.
Yeah.
Is
I can
this,
confirm.
is this
No.
a thing?
No, it doesn't work.
But I think there's an innocence there because he doesn't have his own car. They mention
Exactly.
it earlier that he's never had a car and he's not allowed to drive and blah, blah, blah.
That's
So he
true.
doesn't know himself.
Because
So
I don't know, because it's an old car. Maybe that's how the meter used to work.
Yeah.
You go forward, it moves the meter forward, right?
Genie got the car, yeah. Ferris got the computer. But now, when we say
Genie's
about
car is very nice, by the way. I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
we say about Ferris not knowing too much about cars because he doesn't have one, but he does then say later on, he makes a comment that is actually possible with cars. So he knows, even though there's the
He
youthful
drives as
innocence
well.
there,
He drives the Ferrari, right?
He does drive.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
So-
him saying that he knows it, I think he just thought he knew that was the thing because it never works. I think it's just him going, oh, no, definitely this happens. Like, I know that once we get back home, it's going to run back
Also,
to
in
mileage.
this universe with him, it could work because it's cartoon world we're living in right now, right?
Everything's
Like,
going Ferris,
that could happen. There's some weird stuff that happens later that would never happen. Yeah.
So he's given the car.
It's in here. We get a big hint towards more of what's going on with Cameron as well, because he says that his father spent like 3 years recovering the car. It's his love, it's his passion, and that when Cameron had broke a retainer, he freaked the fuck out. So he can't imagine what the hell had happened if anything was to happen to that car.
The car, yeah.
And we're straight away getting that fear of Cameron's father straight away here. This is the first time we kind of get the real deeper meaning of what's going on with Cameron and his family issues straight away, just by how important this car is over anything else in that situation. And like we covered, Ferris is just straight up. He doesn't even take in the fact that Cameron's after saying that. He's just like, I don't give a shit. I'm getting into the car. We're taking this car. It has to be done.
Yeah.
And then we show up outside the school with Sloane, and there's a line that always gets me like a chuckle, and it's such a shit line. They're talking about death, and there's a bunch of random, like, deep conversation being made by Rooney. But he says at one point, "I had a grandmother once." Then he pauses and goes, "2 actually."
That made me chuckle. That made me chuckle.
Like the pause is what he does. He goes, "Oh wait, 2 actually."
Yeah.
It's so good.
He's just kind of like throwing out everything you would say to somebody grieving. He's just doing it all at once because he's trying to overcompensate after what he said to what he thinks is her dad on the phone.
Yeah.
He wants to make amends.
There's the cringe line. It's like between death and grief, I always choose grief, or something like. I didn't even write that one down, but it's like it's just feeding lines to her to be like, "Oh, I'm sympathizing with you," la 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 la, crap. But as he's doing all of that crap, a bus drives past the parking lot. Yeah, and when it passes by, you get a and right there is the Ferrari and a man in a perfect Inspector Gadget cosplay.
That's exactly. I wrote, is this why he was cast as Inspector Gadget?
He looks identical. It looks exactly
Inspector Gadget
the same.
was like 13 years after this.
It was.
Like,
it's crazy to even think that those movies are that old as well. That's
right.
Yeah. Whoa.
Right? Like, he's literally Inspector Gadget. I'm like, wow, they saw this and they're like, that's our gadget. Right there.
Crazy. That's our childhood.
I loved that movie growing up. I always wanted, I was like, oh, maybe they can put a springy arm in my arm, that would be cool. But it's actually kind of terrifying if you think about it. It's RoboCop.
Not RoboCop. Wait, they actually kind of are similar.
Inspector Gadget is RoboCop.
He's like upgraded RoboCop though.
RoboCop with silly string and toothpaste.
And a helicopter hat. Rooney believes obviously that this is Sloane's father because it's from a distance. You could make the excuse that he should know it is Ferris, but it's from a distance. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
For the story here, that's
But you should know it's Ferris. It literally looks like Ferris Bueller in a fucking trench coat and hat.
I think that's the idea. Is like this is a kid's idea of what an adult looks like.
It's like 2 kids in a trench coat.
Exactly,
like that classic thing.
Yeah.
It's so good. And then in probably the most quoted line from me, Callum, and our friends group, Sloan walks down to Ferris. He
is
just
so
says,
gross.
"Do you have a kiss for Daddy?"
Yeah.
And then they actually just make out
They start
at the
making
car
out.
while Rudy's watching.
And he's like, so that's what that kind of family is. Like,
We do this line all the time. Like, there's no even context to give to it. If anything comes up, we just kind of just go, "Do you have a kiss for Daddy?"
Yeah.
It's so weird. I don't know why we do it.
it's weird the way he. It's almost like he's quoting something, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, it's
I
just
don't know.
weird.
It's
It's
odd.
just fucking weird.
Yeah.
Right.
And like they're aware that Rooney's still watching them, and they're just like, yeah,
They don't care. They've got out.
Yeah.
He can't chase them in a fucking car. Like,
Yeah.
he's, like he's not going to chase down after a fucking Ferrari.
But no, there's still the charade is still there though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Until they jump into the car, and
Well, even-
Cameron has been thrown under cover.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. He's still hiding,
But
so they're not.
when they zoom off, they throw the hat off and they let out the scream, and that's where Rooney goes, "Oh, balls! Okay,
Yeah.
that wasn't who it was."
You know,
Because he
another
like
Simpsons reference. Remember that episode where
Skinner?
Skinner's like the
Just-
Terminator going
Yeah,
after
yeah,
bars. Yeah.
I wrote it down somewhere. Actually,
walking through the river
Through the water. Yeah. It's
That's
so great.
so good.
That's a great episode.
Where have I? So yeah, Cameron's hiding. Ferris looks right at us and he goes, "If you had access to a car like this, would you take it back right away?" And then he answers instantly himself, "Neither would I."
Yeah.
What about you guys? You're in this situation. Are you taking that car back?
Nope.
Not knowing what's coming. If you're right there, you've got your girlfriend, your best friend, fucking Ferrari.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to bring that home. I'm seeing where I've already committed to it now at this point, and I'm like, right, I'm going to just see where it takes me.
I wouldn't want to be such a dick to Cameron. I'd be like, all right, let's get it back before the mileage goes up.
That's true. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to do it. That car is so good. That car is sick.
Yeah.
I just driving around in New York with the car.
I think
and
I would just be a bit more like
vibing.
Cameron. I'd be a bit nervous about what's going to happen to this. You know?
We'll just stick Seb into the back of the car and cover him up. We'll protect Seb.
I would be in the back, yeah. So you two making out in front of the teacher.
Oh shit!
Ah.
Steve, we make it out.
I guess
Wow.
so. Do you have kids for daddy?
Do you have a kiss for daddy?
Practice that line.
That's even worse, right? So it's that, and they're tricking the dean into thinking that she's making out with her dad.
Yeah,
and
It's just gross.
their friend is third wheeling, is under a cover, having to listen to this as well the whole time, and it's his dad's car too.
Yeah.
Layers.
Yeah. Layers.
It is here where I have a nice little Easter egg. So when the car drives off, there's a license plate that says nervous, but the E is missing, which is just a very clear hint to Cameron is nervous. It's his dad's car. Well, every car belonging to a main character in this movie has an Easter egg. So Ferris's mother's car's license plate is VCTN, which is a reference to National Lampoon's Vacation, which is a comedy movie that John Hughes wrote for.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rooney's license plate is 4FBDO, which is for Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Okay.
Jeannie's car's plate is TBC for The Breakfast Club, which Hughes obviously directed. And Ferris's mam's car is MMOM, which is a movie with Michael Keaton in it called Mr. Mom that John Hughes wrote for as well. So all the license plates are references for movies he worked on.
That's
which
cool.
is really fucking cool. I love when people, it's like, not to bring up the MCU too much, but I like when Spider-Man movies were putting the comic numbers and titles into car plates in their movies as well.
Deadpool. This is all just
it's
all
so
right
good.
here. Yeah.
But yeah, we're finally on our road trip now. So I know I've been picking apart everything, and we're actually on the road trip. We're getting the day off, and it's only been how long in the recording?
We are 2.5 hours in at this point.
But we're actually getting it now, so don't worry. We're getting to the end. You'll see the time on the video at the start, and you'll realize I've been lying this whole time. It's going on for time.
Wow, this is the first 10 hours podcast. That's crazy.
It might be, I'm sorry. There's a week break. You'll have so much to take in, and then you can all give out to me at the end. I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Exactly. All you're going to hear, you two, for like the next couple of streams, are like, or next week, you're like, where's the new episode? Where's the new episode? So here, you've got this now.
Exactly.
You have a mega episode. Don't worry.
It's going to take all night to render. This could be huge.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, Steve.
It's all good. It's all good.
Love you.
You guys should see my method for getting the audio. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Anyway, yeah. That's
Trio
That's
spinning around. We get a scene with a kid gathering money in the school. There's a very obvious product placement Pepsi can on the screen for a good couple of seconds here. And there's a whole bunch of people saying "Save Ferris." There's a "Save Ferris" campaign, and I ordered a T-shirt last week that was supposed to arrive on Friday so I could have it for the recording, and it never showed up.
Bastards.
for this
Save
audio
Ferris
recording.
Yeah.
I
I know,
was
it would have been for myself.
I was just watching Twister, and they have a look at like the weather map, and it's like the storm's coming, and it goes into the Pepsi logo, and I'm like, no way is that product placement. And then a character like walks in with a Pepsi. I'm like, okay, that was.
Once you start to realize it in movies, you start to realize it the whole way through it. Then once one bit of product placement gets you, the rest of the movie you'll notice it.
Yeah. If you watch any
always like
Sony
that.
movie, everybody's rocking a Sony
Yep.
laptop. Sony's really bad for it.
They're terrible for it, like ridiculous. And there's a lot of movies where if a car sits on the screen for too long with their logo there, it'll click in my head, and then that's the rest of the movie ruined because I'll be constantly thinking about, like, obviously the movie could still be good, but in my head, every time a car comes on, oh, Chevrolet.
Yeah, you know how
Chevrolet.
like the latest James Bond, the most recent James Bond was delayed because of COVID and stuff. Like they had to change like what his watch was and like a bunch of like the product placement because it had been like years since they'd made those deals and they'd ran out, so they had to get new deals.
Our Save Ferris student runs into Jeannie, who's clearly getting pissed off now at the fact that everybody is funding Ferris's lies. She smacks the can out of his hand, tells him that he needs to go piss up a flagpole, and he replies, "What if you needed a favor for Ferris Bueller? Then where you'll be, her, you heartless wench." So, like the whole, and this, I like this little bit because it's fucking huge for Jeannie as a character. Nobody knows Jeannie is fucking Ferris Bueller's sister in this movie at all.
Nobody the entire time except for the parents, obviously. That's it. Yeah.
Nobody in the school. There's another character we'll talk about later in another place that genuinely had no idea at all. There's nobody that treats her like Ferris' sister, especially with the hype around the school where it's like, oh, we need to save Ferris. Nobody even recognizes that this is Jeannie Bueller. So it just builds up more of a reason why she's so fucking pissed off. Everybody loves Ferris but doesn't even know who she is. She's basically invisible to everybody in that school. Even the girl that we mentioned earlier that comes up and it's like, oh, he's giving his eyes to Stevie Wonder. She pops in, has a conversation, and leaves. It's not like they're a friend. It's like they just mentioned it to her.
Yeah, I don't even know if she has friends, Jeannie. She seems like if you threw a normal person into this world. Right?
She's just like she's the one that's kind of like
anyway. She gets the Ferris Bueller virus. That just gets to her eventually.
The Ferris Bueller virus.
The Ferris Bueller virus. Everything he comes in contact with gets tainted by it. And the world goes wacky.
It is here after this where Rooney tries to call up the Peterson family phone, but in another step by the genius that is Ferris Bueller, they've already recorded a fake answering machine crying about the passing of Sloane's grandmother. Rooney's suspicion is obviously growing. He's like, there's no way this is real. The trio, which I'm going to keep calling our Sloane thing, the tree that we're going to be with for the movie, they pull a Ferrari into this car park in the middle of New York, and we're introduced to this creepy looking guy who Ferris pays to take care of the car against Cameron's wishes. Ferris gives us a look after the guy. If he asks the guy, do you speak English? And the guy very wittily answers, like, what do you think this is? Of course I speak English.
This is America, right? Is that what he says? Something like that.
Something like that.
I have a massive problem with this scene, and it only happened this year.
Oh.
I hate it. Character is not named here. This character, his name's not mentioned. He's a little piece wrote on his shirt, but there's no name on it. It's whatever company he's working for, right?
Yeah.
Later on in the movie, we'll see him and somebody else driving off in the car. They meet up with his friend. His friend jumps into the car after Ferris Bueller pays them to take the car, and they drive off in the speed, right?
I thought they were stealing the car straight away. I was like,
that's what they bait you into. It's like, oh, look, the slimy guys, right?
Yeah.
Right? But thanks to the world of streaming and everything popular needing to be tainted, last year Paramount Plus said that they're making a movie about those two guys and Sam and Victor's day off of what they did when they took that fucking car.
In the car.
Yep. 40 years later.
Nah,
Them actors aren't going to be in it.
I love it.
It's going to be recast.
That's fantastic. Let's just fucking do it.
No,
I'm all in. I'm all in. That's amazing. I love taking like a tiny character and being like, all right, let's follow this guy right now. That's
but it
hilarious.
ruins you making up your own story. Like this is just my opinion. I think you can just go, oh, what could they have got up to?
It's
you leave
true.
it into your own head.
We didn't need to find out that Han Solo got his name because he's called Han and he has no family, so he's Solo. You know,
that's why he's called Han Solo.
Have you not seen Solo?
No,
that's
the only saving grace for me is Donald Glover, and I even don't think he does a good Lando. He's just in it.
He's doing a good Donald Glover. He's not doing a good Lando.
No.
I honestly, I like the Solo movie.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun. That's not me saying I think it's good, but I like it.
Yeah.
I like
Alden
see
Ehrenreich.
some qualities to it.
I think he's fun.
I didn't until Oppenheimer. When I seen him in that, I kind of got him.
Yeah, is it Hail Caesar as well? He's pretty fun in that too.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. It's a shame that Solo was ever made, right?
Okay.
Because it shouldn't have been made. It's not needed. Nope. But in hindsight, if you think about all the other stuff, I'm fucking going on my Disney bullshit again. Yeah.
I'd watch it over the last two Star Wars movies we've got.
I understand your point, Bex. I get it. Okay. You don't need to know. The magic is in what could be, but also I do love a spin-off where it's like, let's just take these characters that kind of mean nothing. I mean, look at Better Call Saul, right?
Yeah.
Better Call Saul is one of the best pieces of TV
That's how you do
ever,
it right, though.
Right? Exactly. So it can be done right. I don't think this will be done right. Who's making this? You say Paramount?
It's Paramount Plus, and the guy that is directing it, it's going to be his first direction. And if I'm right, he produced the recent It movies.
Okay, well,
which has given me the first one's good. The second one is
I don't like the second one. I like the first one.
I don't know. Again, my opinion on this is just if it had been made closer to the actual film and maybe John Hughes had done it, I'd have been like, cool.
Well, that's almost a surprise. If this was a very successful movie,
then I get a Ferris Bueller franchise, and I do not want that.
I guess we just weren't really into the big franchises as much in the 80s as we have now, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you had like a bunch of aliens over the time. We had our Star Warses, but like you would just have a Planes, Trains, and Automobiles that we don't need to make another one. The director's going to go and he's going to make a different story rather than, continue doing the same beats.
Sometimes you can just leave things alone, which, not to bring it up entirely right now, but it's a conversation that's happening on Twitter right now about long legs. I think you don't need to do sequels for things all the time. You can leave movies as a solo. No, the internet is talking about wanting one. A big discussion of should we get one? Do you want a prequel, a sequel? Should you leave it alone?
I think horror lends itself more to that. Like we've done a lot of discussion with horror movies and like how I love that we have all of those Off the Dead movies. Like that's a director with lots to say in that world, right? But there's so many shit horror sequels. And this,
just movies in general, I think some movies can stand.
As we hinted to earlier, this had a sequel in a sense of a TV show. That it never needed to have. Yeah. No. Okay. Where we're these guys, they take the car. They take the car, and we'll do that episode when that movie comes out.
Well, maybe we'll see. But yeah, that was just my piece on that. I just need to say it because it's too late to be doing it, but whatever. We cut to Ferris Bueller's mom, coming in to check on Ferris at home, who we obviously know is in the home, but she's walking towards the door. There's there's Nightmare on Elm Street kind of like synth music playing in the background. It's building up. It sounds very like nightmare-y. She peeks in the door, and we've got an example of two things. Ferris has the best Home Alone setup here.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's Macaulay Culkin. It's this is what it is. You know when he has like is it Michael Jordan cut out and is trying to make the silhouettes all look like they're people in having a house party. Yeah.
He's controlling it all with like it's attached to his feet and his hands.
That's what's happening here. Where it's like the door opens and the wire on the door moves something else, which moves the doll, which switches on the tape to say like make noises.
It's got the snoring going on.
Yeah, and the hand goes up. Yeah.
Second point: his mother is either blind or knows he's not in that bed. Because when she peeks in the door, there's a mannequin arm out of the cover in her eyesight. Like, she can literally see it. So she's either decided that she doesn't care and she's going to pretend that he's in that bed, or she's blind.
So sometimes mothers just don't want to accept when their kids are doing something bad, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, it's very obvious. It's extremely
it's
obvious.
It's literally poking out.
We're in cartoon world. What can I say? Like, that's just what it is.
So
he just
bad.
doesn't lose. He just doesn't lose, Beckham. He just doesn't lose.
Man is mega sigma.
Mega.
She leaves the house. She doesn't care. She whatever. We're led in the movie to believe that she believed that was Ferris, but she shouldn't. Mm-hmm. We then cut to the trio in the Willis Tower, which is considered to be one of the tallest buildings in America. I think it is the tallest building in America. Yeah. There's a lovely shot in here where all three of them press their head against the glass that I've always had as like wallpapers on my phone. I even had a poster of it one time, but I lost it. It's really nice, just the three of them. And I've always had this on my bucket list to go here and recreate that scene. I've always wanted to go into the Willis Tower. And I don't know what the ruling is now. It's been like so many years, you're probably not allowed to get up and put your head against glass, but I'd love to at least go to the Willis Tower and if I could recreate the scene. The Ferris tells us then that everything from 1,353 feet up is very peaceful, and poor Cameron is still in his head about the car, so he's thinking he can see his dad from all the way up there. In his head, all he can think about his father. He's like, I can see him from all the way up here, which very clearly you can't. Everybody looks like ants at that kind of height. So there's a lot of cutting into different scenes. So we get one here with a trio chilling at a stockbrokers, like battling in a stock exchange. I don't know what any of that stuff is. I just know it from Wolf of Wall Street.
I don't understand. And the guy keeps doing hand movements and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, they're just clapping their hands in front of it. I don't get it. And anybody that understands that, I actually envy you, because there's a lot going on in there. And a lot of businesses run straight through all that kind of shit, so it's crazy. And Ferris, being a crazy boy, turns to Sloane. He's like, "You want to get married today?" Yeah. So Sloane is like laughing it off, and then Cameron jumps in with a very difficult line for him to say in his group, and he's like, "I'll give you 2 reasons why you shouldn't get married. My mother and my father, they're married and they hate each other. You've seen them, am I right? He loves that car, but not his wife." Yeah. And as he says that, neither one of Ferris and Sloane really know what to do. They're just kind of like gobsmacked. And it's another just little moment of Cameron getting to open up and tell us that, like, he hates his parents. He doesn't like their relationship, the way they are with each other.
Yeah.
Which obviously we get a whole lot more as now we're opening up Cameron. It's from here where Cameron really starts to let himself open up to, even to the day. He's starting to a little bit relax. He's thinking about his father. He's a little bit panicked about the car, but it's starting from here to, he's starting to go with the flow of what's happening with the day a little bit. And like, I think it's Cameron here, from here on out, where he starts to mix up the emotion, where we have this very happy, goofy movie happening. Then there's this one spot in the movie that is Cameron that's not on the same level as the rest of the movie. Everything else is goofy, cheerful, fun. And then Cameron is underneath that as the complete opposite. He's got more going on. He's a little bit more complicated. He's a little deep. He's very anxious. And I don't know. I think Cameron's fun here.
Cameron and his sister, they're both, they've not taken the Bueller juice yet, you know? Like,
yeah.
They are the more realistic people in this world, and Cameron's just to a really dark extent. I mean, his sister too. Actually, she's pretty messed up by the time she gets to the police station towards the end.
That's true.
Yeah.
I just have it like wrote here that it's like, I find it kind of hard in the movie to see a character that's like this, where especially like, now that I've gotten older, when I used to like watch the movie growing up, I'd be like, I'm so Ferris. I'm definitely Ferris Bueller. Like, I'm the cool guy in this movie.
You want to be Ferris, but we're
like,
we're all cynical and nihilistic and get down and depressed and, you know, think dark thoughts like Like,
There's elements, there's elements when there's elements with of Cameron in us all in us all as well, you know.
yeah.
I've again big deep cuts now, but anytime I watch it recently, I start to relate to Cameron a lot when it comes to this, because I am definitely like Cameron in social sense. I'm usually the one that's not like checked in mentally in big groups. There's often times where I've been out on like a night out with a bunch of friends and like, are you okay? And I'm just like, yeah, haha. But in my head, I'm just like, I'm just not here. I'm genuinely, I'm still sat at home. I'm just in body in this kind of group. And I can see it in Cameron in a lot of scenes in this movie where he's just like, I should have stayed in bed when Ferris called. I'm now in the situation where I'm out. So what do I do? And like, again, the scene here where he says this and both Ferris and Sloane don't react, I have numerous memories of when my mental health was like really bad, and I'd be saying, like, I'd say something where I wouldn't realize I've said something, where I'm in like, if I'm on a night out with friends and then I've said a comment where I'm like, I meant it to just get off my chest and it's ruined it, but nobody's reacted. So it's the same as like Cameron here, where I've said something I didn't mean to get it out, but it just kind of fell out and then nobody reacts. And it's the same in this movie where Cameron says this piece about his parents and their bad relationship, and both Sloane and Ferris are just like, cool, okay, frozen, we'll move.
Mm-hmm.
It's suddenly too real.
Yeah.
It's like it's in that moment. It's kind of like we as the audience are told and we're shown that, like, right, as much as Ferris is trying to enjoy this day off and make the most of it and bring Sloane and Cameron out to see the city and stuff, like, it just this happy moment is only going to be fleeting, sort of thing. That there's still just like the underlying kind of like sadness there of like Cameron's going to be like, yeah, okay, well, he got coerced into this plan, but there's still very much darker things on his mind, you know, sort of thing, that he's just not a happy guy. And he just like he's like trying to give them advice by saying, oh, you don't get married because I'll give you 2 reasons, because he's seen what happened to his parents and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just there's
Cameron's actors, like, his eyes are fantastic.
Yeah.
So good. I just you can't get lost in his eyes. I think maybe it helps that he was older, because he looks aged, you know, like in his sickness and sadness, he looks aged compared to Ferris, who's so youthful and, you know,
fresh and bright and stuff like that. Yeah.
Strong.
Cameron looks like he's just, his eyes at times he's looking. There's a great scene coming up where he just there's a kind of back and forth between him staring at something and his eyes just look like empty.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, they're just like kind of glazed over. He kind of
sees through things, like it's seeing past things, you know, like when he's seeing. Yeah. He's not looking at what's in front of him because his head is somewhere else. Yeah.
This movie has a weird thing as well of dropping a very deep moment and then cutting you right back into something good. There's a lot of moments where they'll say something, which is happening here. They'll say something, cut right back into goofy. They don't even like sit on it. So after that moment there, we just straight away cut to the Chez Louise restaurant.
Yep.
Which is a very high profile diner where our trio stick out like a sore thumb. They're not as quietly the same vibe as everybody else that's in the place. Ferris is looking at I think it's like the reservation list that's on the table left by whoever's working there. They just left it there, and he's figured out a name that he's going to use as his name to get them in. So when the Matra D shows up, he's instantly suspicious because he knows that these guys definitely don't look the part to be in this diner. They're not the same. And when asked, Ferris Bueller says that his name is Abe Froman, to which the Matra D responds, so you're the Sausage King of Chicago.
Sausage King of Chicago. That made me laugh.
Imagine having that as a title. Yeah. That must be sick as fuck. Like, who are you? I'm Abe Froman, Sausage King of Chicago.
Abe Froman, yeah.
That's so sick. Ferris obviously didn't realize that Abe was such a big name, but he backs himself. He says, this is exactly who I am. I won't, like, he's not backing down. There's a little back and forth between the snotty Matra D. In another case of quick thinking, Ferris goes, right, I'm going to call the police.
Yeah.
And the Matra D's like, no, I need to take a call. There's a call in there. And he's like, nope, go find another phone or I'm going to shout red. So Matra D has to run on through the hotel to find another phone. Ferris again talks to us and he goes, A, you can never go too far, and B, if I'm going to get busted, it's not going to be by a guy like that. So the Matra D is on the phone, and on the line it's Sloane, and he asks Sloane, can you describe who Abe Froman is, because you're looking for him? And she describes Ferris down to a T, to what he's wearing, calls him devilishly handsome. They get a little romantic moment where they're looking at each other and they look like a kiss. And our Matra D is like, he's freaked out. He's like, fuck, this might actually be Abe Froman. So he switches over to the other line where Ferris would be on the phone, but Ferris again knows that's coming.
Yeah.
And he's got Cameron to do his stupid voice again to pretend to be a police officer talking to Abe Froman. Is his voice actually that good where he starts to trick people? Is it just good,
terrible.
or are we just picking on it?
It's terrible. It's real bad.
But I guess people, the people in these situations, like the Matra G and Rooney, they're just not expecting it to be this elaborate. It's so...
It's a pretty wild thing to do. Like how he managed to get his friends, and they know the number, or they know which button to press to call inside the place. Like, like just the fact that all this works is...
It just works out unrealistically, but it works out.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't dig too deep into exactly what's happening, you just let the fun happen. You go, cool, it's working. If you think about it, you're like, how?
That's why I found myself stopping at times. I was like, oh, I should have took a note of that, but I was able to remember it. But there's times where I just I just shut my brain off, or I just allowed myself to just sit and like, right, let's watch these hijinks ensue. Let's watch all the shenanigans he comes up with and how he manages to get himself like out of any situation. So
as Seb keeps saying, it basically is a cartoon land. Like he could have pulled the phone out of his pocket at that point and started calling up somebody if he'd wanted to. Like it's like that. They do get to sit down and eat, but we get a little moment then after that where Ferris is in the bathroom. I don't think so.
They should have shown him eating some sausages.
Should have done that. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
He only has a menu. I don't think they actually have the food. He has like a menu because he hides behind it. Then we get a little moment with Ferris in the bathroom. He's looking in the mirror that he's using to look at us through the fourth wall.
Yeah.
And he talks to us, and there's a whole monologue here that kind of is important when it comes to Cameron and Ferris's understanding of him. So he's like, I used to think that my family was the only one that had weirdness in it. That used to worry me. Then I saw Cameron's family functioned. His whole life is really twisted. That's why he's sick all the time. It really bothers him. He's the only guy I know who feels better when he's sick. If I had to live in that house, I'd probably pray for disease too. The place is like a museum. It's very beautiful and very cold, and you're not allowed to touch anything. Can you appreciate what it must have been like for Cameron to be in that joint as a baby? I'm actually amazed that I got the car out of the garage. I caught Cameron digging the ride once or twice. It's good for him. It teaches him to deal with his fear. Plus, I must be honest here, I love driving it. It's so choice. If you have the means, I highly recommend picking one up. So you get this whole monologue where he talks very vaguely about his side of knowing what's happening with Cameron. He very vaguely talks about him being sick, but not really sick, which is like a hint at Ferris knowing he's depressed, but thinking he's acting as sick, so he doesn't really understand himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of like it's like, again, to bring my own experience in, there's a lot of my best friends when I've gone through stuff that they didn't realize. And then when I said it to them, they're like, oh, I thought this, and this. So this is like Ferris has half of a jigsaw of what Cameron's going through, and he's pieced his own pieces together. Like, oh, he's got this amazing house, but he doesn't like it. He's got this really big ass, like, they have money, but he doesn't appreciate it. He's always sick, but he's not sick.
Yeah.
He's happier when he's alone being sick. So it's like he's piecing his own pieces together again with half of the story, which is, it's complicated. And it doesn't excuse Ferris or what he does to manipulate him, but it shows he understands that there's something going on, and that's why he's doing what he's doing today to help Cameron get out of that bubble.
It's really Cameron's day off, you know?
Yeah.
Again, he is the actual main character.
Yeah,
Ferris is just a guy.
He has a character arc compared to him and Jeannie both have character arcs, whereas Ferris and his girlfriend don't really. So, yeah.
We did mention it earlier. It's like, again, Cameron is number one. Ferris is the enabler, and then Sloane is just there to back the enabler.
Yeah.
That's basically the way the movie runs. So the meal, he's gone out of the bathroom, then he's tipped the guy that's sitting there, and the meal does not come without its own awkward twist, because right as the monologue ends and Ferris leaves the bathroom, his dad comes out of a cubicle. They're in the same place. He's outside chatting with some business friends, and Ferris talks to us and he goes, 4,000 restaurants in the downtown area, and I picked the one that my father goes to.
Yeah.
And they do this really cool, put their hats on, the glasses on, they do a little snap, they get away, they creep in behind Ferris's dad to get into a taxi, and they've just narrowly, again, unrealistically gotten away because while the businessmen are talking, they're literally stood above them. Like, there's not even a foot in the distance between them. And
sometimes they're like next to each other, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, there's a lot of very like, why do you not know that that's your fucking son right there?
yeah, it's pretty close calls.
Is it in the, where does he have the monologue and he says the line, Beckham, only the meek get pinched, the bold survive?
Right there. Yeah, right as they do right before they do the snap of their fingers, they say that bit.
I love that line.
It's so cool. And they just look stylish. Fuck.
Yeah.
They look so cool. And again, though, the parents in this movie are fucking awful. Like, they're very nice parents and whatever, but
they're good people.
They're awful.
But they're
They don't realize that their son is Dennis the Menace, though. To be fair, like
that's true.
They don't. They are people in his world. Yeah.
After this, we just cut to Rooney, who's decided to take his investigation onto another level. He wants to know what's going on. So he's showing up at a diner, and there's this arcade machine. There's two people stood there. And in French, he says, "The game is up. Your ass is mine." And as he's saying that, somebody who stood in front of him turns around, and it's a woman who has short hair, who he's confused to be Ferris
wearing
Bueller.
The same outfit as Ferris as well.
Yeah, very, very similar, same looking outfit.
Yeah.
And he thought it was Ferris. She just takes a slurp of her drink and spits it right into his face.
This is
that line.
I adore the whole 80s punk look for American 80s punk. So cool. I love it. I wish it was still a thing almost. And like the idea of going hanging out at arcades and like at the juice bar and stuff. Maybe it was really shit, but like the movies make it look real nice, you know.
I wish I got the experience that, even if I could like time travel back just to like the early 80s kind of like that sort of scene.
Go check that out.
Just to see what like disco, what it was like, the rollerblading disco was,
or
like,
even if just more places did it. It's like a retro thing. Nowhere really does like these 80 nights anymore, which would be really cool to just do it.
Bigger cities. I live in a tiny place, so we never get any of that stuff here. Yeah,
we'll do our own. We know Kino 80s night boys.
You got to dress up as your favorite 80s movie character. Oh, that'd be so cool.
I'm going as Ferris Bueller. Let's go.
I'm going to Steve Harrington, I guess.
Ferris Bueller is pretty easy Halloween costume.
Yeah. You can easily buy all the stuff. I looked at it before. Definitely.
I just
That's sad.
Scoops Ahoy outfit.
Scoops Ahoy.
Who would you go as, Seb?
80s, favorite 80s character. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'd be Rhodes from last week.
That'd be sick too.
And I just yell at people all the time. That'd be pretty cool.
Choke on them.
Choke on them.
Oh, gosh dang.
I'm running this goddamn monkey farm.
It's after he gets spat on that he used to go clean himself up, and he joins the Oblivious Dummy Squad, because as he's cleaning himself up, he turns his head for like a millisecond, and on the TV there's a baseball game where Ferris has caught a baseball.
Yep.
And now he's hanging out, and they're singing, "Hey, bada 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 swing, bada bada swing." He's missed it. He's just completely missed his chance. Yep. And then he asks, I think there's like a restaurant owner, a burger joint kind of guy, and he asks who's winning the game.
Yeah.
He's like, nobody scored yet. He's like, oh, who's winning? And the guy's just like, the Bears are winning, I guess. Just nobody scored, but they're winning.
Oh, yeah. He scored, and he asks who's winning.
It's so dumb. It's like, yeah, it's 0-0, but who's winning? It's like, oh, come on.
Then, in Rooney's defense, I don't understand the rules of baseball at all. So, how do you even score in baseball? Home runs? Is it?
Slap the ball. If they don't catch it and throw it back to the base you're getting to, you can keep going and you get points.
You got to do a full round track around the base, right? Full right. You got to hit each base and then do a full lap, right, before the ball gets back. Is that it? Or is that round?
Yeah, basically. If you make it the whole way around, without the person stood on the base getting the ball thrown before you reach it, then you get a point. That's basically summing it up.
I don't know, but that is like when I watch football, I'm like, my dad will be watching football and I'll walk in and I'm like, oh, with 50 minutes and it's still 0-0. What's the point? Who's winning? Yeah.
It's like when the Euros was on, shout out to Kate, she was like, oh, football's boring, I don't get how you get it. And then I was like, it's so hard to explain the sport when like I've grown up knowing every little detail about it, and then there's get it. It's very complicated to explain it.
Yeah, I'm not a sports guy. It doesn't appeal to me. But I get it. I think if I had money on it, I'd be more into it,
It makes it worse. I had like an era where I used to watch UFC fights and I'd put like little bets on stuff, and then one guy'd lose every week, so I stopped doing it.
But it would make it interesting, like at least there's some stake, there's personal stake involved. This is why I'd always rather like play a video game instead, because then I'm in control and it's me doing it. You know what I mean?
Seb's going to play FIFA on stream. We're going to get him learning football.
The last FIFA I played was probably like 97 or something like that.
Fortnite. No, Fortnite tournament.
Fortnite football.
Fortnite tournament. Yeah. There you go.
Maybe the last sports game I played was like Quidditch on the PS1.
That's a banger, though. To be fair,
or that was a banger or whatever. I can't remember.
The sport of kings is Quidditch. Yeah. I do quite enjoy the Quidditch myself. Yeah.
Nice accent.
That's good.
From here, then we've got Jeannie is getting pissed off even more. So she leaves the school. She's done. She's like, I hate him. So she's out of school. And Rooney has decided in his investigation he's going to pull up to the Bueller house, and he rings the door. And of course, in another step, Ferris has a plan for this as well. He's got an automated message that's him sickly answering the door, and he's like, "Who? I can't come to the door. I'm so weak. I'll fall down the stairs."
Ill, then I won't be able to go to school anymore.
And then once that plays, Rooney's like, "All right, you have to come out." And then he goes to press the door again, and the automated message starts again. So Rooney's like, the little shit is definitely not fucking in there.
Yeah.
So he thinks it's a good idea to go sneaking around the side of the house. And you know what, Steve, you got this one because your friend liked this. You can tell us what happened at the side of the house.
Oh gosh. This was the scene that like the person shout out Anita, she was watching it with me. She's been great actually. She's been watching most of these movies alongside me, so it's always nice to have someone else as well to discuss them with, when they end before I get into the recording with you guys. It's the more perspectives the better.
But
this scene is wild. It's he's trying to like, he's looking in the window and he steps on like he steps on. Does he set off a sprinkler? So, first of all, the mud. He's sinking in the mud. This is very
Home Alone here.
Yeah,
and Ferris hasn't set any traps up either.
Nope. This is just general. This is just nature. Yeah, Mother Nature fighting back. It's like for some reason he's standing like the flower bed or like just like near the house, and he sinks into the ground. And he tries to get like his foot out. His foot gets stuck. His shoe gets stuck underneath in the ground, so he's just out there in his bare ass sock. The hose, he sets off with his foot somehow. Impressively, he sets off like the valve or something, which starts to spray water everywhere. He tries to plug that with his foot again, making himself like.
It's really Mr. Bean in his way through this.
Yeah,
but it's splashing up everywhere. He's like, he reaches down, digs into the ground to get his shoe back, and it's destroyed. And he uses the water to like just clean it all out. It's just a slapstick classic movie moment, because we're aware that Rooney is he's the foil to our protagonist, to Cameron, Sloan, Ferris. He's the foil. He's trying to catch them. He wants to bring them to justice.
He's maybe right though, because everybody who does hang out around Ferris Bueller ends up getting on his level, or like agreeing with him or like liking him.
He doesn't want, yeah, like you said, he just want a school full of ferals. Like, you know,
Ferals. Feral Ferrises.
so he's just, you know, he's going to extreme lengths to kind of like to catch him in his charade. But yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, like there's just this whole scene that just I thought it was a throwback to like Mr. Bean's slapstick comedy. The more he tries to like fix the situation, the more things get worse and stuff like that. And it just it was goofy and it was fun.
The house there is a very American looking house in these movies that we watch growing up. It's got do a lot of American suburban houses have crawl spaces? Is this like a Is that like actually, a thing?
Movies would lead me to believe
we don't
it.
have crawl spaces.
No,
here.
no,
that's not a thing we have.
A lot of kind of the old traditional American
the land they were built on. I don't understand it.
Because a lot of the probably ground or like, you know, the soil or what like that would probably be either uneven or it'll be unreliable or like prone to, like, especially if you're near rivers or canals or anything like that, probably prone to flooding. So crawl spaces, I seen it. I watched another movie recently. This is a great movie. M. Night. I can't pronounce his surname properly.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Shyamalan. Great movie, and there was a great. They used the crawl space in that movie in a really original kind of like horror-esque way. So they're more common than you'd probably think. But in Ireland we don't have any.
Yeah, there's a lot of great
where I am anyway.
Crawl space parts in movies. The babysitter had a good one. That was badass. Anyway, no, I just noticed that there was a crawl space under there, and I thought that was going to come in. I thought he was going to go in there, but he doesn't because this house is the world's biggest like cat flap, dog flap, and
doggy door.
And you understand why when you see that dog, you'll understand why.
We have Sam and Victor flying over the hill with the Star Wars theme song.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that was so cool.
I don't like saying their name.
That was awesome.
It's cool. It's sick. Sam and Victor.
Sam and Victor, okay.
Yeah.
Glad to have a blast. I just
They're just cruising, you know?
The music kicking in and just the car and their smiles. They're having the best time.
They're just having a great time, and I can't wait to find out what else they do with the rest of their day.
40 years later. It's the question I've asked myself for the last 38 years.
I can't wait for it to be Glenn Powell.
You know what would be great? If they do cast, it's the same two actors.
But they just de-age them.
No de-age. They just don't mention.
Just make them old.
Yeah, they just don't mention it.
That'd be so funny. But yes, as Seb has alluded to, Rooney then pokes his head through and we get a dog called Julian.
Yep.
The movie doesn't name him, but the novelization of the film did. His name is Julian.
He's a very scary dog. I went straight to doesthedogdie.com. And no, the dog doesn't die, but he does get wrecked later on.
He gets fucked. Is this dog scarier than the ones in The Omen?
No. I would say yes.
Ooh, you know what?
Yes.
Okay, so I was watching this. It was very late at night. I sent you guys a clip of what happened, but I was watching this cuddling my puppy. His little cockapoo is like a teddy bear. And when he heard the growling, normally he doesn't care about the TV, but they must have used a real dog like to growl for this. Like that must have been the dog growling.
Yeah.
He ran over to the TV and his posture changed and he's like squaring up at the TV and he's looking at it. And I'm like, it's all right. It's okay, Enzo. It's okay. And he's like, there's a dog in the TV. And then it like later on when the movie was finished, he kept going and looking behind, like making sure there's no dog in the corner. It's very
protective
cute.
Enzo.
It's very cute.
Good boy, Enzo. Best.
So our scary dog chases Rooney off to the side of the house. Yeah. And then we cut to the biggest scene in the movie. Probably it's my favorite scene in the whole movie.
I love this scene. I'm gonna obviously you're gonna walk us through it. I have 4 lines for this, but because I just sat there and I just took it all in and I just enjoyed it.
Do you want to say your piece, or will I run through it and we'll get back?
Because I'll be quick. I'll just say love the art museum montage and then the kind of stare off of the painting. I thought that was just baller.
Okay, right. So we're going to talk about the museum scene. It's going to get a little deep, but I'm going to talk through because I have a lot to say about the museum scene.
I'm glad you do.
So I'm going to read it exactly as I wrote it because if I stutter, back out or anything. I cut pieces out. I'm going to feel like I didn't say it right.
Okay.
So I have it as, excuse me, nearly burped myself out. I'm getting nervous now. My stomach's getting nervous. But anyway, so it's hard for me to pick a favorite scene from this. But every time I watch this movie, I get like a goosebump kind of feeling, and there's always a grin on my face, no matter how often I'll see it. I'll also be like very open and clear with everybody when I'm talking about this, and this is why I'm saying it's deep. This scene has gotten to me a lot of times where I'll watch it and I'll break down. So there's a double side to it where I'll get very happy and excited and like, oh, this is amazing. And then there's other parts of me where I will break down. And on this watch, I luckily didn't, but I had the brain in me to be like, I know what I want to say about this. There's a lot to unpack. The museum scene is beautiful. The song that's playing is an orchestra version of Please, Please, Please Let Me Get What I Want by the Smiths.
Okay.
I know, again, shout out to Callum, I know you love the Smiths, and that song is a connection piece for us without you even knowing it. But this part of the movie is kind of like nothing else for me. No matter who I've shown this to, anybody I've ever shown this to before is always like, it's so light, it's so fun, it's so cute, everything here is adorable. And it kind of takes my experience of this out of it. So I've never really sat and said any of this to anybody else. I've always let them have their cute. It's beautiful, all of the stunning visuals and all that. I've always let that said
this is probably the most interesting cinematography in
that
we get in this film is in this museum scene.
It's very different to the rest of the movie, even just the way it's shot and cut, and even with the music in the background, it's just it's more artistic.
Yeah,
more like a little like indie type movie.
It's real nice. I like it a lot.
So we get into it, and the very first shot we get is there's a teacher leading a line of kids along. They're all holding hands. A trio are in the middle of it. And there's even a break in the line where some of the kids are like, come on, join us, like kind of waving their hands and telling them to join. And I've always felt like this part of the movie is that these kids are probably on their first ever school tour or trip, whatever you call it, a school trip. And they look like they're about the age of it, where our trio are probably now on their last school trip, even though it's not an official one. It's their last time as three people going on a school trip together. Yeah. Because they're all going to be heading for college. They're all going to be doing whatever when semester ends. And we get a bunch of shots of paintings. There's no words. The music is playing. There's a bunch of like random just paintings. They're all very nice looking paintings. There's shots of the trio all stood together in poses, standing in front of paintings, taking it all in. And then we get back to back two very beautiful scenes. There's a shot of Ferris and Salone kissing in front of this blue stained glass art that looks like it's like a night sky. There's even a moon up on the top left. It looks fucking great. It's the kind of scene I have it written here, and I've always kind of scene where when you're imagining your life with somebody, you imagine something like this, doing something like this with somebody that you're in love with. You're gonna be like, I'm not a museum head, but even in my head, I'd be like, if this is the kind of moment you want to have with somebody.
Yeah.
But then we get to our heartbreaking shot. For again, like I've mentioned, for most people, when this part comes up, they're like, "Oh, Cameron's having a Cameron moment," and it's sad. It's so cute. The music's still playing, so it's still kind of cute. He's having his little moment, but whatever. But I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into it. So we see Cameron staring at a painting full of people, and there's a child in the center stood next to a woman who's holding an umbrella. And it cuts from Cameron to the child, back and forth, zooming closer between both Cameron and the child in this picture. And as we get closer and closer to the picture, the child starts to lose its texture. It's just losing its form. It's just all colors on the screen. And John Hughes himself has explained this scene as the closer he looks at the child, the less he sees, but the more he looks at it, there's nothing there. I think he fears that the more you look at him, the less you'll see.
Oh.
So there isn't anything there. That's him. That's like a little extension after it. So if like that's just I have it written here, and I fully believe this. It's some of the most beautifully written pain for a character that never said it.
Yeah,
it's there. It's visual. And it might like I know most people who've seen this, you probably wouldn't have connected to that. And I hope if anybody's seen this movie and you go back and watch it now, you're going to take this in. It's something again that I've said numerous times, and it's a reason I hold this movie really, really close to me. There's a lot of moments in my life where I've personally been here on this scene. It's I'm not a museum person, but it's mainly movies or TV where there's been times where I'm sitting and I'm watching something and that movie's not there, and in my head I'm just gone. And like I mentioned before, especially during COVID, I had a lot of very existential kind of struggles when it came to myself. And during COVID, I attempted my life. So there was a point at this stage of COVID where I had a moment like this, where I was just sat in my flat by myself. I could not for the life of you tell me what I was watching that day. It was pink, it was blue, it was green. And I sat there and I was like, this is it. This is where I haven't got much to go for. The world around me is gone. My life is gone. And I had this Cameron moment. And this is where I've been like this. And this is why this movie will always, no matter what happens in my life, who I meet, what experiences I'll ever have, I'll always have the Cameron scene in Ferris Bueller.
Oh man.
Like that's
Yeah.
wow. That's
like, I know, and again, I don't mean to draw everybody's vibe down now in the middle of the podcast, and this movie is fun.
yeah.
But I felt if I didn't talk this and be open about it, I'd have hated myself for not doing it.
We have this film for for you, bro. That's
like for the message that you took away from this, and the kind of the way you relate to this, and I can't blame you at all, because it was a very poignant. It's a very poignant scene, and there's such behind Cameron and Ferris's camaraderie. There's such a tragic story there for Cameron, that is just his life is not. He's not happy-go-lucky. He's not got the girl. He's not the popular one that everybody likes. He's depressed. He's lonely as well. He's got parents that don't get along. He's got a father who cares about material goods more. And it's just, when he's sitting there, when he's standing there and he's looking into the painting, and it's cutting back between the two, and it's like the more Cameron focuses, the less he sees. It's like it's a wonderful scene, and dude, that's. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. Like,
to add a positive extension to the end of the story, I'm trying to word this where it doesn't sound sad, but I spent a lot of time after what happened with my mum and dad, and this is going to be really stuffy now, so be ready for this, okay? As I was spending time with my mum and dad, basically babysat, I spent a lot of time watching streams.
Yeah.
And this was 2 weeks after happening, I came across the spooky meme.
Ah, there we go.
So 2 weeks after basically rock bottom, we met Seb. And since then now...
I'm tearing up, dude.
Like, I've never told Seb this before in my life. And I'm very anxious about Callum listening to this, because I've never been open about any of this before. Our family aren't like this. We don't openly talk like this. I've never told Seb this before ever in my life either. Basically, having his community was picking me back up off of things. And it's not to be like putting pressure on Seb or anybody from that community, but as I was on rock bottom, I met all of these people, and it was like I've always said this, and I've kept saying this, and I say this to my community all of the time. The day I met Seb, it was like I was there for years. Everybody treated me like I was there for fucking years. Mm-hmm. And I instantly, in my situation, I fit right in. And I'm doing it. It's stuffy as fuck. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I can never in my life thank Seb enough, and just his entire community, for what they've done for me the last
bro,
4 years.
I've been in similar places. I've been, real down and contemplating it all, and been on bridges and stuff. We're definitely gonna have to put a fucking trigger warning at the start of this.
Yeah.
Man, that's I
I didn't
often
mean to drop that in the middle now either.
No, I often think about what am I putting out into the world with what I do, and hoping that it's a good positive output, or like net positive. And I with life and with streaming, it's so much up and down. Like, hey, you get so close, and then maybe you just don't make it. The algorithm doesn't pick you up. You don't get the some days, you're just not feeling it. And the way the internet works is you just have to constantly push things out, otherwise you feel like you're gonna be forgotten, right?
Yeah.
That's really beautiful, bro. That's really
Well,
thanks, man. We've got.
I didn't want to entirely mellow out everybody's mood, but again, I have it wrote in like actually bold letters. It's like, if you don't talk about what's above right now, you're going to regret not saying something. So I was like, if I don't, it gives, like, again, at the start when you guys were like, if I said it to you, if you don't love this movie, that's totally fine. There's not a single part of me that would hate anybody that doesn't. I get it, but this movie and a handful of others, but mainly this movie, is very important to me because of scenes like this Cameron scene.
Yes, this is. See, now the film for you is completely different, right? The film, it's not the guys who made it, it's not the people who are starring in it, it's its own thing. For me, this film will always have
that connection,
that beautiful moment there. That's
like that.
Well, again, I know now if people listen this far, I'm going to get a lot of messages, and I do appreciate it. Most people from my community have listened to me talking about this very, very vaguely. And the main one I'm actually terrified of, and I know he's going to be listening to as far as Callum, because this all went on, and it was mainly like I was in the house and nobody talked about it, and I like, this is getting so deep, and I hate this, but my mum and dad, when it happened, did their very best, absolute best. And this is me mainly just talking to Callum. I'm talking to you. Mum and dad did their very best, but you know what they're like. They're very stubborn and they're very uneducated. And when it came to it, it mainly was just, like I've said, Seb's community picked me up, and the fact that you were there. I don't think I'd have been here if it wasn't for all of that. I really don't. And I've said it very vaguely in my own community. There's times where I get depressed, and all of you guys, Seb's community, Callum, my community, genuinely, this podcast in itself wouldn't even be happening, and I wouldn't have pushed myself to do stuff like this without all of you. So this is just me saying thank you in the middle of this. So
it's so mad the connections you can make.
You're a warrior, bro. I'm glad. I'm glad you're still there. I'm glad you took the steps you did to like pick yourself, like, with help, but people can only help you so much. Like you did a lot for yourself to get yourself back up, and that's why COVID was such a horrible. And I'll always look back, and you really look back on the world COVID, and it broke a lot of people, it broke up a lot of families, it destroyed the world, and it took a lot away from us. But yet, when I look at my situation, like, the fact that I was out of a job, or like I was out of like the public, like the hospitality job I was in, I was like, right, I'm going to take a shot at streaming. And I started streaming, and once I kind of like found my rhythm a bit, I managed to meet the incredible people that I have met, and I managed to form the bonds that I have formed. And so there's so many things I'm thankful for over the last 3 years that I've gotten thanks to streaming. And that's why, COVID was tough on us all, in our, like, in different ways, and it was tough on me too. But I'm so grateful for the decisions I made to kind of like get through that. The steps I took, because I was like, I always wanted to stream. I didn't think I'd be good at it or anything like that. I didn't think anybody would want to listen to me. But here we are now, and I've met you too. I've met so many great people in different communities because of it. There's gratitude there, and I'm glad to be here with you both, and I'm glad to be just rambling about movies week in, week out, and I'm so great. I feel so blessed. It's an awesome feeling, and
wait for me to bring the mood down.
Yeah, no, it's actually it's a really I think this is. Sometimes you need to hear people actually talk about this, so that if you're going through anything, you are not alone.
You're not alone.
We other people. I was going to say we all go through stuff like this. Not everybody does, but other people have their issues, and other people have their dark moments. And I'm just happy that we're all here today, able to make something really nice and do something together. Yeah, I'm very thankful for that. There's been a lot of talk about the pandemic and bad feelings, and now we're at the museum art gallery part. I don't know how much you guys know about my pre-stream life, but I used to be a curator at a museum. And we did some, I did a lot of different jobs at the museum. I was like, I guess I was more of like a assistant curator. I don't know what I did the same thing as everybody else. It's just the different roles that they would give us. I was also helped doing the exhibitions. I would also sit on the galleries and talk to all the visitors. I'd also sell tickets. I did 10 different jobs at this place. And I spent, it's a museum. It's in the middle of, there's nothing really here, and nothing ever changes there. So it's not bringing in any returning customers really, or visitors, because it's nothing new to ever see. So during the summer, nobody would come, right? During the winter, nobody would come. I spent so much of my time staring at these pictures. I think some of them are maybe even the same pictures from this film. Or very similar, definitely the same artists we had some of the work from. And just kind of contemplating my time and wishing I could do something more with my time. Now I'm stuck here just staring at this dusty picture that nobody cares about, in this dusty museum that nobody cares about, full of people that don't care for each other. And there were some really nice people, by the way, at the museum. I made some friends for life there. It's just the people who were running it ran that place into the ground. It's currently closed right now. It's probably reopen again. But it was a really awesome place to work that could have been so much more if it had the right management. But it never did. And so that's where I came from, and I came out of that, and I was like, fuck, I've just lost my career there.
Yeah.
And I was real down, and I was terrified for my family, because they're everybody in my family except for me is pretty ill, so I'm pretty fortunate that I'm not there, so I just want to look after them and stuff. And I've already said that's streaming started, and I guess it all just kind of it was all worth it. I'm so glad that I left that shitty job, and that luckily that enabled me to start chasing my dreams. They do the Ferris Bueller, life's too short. Let's do something you like, do something you want, and then get to meet so many amazing people, and just have these slight touches on people's lives.
Because I don't want to think about when you get to that crossroads, in your life, and you're thinking about what your next step is. Like you said, when you left the museum, for me and Beckham, when COVID hit, it's you're at this crossroads. You're just you don't know what the future is kind of looking kind of bleak, and you don't know where you're going to go next. And I don't want to think about if I never just took that time. I was like, all right, I'll get a PC. I'll sign up to Twitch, and I'll just start rambling into a microphone and streaming some gameplay, just play games, But we all made the right decision, and we're all here today.
Is this an awkward time now for us to have to say that we're going to have to take just ever second recording?
Wait, what did you say
okay.
you cut out? What?
We're going to have to take our second break mid recording. We passed the 2 hour again.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Oh my
No,
God.
we're an hour and a half in.
Yeah. We're an hour and a half. Sorry, my time is off. I must have started earlier. My bad. Just entirely my bad.
I was like, has it been 2 hours again already?
I looked on the time and mine was like 2 hours. Minutes.
This is wild that like Ferris Bueller, barely any notes for me. Bex, you've done such a great job so far, and you will continue to. But like, yeah, this is such an episode about us. We've jumped in and we've spoke movies, but thank you for listening to us talk about life and things and hang with us. And I hope, I hope you feel like you are hanging with mates, because that's what we're doing, and that's the vibe that I'm going for.
We're breaking the fourth wall. We're talking to you, the listener, directly. It's like, thank you for being along for the ride, because as great as this movie is, to just there's so much, the meaning behind it is just the movie's fantastic, but the message behind it is where you kind of like really get the conversation from, or you like your discussion.
The message. The message means the world to me. I'm not the biggest fan of this film. I don't think it's the greatest film.
Right.
But the message once it clicked for me, the message, I was like, I love that. That's and it's a good message. I feel like we are in a world where the youth really don't have a positive outlook on what the future could be.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a lot more there in the 80s, where it's like, oh yeah, we can go and do anything we want, and that was like the future can be anything, where that isn't the message that we really have right now, and that isn't what people are feeling right now and vibing with right now. And oh no, that's what I was thinking about when I was watching this. I was like, God, I'm so nihilistic. Like, I do not have the again, I'm a positive dude, but like the world really gets to me sometimes, and
it sucks out
we all need a bit of Ferris Bueller in us. We all need a bit of that Ferris Bueller juice, the Ferris Bueller mind virus. We need to be infected a bit, remember what happiness is, remember to have a good time. Like, because this is the goal we've got. Maybe this is the goal we've got. Yeah. Nice.
Back to you, buddy. Back to you.
Well, it's actually like, right. I have a note here before we get into the next one. It's like, awkwardly enough, after dropping those fucking emotion bombs on you guys, and now we've all opened up. So I've basically exposed all of us. Very awkwardly though, after having talked about all of that, the very next scene is probably the happiest in the whole fucking movie.
Oh yeah.
So like, as I mentioned earlier, they have the thing of like dropping madness on you and then just going, hey, something happy's happening now. So we do have the parade. There's a parade going on in the street, and weirdly enough, the trio are in a cab that has by chance pulled up right next to Ferris's dad.
Yep.
They play it off really well. They do a little switcheroo and it leaves Sloane awkwardly flirting.
This is the part in the movie where I just laughed at how absurd it is. Like
he should have seen
really
them.
got me.
100%.
I was giggling because I was like, this is so dumb, but I love it.
But they pull off like a little switcheroo. Sloane is like weirdly, awkwardly flirting.
Yeah.
Ferris asks at one point, he's like, what's he doing? Sloane replies, he's licking the glass and he's doing gestures with his hands, and he kicks at her. He's like, stop messing with me, kind of kick at her. Like Seb said, how did the dad not see Ferris and his crew here before doing the double check?
He looks at them and then he looks away, and then when he double checks, they're already like down in the footwell, just hiding. And Ferris's what's she called again? Ferris's girlfriend, Sloane. She's there, and Ferris's dad doesn't know her either.
No,
right?
No,
and she's blowing him kisses and winking at him and stuff. And
she's giving him
it's a bit like when Taz the Tasmanian Devil is chasing after Bugs Bunny, and then he'll like draw like makeup on himself and like walk in, hey, I'm a sexy bunny.
Put on a wig or something like that, or a dress.
It's in here where Cameron basically challenges Ferris by saying that he's not seen anything good today yet.
Oh, yeah.
And then Ferris can't have that. So we get a cut then where Sloane and Cameron have lost Ferris as they've hopped out of the cab and they're starting to walk around. But lo and behold, on the floats in the middle of the parade, Ferris Bueller is there lip syncing and dancing to Danke Schön. I don't know if I pronounced that right. That's German. Can't kill me. I said it wrong. Wayne Newton.
I can save you. Danke schön.
Danke schön. Thank you, because I definitely said Danke schön. By Wayne Newton is playing, and this is where I really love Ferris Bueller. He's doing this for Cameron.
Yeah,
he's making Cameron have that memory because he said he didn't see anything good today. He's doing all of this only for Cameron. He's charismatic. He's fun. Cameron, as this is happening, kind of opens up to Sloane a little bit more, and he says that he believes that Ferris is able to handle anything in life where he believes he himself struggles, and that Cameron doesn't even know what he wants to do in college yet. And Sloane gives him a bit of reassurance and goes, "Hey, don't worry, me neither."
Yeah.
I think because Sloane and Cameron they do have a few of these moments.
Yeah.
Where she's actually opening up and she's a bit more real with him than she ever is with Ferris. And I'm like, oh, maybe these two will end up together by the end of the movie. And maybe Ferris will just be a cool guy about it because he's a cool guy about everything. And I was like, is that where it's going to go? Because this is like, these two would maybe be good for each other if Cameron can sort his shit out. And, which he does by the end of the film, he gets it. Right.
Yeah, no,
sorry, that's just something I was thinking of when I was watching it.
No, it crossed my mind as well because Ferris seems to just have it all figured out. He wants to get he's not even worried about college. He's not thinking about college. He's not mentioning. He's like, what's on his mind is just like giving his best friend a good day, and then he's talking to his girlfriend. It's like, let's just get married today. Just fuck it. Like let's do it. Like it just there seems to be no kind of like concerns or worries with him, whereas the other two are probably have that moment where they do think and they think to themselves, oh, I don't really know what my plan is, and I think there's the relatability there between the two of them. That would be nice. That would be so maddening that like imagine the movie went like that.
It goes in that direction.
Ferris gets cooked, and then he just completely chill about it.
Cooked is the sequel.
He's just totally chill about it,
Yeah, I know.
You guys rock on, I'm just gonna. I'll be fine.
I think to go to the point about like Ferris asking so he meant it when he was like joking about marrying Sloane, right? That was
was that your mic?
Yeah, you were getting a little bit croaky.
Is my mic fucking up?
You got a little bit robot.
It was a little bit robotic. Yeah, I think you're fine now.
Ooh, it should be fine on the recording, I'm sure.
Yeah,
you're
fine.
You're gonna be fine. That'll be. Oh, wait a second. Let me just. I got downloads going on in the background. No hentai's being installed in the downloaded in the background. No, it's fine. It's all good. None of my torrents are on seeding or anything like that. No, it's all good.
You're chilling.
Nah, you're back. You're clear. It was just a little second. I think it just bugged out a little second.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, I think he meant what he was meaning. What he said to Sloane. I don't think he was really joking. I think he was like,
there's a line by Sloane that I think confirms that a little bit.
Yeah. Right? Later on.
So from here, I like this line. Sloane asks Cameron, "What do you think Ferris is going to do?" Which he replies, "He's going to be a dry cook on Venus." And it's like such a line of, it doesn't matter what job he's doing or where he is, he's going to succeed no matter where it is, what he's doing. Ferris will figure it out.
What does that mean? A dry cook on Venus?
I think, like I just said, I think it's just, and he could have said any job, and that's what he meant. That Ferris will do whatever, wherever. That's what it is. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's not saying he's going to be in space being a dry cook. It's he could do any job anywhere, and Ferris will make it work.
Mm-hmm.
He's just that guy.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. My literal brain was like, what the fuck is what?
Yeah,
what?
it is a weird line, and I probably only recently kind of deeped it when I did a big watch of it a while back where I was like, that's kind of a nice thing to say if it is that. Maybe I'm just making it up. It could be just me lore, but I think that's what he means.
Yeah.
Now I get to eat my own tongue for this next part. So here's a moment where I've unfortunately got to say something I would never usually say.
Oh.
Twist and Shout by the Beatles is playing. And yes, I still hate the Beatles.
Yeah.
But this song is an exception because of this scene. Anytime I've ever heard this song, this scene is in my head. I don't think of the Beatles. I think of Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
So Beatles fans, I'm sorry. I still hate them, but you've got a little bit of me in your fandom, okay?
Yeah.
So who was it? Diavalis? Yeah, you were calling me out. You've got a little bit of me back. You've got a little bit of me. I'm a bit of a Beatle fan.
And the Beatles they're from Liverpool.
Liverpool,
right? Is that why?
yeah,
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense.
From Liverpool. Is Diva British?
Yeah.
Diva's got one of the best accents ever.
She's going to kill me.
She's fantastic.
I didn't even know she was British. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know why. Because I know Dahlia is Dutch. Diva's British.
Yeah.
And Hill is American. Yeah. I was just thinking.
Canadian.
Oh no!
Was that on purpose?
No. Yes. Sorry. Hey, it was just a rib, Hilla. I know you're Canadian.
Hillary, I've got you back. Don't worry, dude.
I knew.
I knew American mod Hillary. Yep.
Yeah, I was just, I just ribbing. It's just a rib.
First, it's shitting on Land of the Dead. Now it's calling her American. It's all downhill.
It's all just a bit, Hey, it's a rib. She knows. I hope she knows.
It's at this point that Ferris is running the whole parade.
Yeah.
And everyone in the entire street is dancing and just having a good time. Ferris Bueller is truly just bigger than life itself here. The music is booming. There's thousands of people there. I even remember reading somewhere, but I couldn't find where it was, that some of the builders in this scene weren't even actors. They were just dancing and decided to turn the camera on them because they were taking part in it. I couldn't find where it was for this
note. Way more of a thing growing up because they're like in every American movie.
We had them for St. Patrick's Day, and then that kind of died because everybody decided to be on their phone instead of at the parade. So nobody went.
Our parade's just turned into a load of farmers just advertising their fucking businesses.
Yeah,
a whole lot of tractors. Yeah, a whole lot of tractors. Just
America does Paddy's Day better than we do, and we're the country that it's for.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like even Dublin here doesn't do a big parade anymore. They used to, but now it's not as good. America does it better than us, and that's sad.
Yeah, we want to go to America next time for a parade day. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'd love to do it too. Yeah, New York seems like it could be the best place.
I would get lost. I would, but unlike Ferris, I would not show up in the middle of the parade. I'd be down some alleyway, passed out from alcohol poisoning or something.
When I was very young, I accidentally got myself into like the middle of a parade. It was like I think it was Chinese New Year, and I was like 4 years old, and I saw the dragon. These guys, and they're all controlling this dragon. They're all inside of it. It's like 10 guys, and I was like, that is the coolest thing ever. What do cool guys do? They fight dragons. So I ran underneath the rope, and I ran onto this big surrounded by people, and I just didn't care. And I was like trying to fight this dragon, and then it stuck its head and ate me, right? And I could just see the people from going back throughout its tail. And I was like, whoa. Anyway, then they lifted up and everybody was really happy, and like it all seemed really cool. It was great. Those guys in the dragon, they just ran with it, That was so awesome. And that's one of my favorite memories as a kid, is like that cool Chinese dragon moment. And then I just
it didn't ruin dragons for you though, in like other media. You didn't think every time you saw it, then
there's people in that dragon. This is why I think Dungeons and Dragons are so dumb. It's all just people.
Steve, did you ever do a Paddy's Day parade?
I was ever in one.
Yeah, like did you ever take part in it?
I was in one as a kid, but then me and a few of the guys, it was like some sort of summer camp thing. We're advertised like some sort of like summer camp project, a youth project, and I remember being kicked off the parade because me and a few other lads, we had a group of Teletubbies in front of us, and we got really close to them, and I remember we just started kicking them and throwing rocks at them just in the middle of the parade. So like the police had to step in and be like, all right, lads, oh no, sir, we're in the parade. No, you're not anymore. So they had to explain to our supervisor why me and like 3 other lads were booted off the parade for assaulting
the Teletubbies.
Yeah, poor guys just dressed, and those suits were horrible as well. Like suits back then, they were like
the cheap ones,
like probably hot, probably like horrible on your skin. And
you have
then
to carry those giant TVs in your belly as well.
You have to carry, and you're turning around and you're seeing just these little scrotes just booting your backside. Just like, and we were doing it so unashamedly as well that like we've made it so obvious. And you were booted. That was my one and only time in a parade. And then as I gotten older, the parade has lost its luster because it's all just a heap of farmers now that are advertising their products or their businesses.
I never had the naughty jock vibe from you, before. But today I'm really painting that picture. No wonder you've got the squirtle wearing shades as your profile picture.
Basically my spirit animal. Yeah, thank you, Sharon Correa, for that. Yeah. It was like, that was my whole persona.
That's your persona.
My persona. Yeah.
I did one. I used to do a couple of Paddy's Day parades. Once we moved over from England, it was like we did it with schools. And for some reason, our school had us dressing up as Republican Army men, not with like balaclavas or anything. Like it was whatever with a gun. So we were practicing in school for ages, and I was so excited about it. But the day before St. Patrick's Day parade was happening, I went over to one of my cousin's houses, and her dad used to have pigeon like boxes, pigeon houses out in their backyard for holding pigeons. And I very excitedly one day ran out the back door and into the backyard and bang, right into my eye, to the point where my eye swole up to like twice the size. And I had to go and do the parade looking like I'd been punched by Mike Tyson. And I was like maybe 9 or 10. And I was walking like an army soldier, my eye basically the same size as my head.
I'm so sorry. That's not funny at all. You could have lost.
It's such a good memory. Like it's the only parade I remember. Of this parade, and the day before, I fucking destroyed my eye. It's so funny. I looked like the most realistic soldier out of the lot. It looked like I'd been shot.
It looked like you'd been through a war. Yeah.
Right, back onto Ferris Bueller again.
Oh, hello, Enzo. Sorry.
Oh, hello, Birch. Hi.
Hello. Come here. Come sit here.
We're back at the Bueller house here, where Rooney decides that he's going to throw a potted plant that he's ordered to the house on top of the Rottweiler's head.
Yeah.
So he knocks the dog the fuck out.
Yeah.
But as he's done this, Jeannie's also coming home. And as she's driving home, there's a big water tower that says "Save Ferris" on it as well. So she's getting fucking riled up and she's pissed off.
It's now coming left the home. School,
Yeah. The it is. It's the whole town.
Is in the world again. It's the Ferris virus going on here.
It also reminds me that water tower with the "Save Ferris" written of the Warner Brothers water tower. Look like the exact same. Kind of look to it. So it's again maybe more Looney Tunes reference. Maybe this movie is a big Looney Tunes reference.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Who knows? But she rushes in home, storms upstairs, and kicks in Ferris's door, revealing the mannequin that's supposed to be Ferris. She's caught him out, and she knows for a fact that he's lying. But there's a surprise in store for her now. Reference to The Shining there. Jeannie has heard some noise downstairs, and when she goes to check it out, she thinks it's Ferris sneaking back into the house. We get a Rooney jump scare, and Jeannie flings out these 3 head kicks from the ground.
Oh, that's so cool.
Perfectly. Lets off this amazing little scream and like scampers upstairs with the funniest run.
Yeah.
She's like broadened her shoulders. She's like running up the stairs. It's so funny. She does do Chun-Li kicks as well. I never even thought of that.
Chun-Li kicks, yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
Like they're inch perfect, right in the chin. Like if this was a UFC fight, you would have Joe Rogan screaming. It was great.
It's so good.
Like champ.
Again, it's very comedic as well. It's not even like in a violent way. It's very the legs just fly up unrealistically as fuck, and then she just scatters off. She then attempts to ring the police, but they're not going to help her because they think that she's prank calling them. Rooney's car has been towed because he's been outside all day long, outside the house, and he hasn't paid attention to his car. And then Rooney has been told by Jeannie on an intercom, just like, it just shows how fancy their house is. They have an intercom to talk from upstairs and downstairs, that she's got herpes and a gun, and she's called the police. So he has to get the fuck out. But as he's leaving, he drops his wallet on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say she's got herpes and a gun?
She says that to him. Yeah, she says, "I've got herpes.
Oh, yeah.
I respect my body. I have herpes.
Oh yeah,
A gun. Get out." Yeah, that scared me out too. Somebody's like, "I have herpes." I'm like, "Get the fuck, run away from me." Our trio are back at the car park then to collect the Ferrari. There's not a single scratch on it.
Beautiful.
I was so surprised that it was still there.
Yeah, I'm surprised
That the guys brought it back.
It's such a nice little switch and bait. Like, oh, these guys look a bit scummy, but they actually weren't. They were just driving the car.
Well, they did. Yeah.
They go, unfortunately, though, our adventurous pair of caretakers have ramped up the mileage by a whole 175 miles. The car was on 126 when they left the garage. It's sitting on 301 now, which is an actual shame because at this point, Cameron was literally just speaking about how he had the best day ever. He really enjoyed his day. Yeah. Once Cameron then sees the mileage that's on the car, he goes berserk, as Ferris says. He lets out a scream that the camera cuts around and it makes it out that New York heard him scream. He was that fucking freaked out.
Yeah.
And he begins then to have a panic attack in the back of the car as they're starting to drive back. Given all the context we've mentioned before, everything that must be going through his head, the fear of his father's anger, the anxiety about the whole day, him knowing that he would have been right, Cameron's really been fucked over, especially by Ferris at this point because of the mileage situation.
Yeah.
Poor Cameron.
They can't just reverse it.
No.
They're gonna try later.
Yep.
There's a lot of cutting in these last parts. So we're back at the Bueller house again, and there's a ring on the door, which brings Jeannie down to answer the door thinking it's police. But instead, it's a nurse with a bunch of weird groupies, and she has a little song for us.
Yeah.
I heard that you were feeling ill, headache, fever, and a chill. I came to help restore your pluck, because I'm the nurse who likes to... And Jeannie closes the fucking door.
So what kind of nurse did they bring to... like?
I think it was people from the school sending a prostitute.
Yeah.
To send a sex worker to the house,
so.
or maybe a stripper or something. Yeah,
something along them lines. I think it might have been just like funny haha school prank to send to Ferris because he's at home. They think he's dying, right?
Yeah.
It's such a little funny song though. It's so good. And then again, we're cutting off again back to our trio where Cameron is now laying there silent as Ferris turns to us with another little monologue. This may very well be for real. I think Cameron might have blown a microchip or two. He's always been a little keyed up. All I wanted to do was give him a good day. We're going to graduate in a couple of months and then we'll have the summer. He'll work, I'll work, and we'll see each other at night and on the weekends. Then he'll go to one school and I'll go to another. Basically, that'll be it.
Yeah.
It's just another moment of Ferris in a childish kind of way, not entirely taking in how Cameron's reacting, but then on his own side, he has his own adult thoughts of once this day is over, life begins as an adult, and this is the relationship they have.
This is when it clicked for me, and I was like, that's the message of the film right there. This is the don't waste the time you've got. Enjoy your friends and enjoy the good times. Make good times. And I was like, oh, that's actually really nice what he's done there. And I finally kind of stopped thinking of him as a dick at this point in the movie. Yeah. So this is when I got it, by the way, because I'd been enjoying it, but I wasn't really on his side. But that's when I realized, I was like, okay, I get it now. I get the film.
Think it's a point in, I'm sure, all of our lives when you've kind of realized we're not in school anymore. Like, you've probably had a friend that you've maybe seen once a month or once a year now, and that you used to see them every day. And there's a point in all of our lives, like, adults are adulting now. You're not going to be sitting in a classroom every day with the same people anymore. You're going to be doing your life. They're going to do it. It's like I always think about it with my best friend Shane. When we grew up, we were basically in each other's pockets. But now that we're older, it's like a tree branch has gone off in two separate directions. I can see his life. He's branching out. His girlfriend, his jobs, his life. I have mine. And then whenever we do get the chance to meet up, it's like the tree just twists over for a little second, twists back up, and we just do our thing again. And I think there's a lot of people, not to be a dick about it, but I think there's a lot of people that don't grow out of that fast enough, where they have that school mentality for way too long.
Okay.
It's like, that sounds like I'm being a dick.
No, I don't know where you're going with it. Is all. That's why.
It's like, but where I was going to go with it is like, I feel like here is Ferris showing us he's not like that. He hasn't stuck to the, when my life goes on, I need to have Cameron in it. Like, you get what I mean? Like he's
accepted the future almost. He's accepted that life will change. He's accepted change.
Knows.
That's what it is. Because change is very hard to accept. About it.
Yeah, but he knows Cameron isn't. So Ferris, like, that's why I mean, there's a lot of people who don't get to where Ferris is now, where he's able to accept. A lot of people cling on to the, I've been friends with this person from school, and if they're not my friend anymore, I don't get it. We were meant to be friends forever, and that's just unfortunately not how life works sometimes. You know, everybody has their own life to go live.
Okay, yeah,
you need to focus on yourself.
Yeah,
you know, I got all convoluted into itself, but I was getting somewhere with it, I think.
No, I get it. No, I get you.
He then starts to talk about Sloane. So he says, Sloane's as big a problem. She has another year in high school. How do I deal with that? I was serious when I said I would marry her. I would. I think there's two different very contradicting points there. He says he would marry her, but then he also in the back of his head has a problem where she's going to still be in high school. So is he going to grow up faster than she is? He's going to be doing the adult college route while she's still
in high school for another year.
Yeah. So she's still going to be trapped in that mentality of school, childishness, as he grows out of that next year into a man, as he would expect it, as he's gone into college now.
This is true.
So, like, you mentioned it, that you think that he meant it. And I do think that he meant it. There's that bit where he has to mention, what do I do with that? Because she's still in high school, where there's a little bit in Ferris where he thinks she's not going to mature to the same level he is.
Finally, a bit of self-reflection from Ferris there as well.
Yeah.
Like, actual reflection on his own life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we haven't had up until this point at all. We haven't had.
Like, this is the first point where he doesn't come across entirely like a dick. It actually seems like what he's saying is logical. It's thought out.
This is what I'm saying. This whole part, I was suddenly on board with the character
message
in the film.
Or got
the message.
So while all of this is happening with Ferris talking to us, Sloane is trying to comfort a now catatonic Cameron. He's not blinking, he's not reacting, he's not doing anything. And Ferris kind of talks to us again. He says that Cameron has never been in love. At least nobody's ever been in love with him. If things don't change for him, he's going to marry the first girl he lays, and she's going to treat him like shit, because she will have given him what he has built up in his mind as the end all be all of human existence. She won't respect him, because you can't respect somebody who kisses your ass. Just doesn't work.
Yeah.
What do we think of that?
It's true. He's not wrong.
I have a friend, which I'm not going to name because a couple of our friends are going to be listening. And it's not me. This is not me, like, in any way now. He is a lovely person.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, life dealt him a very awkward hand. And this is the situation. He managed to, after a very delayed time, gotten himself a girlfriend who's now married.
Oh.
And it does not seem like it's even the best of situations for him. But of course, you support, they make their own decisions.
Yeah.
But as his friends group and on the outside, it's this exact situation. He didn't have the same experiences we had in school, where you were getting your girlfriends and all of that. He was a bit behind on all of that. And now that he's gotten the first, it's rushed, and it doesn't seem like it's his best situation to be in.
I was, I'm I'm turning 30 this year, so I've been doing a
big
lot of thinking,
three-year-old.
and I'm seeing a lot of we're talking a lot of coming of age movies. I'm seeing so many of the people I went to school with getting married, having kids, doing all of this stuff. I've never really felt too much of the societal pressures to tick all of these boxes,
Yeah.
Not too much. I can definitely feel it coming on a bit more, and I'm noticing around me that like. Also, these people are like, yo, Seb's not got his shit together. Come on, we're getting married, we're getting a mortgage, having babies and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's all right. But for me, when the time comes, I hope it's right.
Yeah.
With my ex, I thought she was the right one. I wanted to marry her. I thought it would be awesome. That never turned out right, so thank God I didn't. Yeah, it's got to be the right time. You shouldn't rush into this stuff. And as you're saying, I know a lot of the guys who never had any luck at school. Suddenly with the first person that they've ever been with, and I would love to believe that you can have like first love or love at first sight, and like there's the romantic in me wants that to be true for them. But also, like, you kind of, by going through relationships, breakups, meeting new people, you do learn a lot about yourself. And maybe these guys haven't had the same opportunity to learn about what they truly want in life. Like the last breakup, it really destroyed me. But as I build myself back up, I've learned so much about myself and what I want for the future now. So it's good that it happened,
Yeah. And that's it. Like when you have those experiences, it helps you. It gives you a clearer picture of what works for you, what doesn't work for you, and it helps you kind of like with your choices, like for the future. And that's there is guys out there that haven't had that experience of like for whatever reason, and that's why I think. Ferris nails it on the head with that one, because there is like, because I guess as time passes, and if you're not someone that has a lot of luck in love, your I guess desperation might kick in, or just kind of like anxiety might kick in, and then you're it's almost like you get to a point where, well, okay, the first person that comes along your way, you're thinking, right, I'm gonna go for that sort of thing. And that might not always be the best idea.
I remember being like a teenager as well and thinking, oh, the first girl I get to like kiss, that's going to be the one I want to be with forever as well. This kiddie mindset. So it is a mindset that some people have, and I definitely think that Ferris's message here could be seen as maybe problematic, or it could be seen in a different way. But with my own experience, that what I've explained is how I take that, but I can see it going, people getting different messages from that, or getting something else out of that.
That's totally fair, because it sounds like somebody telling somebody else what they should be doing.
And that can come
their
across.
Relationships.
Exactly, and nobody ever likes to be told in that. Like I can speak from experience. When my friends used to give me advice or something like that about my relationship, I'd always be like, and it was such a scummy way of looking back. When I look back, and now I'm kind of like pretty embarrassed for my behavior, but my retort used to be always, well, I'm in a relationship, you're not. Like, why are you telling me how to behave, sort of thing? And they were always right in the end. And then I'd come crawling back. I'm like, yeah. I'd be like all meek, and I'd be like,
if you've got a good solid friendship group, then sometimes people act through jealousy or whatever, and they don't have your best interest involved. This is why we've spoken about a lot of dark subjects today. The advice is always to go talk to someone. It should really be talk to the right people, right? Because you need the right people in your life, and maybe it's good that what's his name? Cameron. Do you know why I keep asking? Because I don't want to get it. You've said your brother's name, Bex, a few times. And I was telling you to say Callum instead of Cameron. I think Cameron, for the purposes of this story, needed Ferris Bueller in his life.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Whereas it's about the people you surround yourself with. Take note of the people,
Exactly.
the company that you keep.
Yeah, exactly. We'd all ideally like to have a Ferris in our life, sort of thing. And
guys, you have me. I'm right here.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right, and give us your best twist and shout. Give us your best Beatles. Impersonation, yeah.
We
okay.
all live in a yellow submarine.
There we go.
Yeah.
I loved when Ferris Bueller sang "Yellow Submarine."
it's in the extended one DVD only
The extended
John Hughes
Kino
collection
version, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but are we okay to go back?
Yeah.
So from here, the Sloane and Ferris now know that they need to do something to try and help Cameron knock himself out of this, but they do a really stupid thing. They place him on a diving board in a swimming pool on a chair while he's just catatonic. They just leave him sitting on the chair on the diving board while they're chilling in the jacuzzi.
Yeah.
And they're trying to convince him to just get into the water with them. It's like, oh, it feels great. You should get in. And he's just blank staring.
It's almost like they're still trying to have a good time with their day off rather than really paying full attention to him. You know what I mean? They're like, all right, he's kind of like, he's blown a switch, but we can still have a nice time. And,
they're chilling out, and they're like, right, they're enjoying the jacuzzi, but at the same time, they're like, yeah, come on, Cameron, and join us, sort of thing. But it's not. It's half-hearted. Can
I just say, by the way, as well, they've fit so much into their day. Like this day off is so much going on.
Seriously, and it's not even 6 p.m. By the way.
No.
his dad told him at the beginning of the movie that he'd be home at 6 p.m.
Guys, what are you talking about? The movie's only on an hour and 43 minutes. Come on.
Oh, so literally, yeah. Basically, Ferris Bueller speedrunner. Yeah. New York City speedrun.
So yeah, it's here now where we get a little bit of an upsetting scene, where Cameron just allows himself to fall into the water. He just pushes himself out of the chair.
Yeah.
And he lets all of the air out of his lungs as he's sinking. And he kind of gives a glance up as he's sinking, but he doesn't really has any intentions of lifting himself out of the water. The way that this scene plays out towards the end of it gives a lot of people a flip on what you want to take it as. Was he baiting Ferris into it? Or unfortunately, as it's played out, if you don't take it that way, is that Cameron's fuse is fully gone and he has decided that he's going to drown himself.
Is this the call for help?
It is. It's like, again, I don't think he was fully going to, because he knew Ferris was there and he knew Ferris wouldn't allow it, but he didn't have any other choice. The way he was in his own head, it's like, I'm just going to plop it out into the water, see what happens, go with it. So Ferris obviously panics, he jumps in and he saves him. Cameron's not breathing. He's kind of like not reacting. His eyes are closed, his mouth is open. But he comes to, he's got his little grin on his face, and then a line that I will probably at some point in my life get tattooed because of everything mentioned before. Cameron just looks at Ferris Bueller and he goes, "Ferris Bueller, you're my hero."
Yeah.
And he just says it like that, and it's in my head. It's always been in my head that some point in my life when I'm ready for it, I'll get that tattooed somewhere. Because again, I'm not going to get overly into it, but Ferris Bueller is my hero. The movie, the character, the story, for the reasons mentioned before. So that line, again, is another one that very means a lot to me. What have we got? So then we have any like Ferris Bueller instantly there was the hero to Cameron. Cameron clicks straight out of his catatonic state, knowing that Ferris jumped in after him, which is, again, it does lead you to have whatever version. Did he want to do what he was going to do, or did he know that Ferris was going to come and get him? And again, this is a movie where if you tell me one, I'll go yeah. You tell me there, I'll go yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's there for you to take whatever way you want with Cameron in that situation, because he clicks out of it very quickly, but then you have that scene where it's what he's thinking about doing. Then again, we cut very quickly. We get another DP kind of moment, and we cut then to the police station where Jeannie has been taken in by the police because she made the prank phone call about an intruder being in her house. And we get her making a new friend with superstar cokehead Charlie Sheen.
This is wild. He's just always played himself, hasn't he? In everything.
Like
He's
when you
just
think about it, he's just himself.
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny though. He's in for drugs as Charlie Sheen, knowing what we know about Charlie Sheen.
Exactly. That's what I mean. He's just that is pretty one note, and that is who he is, and that's who the type he's been typecast as that, and that's what he does. And I guess
he's really enjoyable.
If you are at that stardom and you've got a famous family, like the world is kind of pushing you into that, telling you to go do that because everybody expects you to be this guy. So that we kind of did foster this guy into existence.
Sheen is his family's stage name. What's his actual family name? His father is Martin Sheen, isn't it? And
they both go by Sheen, but they have their actual name.
He's another brother as well.
His father was in a
Carlos Erwin Estevez, so Charlie Estevez.
Charlie Estevez,
yeah.
Because he has another brother, Emilio Estevez,
his father's in Apocalypse Now.
Oh, dope, yeah.
That's an incredible movie, by the way, if you haven't seen it.
I've never seen it.
Oh, I was actually like a bit shocked when I was watching the film because his father looks just like him. Like,
oh, yeah.
I was like, is that Charlie Sheen? No way. Like, this is way too old for that to be Charlie Sheen. At this point, you know? And what a handsome guy when he was younger.
Yeah.
I even think Charlie Sheen is a handsome kind of guy. Like, before he obviously got old and coked to the wazoo.
Before
I think
the drugs caught up to him.
I think in his prime
this is what I'm saying.
Men.
In this film, he is extremely handsome.
Even with the grey kind of sunken eyes, it still kind of works for him with the biker look he's got going on.
Completely works for him with his red grey sunken eyes. Yeah, like it just works. Yeah.
There's a good bit of banter between Jeannie and Charlie. Jeannie tells Charlie the whole story of why she's in the police station and that she hates Ferris. And he hits her with a truth bomb. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't hold it back. You should spend a little more time dealing with yourself and a little less time dealing with worrying about what he's doing.
Yeah.
See, the messaging in this film is really good. There's some truth right here, you know?
It's a whole lot of truth bombs, and like it's another side of the coin that we've been so focused on Cameron's issue, and he's not really had time to really enjoy life. He hasn't slowed down and let himself enjoy things. And then you have Jeannie here, who's just like, she has a good life, good parents, academic ambitions. She has her car. I'm sure she has a few friends, but she's so focused on everything Ferris is doing, rather than focusing on herself. There's just so many just sprinkled throughout the movie. There's just like, and if you don't relate to Cameron, then you can relate to Jeannie. You can relate to Jeannie. Yeah.
I think the fact, so Jeannie Bueller, her day in school and then in jail and and around. This movie needed that. Yeah. And she is such an integral part of it, even though she spends no time with the main cast ever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just great acting, great directing, great writing, just great job with her. Yeah.
I even think that they don't even give her too much. I like that she's barely in it, but when she is in it,
she's effective.
There's a lot going on with her. Yeah. There's constantly something important happening. I like that. It's not like every time we have a Cameron scene, we cut to a Rooney scene, then we cut to a Jeannie scene. It's like every once in a while, we'll get that Jeannie instead, and that it'll be important enough. We get a moment then after she's opened up and been told that truth bomb, Charlie Sheen goes, I think there's somebody you should talk to. And she replies, if you say Ferris Bueller, you lose a testicle. And he goes, Charlie Sheen, but this is another moment. As funny as that is, Charlie Sheen's character doesn't even know who she is either. He's no idea and goes, hey, you know who you should talk to? Your fucking brother.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is a deleted scene to do with Charlie Sheen that I think would have ruined these scenes, but it would have added a little bit more.
Okay.
There's a scene. His name is Gart, We don't get that in the movie. We get it in this. His name is Gart, Garth. My accent said Art.
Garth.
Who is actually a friend of Ferris, who had dropped out of school due to his issues with drugs, right?
Oh.
So the script had developed a backstory in which Ferris describes Gart as a real outsider whom he had befriended in middle school, and Ferris did his absolute best to help Gart recover from substance abuse issues, even spending a day doing what Gart wanted to.
Yeah.
So we had another Ferris Bueller's Day Off where he's doing what he did with Cameron
wow, right.
for Gart.
Yeah.
And as a result of Ferris's inability to save him, Gart then ended up being a criminal and destroyed his life. And that's what was written out of the movie for Gart as a character, that there was another day off for Gart. When I think it's like, I don't have it entirely written here, but I think it's when they first went into high school and Gart was ready to leave school and just go on the drug lane.
Yeah, we didn't need that in this film.
No.
We didn't need
it's
that.
It's nice that it's there and known as a thing, but the movie didn't. Not
exactly. And like people who want to kind of like include it because it was shot, it's there, it's a deleted scene. People can include it in the story if they want to. But then if you don't want to, you can have just the theatrical cut where it was deleted. Because it makes it really bleak then, because it shows then that like, as much as Ferris wants to do these things for, friends, it doesn't always work out. And it's like, that's, oh gosh, yeah, that would.
It is kind of rough, but again, it has its flip side to it, where it shows Ferris as that person that will go out of his way to do what he can to help, and that's what he's doing for Cameron. It could add it for that.
Yeah, it would maybe make like Ferris's everything he does mean more because he's failed once, whereas like we're watching this movie and as I keep saying, he's like on God mode, he's using cheats, like everything works out for him. Like
maybe that's another reason why Ferris as a character is so popular among everybody, because he's probably at some point done something small for somebody to help them throughout all the cliques that are mentioned earlier.
Everybody loves him, because
it's
he's probably done something for everybody. Maybe he's had 100 days off throughout the time, and he's
maybe those 9 days that are on his record were all for 9 different people, part of different groups. Actually,
he's already planning his 10th where he needs to cough up a lung, So
that's true. I've never thought of doing this. The Grace quote earlier where she lifts off the groups, I wonder, is that 9?
Oh.
Because if that's 9 lists of groups, maybe he helped one person from every group and that's now missing his 9 days. I can connect them dots.
Dude.
I've never thought of doing that before.
Yeah.
You've got the notes. You read it out earlier, right?
I'll go back over it later. I'll go back over. It's Wade. Go find it. But I'll definitely look into that because I'm curious now.
Motorheads, geeks, sluts, bloods, wastoids, dweebies, dickheads. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And then Cameron himself.
Yeah,
Cameron's 9th. So there you go. That's kind of sick. I never thought of that before.
think he's a righteous dude.
Yeah.
He's a righteous dude. It's so good. That's actually, I'd never thought of that before, and I've watched this movie tons of times.
There you go. You're always,
that's crazy.
Can always find something new in a movie. That's the beauty of movies. There's always some sort of new meaning or new connection you can make. It's dope.
Right. Back at the garage at Cameron's house now.
Yeah.
We've got the Ferrari lifted up on a jack, and it's rolling on reverse to try and roll back the mileage, as Ferris said, works.
Yeah.
Cameron's telling the couple that he spent that time while catatonic, realizing it was pointless being afraid and worried about everything and wishing he was dead. He's tired of feeling that way. This right here, I think, is Cameron's moment. He's opened himself up. He's standing on his own 2 feet. Whatever the day has done with Ferris, this has opened up this Cameron. He tells them straight out that today was the best day of his life. Sloane has a bit of a break in the tension where she asks Cameron, did he see her changing out of her clothes in the jacuzzi? They kind of grin and laugh. Another little moment, like what Seb said, they could have been a couple from there. There's a little bit of a
there's chemistry between them is what I'm saying. Yeah.
And Ferris, he's just chilling. He's like smiling there next to her. He's not.
Girl's just like, I don't care, man. I could have any girl in this school. It's fine.
I mean, we see him later on during the the
running.
racing scene.
Yeah.
Where
Bro's
he
got
just
Riz.
Yeah, dude's got Riz. Yeah, he's Riz.
We owe them Riz. Yeah.
We owe them Riz.
As the museum scene is probably my biggest scene, this is Cameron's biggest scene here.
Yeah.
So he checks up on the car, and of course the mileage isn't going back because how cars work. And he doesn't care anymore. He's got to take a stand. But he breaks down to Ferris and Sloane first with a big, massive bunch of quotes here. I'm bullshit. I put up with everything. My old man pushes me around. I never say anything. Well, he's not the problem. I'm the problem, and I got to take a stand. I got to take a stand against him, and I am not going to sit on my ass as the events that affect me unfold to determine the course of my life. I'm going to take a stand. I'm going to defend it. Right or wrong, I'm going to defend it. In anger and defiance, like he's so angry at just his dad, himself. And right here, he's done. He's at the tipping point of dealing with just constant bullshit from his very clearly aggressive dad, which has been made clear throughout the whole movie, and just himself. It's here where Cameron's done being the Cameron we've seen for the last hour and a half of the movie, where he's the anxious, shy, hiding away, worried. Now he's done. And in this moment, he starts to kick the bumper of the Ferrari. Sloane goes to stop him here, which I think is important because Ferris stops her from stopping
him
from kicking the car, because Ferris knows he needs it. After what he's done for the day, Ferris stops Sloane so that Cameron can get this out, all of it, do what he needs to do, say what he needs to say, get it done. And Cameron, he keeps talking. He's like, I can't stand him, and I hate this goddamn car. He shout. I've read that. He shouts, but it's from before. Who do you love? Who do you love? You love a car, you son of a bitch. And then he keeps kicking it, and there's dents going into the bumper of the car. It breaks up. It's pushing it back a little bit on the jack. You can see the jack's tilting off to the point where the car is basically just hovering on it. And he goes to kick it one last time, but he stops himself. He does like a little skip step. And then he realizes the damage he's done to the car. And he kind of breathes and lets out a kind of a sigh. And his whole body, demeanor and everything slumps. And he goes, good. My father will come home. He'll see what I did. I can't hide this. He'll come home. He'll see what I did. He'll have to deal with me. And all while he's doing this entire monologue, Ferris and Sloane are just standing there. They're not saying anything. They're letting him get it all off his chest. And Cameron finally just says, I don't care. I really don't. I'm just tired of being afraid.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good. And it's a fully earned and deserved moment for Cameron, given every little sprinkle of information we've got, every little moment of him being anxious, the fear of his dad. It's fucking huge.
Yeah.
Again, the end of this movie really gets me, you know?
Yeah.
Like this, I'm fully on board with Ferris Bueller at this point. Like this is so good. This moment right here, we've had Looney Tunes cartoon land for the most of this film, but then when it hits, it's just so real, you know?
Yeah. My notes was when I seen the scene, I was like, for the first time in the whole movie, it feels like Ferris he's kind of like he's stumped, he's speechless. But now that I think about it, I was like, no, he's just letting Cameron get this all off his chest. Yeah. He's just going to listen this time, where he normally has a comeback, or he normally has something to say to, like, he just, in this moment, he just, as his friend, he just wants to let him speak and just give him, like, listen, you know? Great.
So from this moment then, Cameron rests his foot on the car, and as he does, the jack that is holding it up gives away. Car flies backwards because it's been unrolling backwards for the mileage, and smashes right through the big glass panes in the garage that we mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Whatever trouble Cameron was in, it's way worse now. All three of the characters look out the window. There's the foresty kind of area that's in the background of this garage, and the car is dead. And Ferris literally turns around and just goes, "You killed the car."
Yeah.
Yeah. Has the car fully flipped around?
No, it's still on its. It's still on its upright on the four wheels.
I mean,
with
is
the
it
smoke
facing the opposite direction?
No, because it would have reversed out the window, so the headlights are looking towards the garage. The garage.
Okay, I
So
thought it like did one of those spins mid-cut, between.
That would have confused the fuck out of me. Then imagine if I was watching, it's like, how did I get there?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
How did it do that?
Did it spin around? Maybe I just.
No. I'm pretty sure the headlights are facing towards the garage because it would have reversed out. I think.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it's fresh in my mind from the other night. It's facing. Yeah, the lights are still facing towards our characters.
So from there, the characters are all just looking down at our destroyed Ferrari, and as shocked and scared as Cameron looks, he won't let Ferris take the heat for it. Ferris is adamant, is like, you don't want this heat. I will take this. He'll blame me for this.
Me anyway, we can do this.
And Cameron's just like, nope. If I didn't want this heat, I wouldn't have let you take the car this morning.
Yeah.
Cameron is ready to have a chat with Morris, which is the first time his name is mentioned, his dad. And right here is just a full-on character development. The fucking Cameron, this movie should have been called Cameron's Day Off.
Cameron's Day Off.
It's so good, and he's ready. And again, we get a big deep moment, and then we cut right back into some odd goofiness where Miss Bueller has come to save Jeannie from the police station, but she's snogging, smooching, whatever you call it, the face
with young Charlie Sheen, yeah,
absolutely smooching him up.
Yeah.
And here Jeannie tells Charlie that a lot of guys like to call her Shauna. There's singing in the background. It's like Shauna, and he turns to her and just calls her Jean.
Yeah,
and it's another big moment for Jeannie because, again, as we mentioned, nobody knows who she is. Even guys that she's probably been dating start to call her Shauna, but Charlie sees Jeannie as Jean.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about anybody else. He sees Jean. And it's the only person in the whole movie.
Jean as well.
Yeah. It's such a good moment. It's so good. And Charlie Sheen's just, as coked up as he is, He's still a pretty good actor, I have to give him that.
He is, yeah. He's good at doing what he does.
They obviously, just before they leave, a police officer says to pass on a message to Ferris that the whole precinct is hoping he recovers from his sickness. And his mother kind of just looks at him, what? Like, what do you mean? He's just ill. The entire town has now heard that Ferris is sick. And we quick snap then to a nice conversation between Sloane and Ferris, where Sloane asks him, you knew what you were doing this morning when you woke up? And he just kind of grins and just, it's that where I think Sloane knows Ferris was going to get Cameron to become the Cameron we got at the end of the movie by doing what he did today. There's that little moment where she's kind of clocked it. It's like, everything that happened today, you put it in place. Cameron standing up to his dad, the whole adventure, everything, you got it down to a T.
Yeah.
I was surprised that we never actually cut back to Cameron. Like, that's him out of the movie.
That's it. Yeah, that's his story.
We know where his story's going, and that we don't need to see it,
Oh, but are you saying there's no chance then of like a 70-year-old Alan Rook spin-off where it shows actually what happens after the movie?
Well, I'd happily take a Cameron movie over the two guys in the car.
I don't think we need it, but maybe we'll get that as the spin-off to the two guys in the car. Maybe that'll happen.
I want to see him.
Bueller's last day off as he's dying of a terminal illness. And he has one last day.
He can't die.
The last movie.
He just types him in and he goes back to his young self.
Yeah.
He doesn't go far enough, and he's like, he goes back to Inspector Gadget, and there's like, okay, bit further back. Maybe that's what happens to him. That's why he doesn't die, because he
kept a trench coat and he went off and just became Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, they saved him and gave him cool gadgets.
I can safely say for everybody listening that we are now in our final little.
All right, let's take another break. So we're quite far through. We'll be back in a second. Yo, we're back.
We're back. We're so
we'll
back.
Get right into it because we're coming up on the end. So like I said, we're nearly at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
We are now on the end of the conversation between Sloane and Ferris, where he realizes that the time is now 5 to 6, and he needs to rush off. He needs to get going. He needs to get home because his dad is going to be home at 6 o'clock. As he dashes off, Sloane just kind of gleefully says to herself, "He's going to marry me."
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think that's the moment again from Sloane where we realize that there is probably a relationship there to be had after this movie between the two of them. Even if there's that little moment from Ferris where he thinks she's going to be immature, she's in for it. He's in for it. It could possibly happen.
Yeah,
we don't get to know, but we do get to our iconic ending chase scene, which I have to mention an Easter egg here that I was alluding to our boy Steve here. A couple of years ago, Pizza Hut recreated this iconic scene as a Super Bowl advert with Joe Keery, who is Steve from Stranger Things.
Oh, yes. I do remember that. Whoa.
Yeah.
I do remember that. That's dope. Yeah, I remember seeing the scene, because I remember seeing, why is he, I never got the reference. Well, then, it's easy for me to say that. Oh, yeah, no, I got that reference. I completely forgot about it. But now that you reminded me, I'm like, yeah, dude. Joe Keery.
I'm unfortunately Joe Keery obsessed, so these two things crossing together when the Pizza Hut ad was out. I was like,
Fargo, dude.
I am going to be watching Fargo after I start Mob Psycho. I've made a decision.
He plays a villain, and it's really cool to see him as a baddie, you know, because he is a baddie, you know what I mean?
I love him very much.
I'm not going to count the one where he's the Uber driver, like serial killer. Because
Spree doesn't count.
No. Okay, I'm not seeing
Spree was odd.
Anyway, Fargo season 5, I think it is fantastic, and he's not the main villain, but he is a baddie. Is not a nice guy.
I'll be reporting back to you opinions on all of Fargo because I'm going to restart it once I get past Mob Psycho. Because if I don't watch Mob Psycho next, I see my mod will actually decapitate me.
Yeah, you've got too far. You've got too far. But yeah, I love that great series. So this scene here, is this also referencing Spider-Man, the first Tom Holland one as well, right?
Yes.
Like, because when you said Deadpool,
doing the running through the yards.
When you said like Deadpool to me, I don't know if you said it on the podcast or outside of the podcast, you were like, yeah, there's references and everything. You're like Deadpool, and I'm like, oh, I remember the Spider-Man one. I'm pretty sure people said that at the time. And now thinking about it, he had this whole scene where he's going through people's backyards and swinging around and stuff. Yeah.
This chasey scene has been done fucking numerous times as well. I'm sure the fucking Simpsons has probably touched it as well. Any cartoon you can think of has probably done it. Movies have at least done the stopping and talking to the two hot chicks in the middle of a chase thing to reference it as well. There's a lot of moments in it, but the song in the background is called March of the Swivel Heads. I'm not even going to try it. I can't do it to perfection, but it's like that. It builds up.
That's great.
Thank you. It's race time. Now, I'm going to sound very frantic explaining this scene, but I promise it's exactly the way it's shot, and I'm reading it as best I possibly can as it was going, right?
Yeah.
His mother and Jeannie are driving home and they bump into Ferris on the road. But when they bump into Ferris, his mother's papers splash up into her face so she can't see that Ferris is there. But Jeannie does, and she's locked in. She's ready to get home first.
Yeah.
So the music starts playing. It starts building up a little bit more. She zooms off in the car and Ferris is now cutting through yards.
Yeah.
Cops start chasing Jeannie because she's speeding. There's so much here. Ferris's dad has now also started to drive home at the exact same time because, as we know, he needs to be home in 5 minutes. He's back into the estate. Ferris cuts through the backyard of a house and sees two hot girls lying off sunbathing. He goes off screen, comes back in, introduces himself to the two girls. He's like, "Hi, I'm Ferris Bueller, smooth as hell. Rizzler has his options open. Can't lock my man down."
Yeah.
We talked about Looney Tunes earlier. This is very wacky races here. Right?
That was a banger show as well.
Great show.
Absolutely amazing. So Dad misses Jeannie passing him because he's reached into his glove compartment to get some mints. So the car zooms past with the cops.
It's reached into his love compartment.
Glove. Did I say love? Sorry.
When you said I was was like, did he get the mint from his pants?
He's reached into his love compartment.
Like a Pez dispenser, his boner just pops one out.
Oh, God.
So is the implication there actually, Beckham, that
Well,
oh no, sorry, it's not gonna be weird.
okay.
Is Ferris, is that drinking then? Is he drink driving? Because
I think he was just.
Is the
He's
mint
just like, fuck it, go. Maybe, I don't know. It's never really implied that he's like that.
I
don't
didn't
know.
think the mint was from. I just thought it was.
I think he just reached in to get a mint at the worst possible time because that's how this
movie
movie
says
ends.
he needs a fucking mint because Ferris Bueller's about to see Ferris Bueller, and
He needs to get home, man.
and Ferris has put his hacks in.
Because I thought he's driving behind another car that's swaying from side to side, and I was like,
Yeah, but that's an old woman. That's he gets caught up behind this old woman who's not even tall enough to see over the fucking steering wheel. And I'm calling old people out. Everybody in my town that's so small they can't see over the steering wheel. Stop driving. Please. Please. It's dangerous. It's ridiculous. And there's not a single old person in the town I live in that can park a car. Not one. From there, Ferris is now running beside his dad in the car. His dad looks over, looks back out in the front, and he shakes his head. He's like, nah, that can't be him. And when he goes to look back
from behind,
but it's the back of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's like, that can't be Ferris. But when he does think for a second to check, Ferris is cut out behind the car and gone.
Yeah.
So now Ferris is now running right through somebody's house. And he's just like, nope, don't get up. Smells delicious. And when he gets out the back, he's like, dinner's ready.
Yeah.
That scene's done so many times by so many movies as well, where they're just a couple of little one-liners cut through the house. Funny as hell. Runs up a slide and bounces onto a trampoline in somebody else's backyard in slow motion as the song is like hitting its peak. It's bouncing over and over on the same note. Tension's building. Is Ferris going to make it? Jeannie has also pulled up outside the house. And maybe if Ferris Bueller wasn't landing in slow motion, he'd have been at home by now.
Yeah, it's true.
If he wasn't landing in slow motion, he'd been in and safe, no problem.
Maybe.
But he runs to the back door when he does eventually land.
Oh.
The parents meet up outside in one of the funniest lines of the whole movie. Mrs. Bueller is like explaining why she's had to pick up Jeannie from the station and that they've now got speeding tickets, and Dad just goes, I think we should shoot her. Just the way he delivers the line. His face doesn't even change. He's just like, I think we should shoot her.
Oh gosh, dang it.
And now it's starting to pace back down a bit. So I was reading it fast because there was a lot of fast. But Ferris is now searching under the mat for a key that is not there, and out steps Rooney, and he just says, looking for this, as he's got the key. He's caught Ferris sneaking back in. He's won. But Jeannie hears all of this conversation from inside the back door, and she steps out to save Ferris. Exactly like all the signs she's been seeing throughout all of school.
Save Ferris, save Ferris.
Save Ferris. The movie has been telling her to save him, and she does. She tells Ferris to go back upstairs and get into bed, that he shouldn't be out in his state. He was in the hospital. He looks up at Rooney and then looks at us and just gives this smirk. Ferris Bueller has won, as always.
Do you think Ferris actually set this up so everybody will be talking about him to trick his sister into saving him in the end? Like, this is all part of his elaborate con.
I could believe it, but I think it's just...
Imagine, you know, like
maybe he's that big of a mastermind.
Yeah, maybe this guy's Lex Luthor. It's crazy.
He's indoctrinated the whole city, He's indoctrinated the whole city to send a Save Ferris propaganda.
Yeah, exactly.
For Jeannie to get...
The peer pressure has finally hit Judy.
Yeah.
So Jeannie then, after this... make sure to remind Rooney that he'd left his wallet behind earlier in the movie when he was in the house earlier, knowing that she now knows he was the one that broke into the house, even though she should have known that because she kicked him in the head 3 times.
Yeah. And he's looking at him. He's their principal or dean or whatever as well. Like, she should have recognized him, really.
It's a bit of a silly moment, but like, you know, she was scared, she ran away, whatever. Whatever you want to. We're literally, we've seen cartoony stuff. This is explainable by that. And when she throws the wallet away, it wakes up the dog who attacks Rooney.
He gets his revenge. After having a plant pot thrown on its head.
Yeah.
Ferris then dashes upstairs. He gets back into the room just in time to not get caught by the parents. But again, these parents have to be the most oblivious bastards to have ever had children ever, because he's throwing stuff around the room and slamming everything that was part of his trap before jumping into the bed, and they're walking up the stairs as he's doing it.
Yeah.
How have they not heard a single thing he's doing? I could barely sneeze in my room. My mom and dad being like, "What are you doing?" And their house is big, but like they're on the staircase.
Yeah.
They have to hear it.
He's tossing a baseball around, yeah.
But once they've came in, they have had a nice little conversation. They're all like, "Oh, we'll get you some soup. We'll make you feel better. Hope you're fine." Ferris settles into the bed. He turns to a camera that's right above us and he goes, "Yep. I said it before and I'll say it again. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it." Day Bow Bow starts playing and he grins at the camera. That's the end of the actual movie.
Yeah,
but we have
so that's a great ending, and that's such a great, again, the message is just perfect and it's there. I love that message. I'm fully on Ferris's side at this point in the film,
which is good.
We get the
two scenes that we have coming.
This next scene is so weird.
Yeah,
I have a bit wrote, and if you don't agree with it, that's fine. Okay, I have it written as like a description-y piece, but if you don't agree, that's totally fine.
Go on, yeah.
So our credit plays. We get a scene of Rooney raging to himself as he's to get into the school bus now because his car was towed earlier. That power that he needed to control all the students from becoming Ferris Army is gone the second he puts his foot onto that bus, and he looks how he looks. And he's been beaten by Ferris. All of his clothes are torn. He's bruised up. He is beaten. And when he walks onto the bus, every single student that is on that bus was in one of the classes that either Sloan was in earlier or Bueller. So they're everybody who's been in classes with Ferris. And he needs to walk through that entire bus, defeated, sit beside a student, and fucking soak all of that in.
Yeah.
So that's why I think that scene's important. You're just sitting there knowing he's lost the entirety of what he actually wanted, and that was to stop Ferris from getting this.
His influence spread. Yeah, his influence spreading. Yeah.
Think of it in a more personal way. So, Seb, right? Say there was a Ferris Bueller in your school, and you heard about this entire day that happened and how demented your principal was of getting that Ferris Bueller student, and then he had to get on the bus looking the way he did, and you were on that bus.
Yeah.
You'd never respect him again.
No.
Yeah, I see that there's the lack of respect there. It's just shot so weirdly, and the camera stays on him, and it's so awkward, probably purposefully. And you can see the rage bubbling in him, and he hasn't really learned his lesson. He's just kind of defeated. And these kids are going home so late. It's after 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
yeah.
Their school must be ages away. It must be absolute ages away.
Yeah.
I think it feels like a scene that was added after. I don't know if it is, but it feels like it is a scene that got added after.
I can understand it. I can see how it works, but it is just very odd. The whole vibe of it is very weird for the end of this very happy movie. You know, you get this.
Yeah.
But it's not the true ending, because after the credits, we get this part, and I was like, oh, this is what Max is talking about. Go ahead.
So beautiful. I love it. After credit scene, which we're all accustomed to now. If you watch Marvel movies, every one of them seems to have one, but we got one here. Ferris pops out of, it's probably his bathroom. He's wearing the robe that we'd seen him in earlier, like red and white striped one. And he's looking directly at us, and he's like, "You're still here? It's over. Go home.
Yeah.
Go." And then he walks down his little hallway, goes into his room, and a little plays. That in the cinema must have been the coolest thing if you sat there and waited, where he just pops up and talks to you and tells you to go home. That shit is fucking awesome.
It's one
but I don't end there. I do not end there.
I don't know if people would have even waited around in the cinema that long, you know?
Some people like watching credits though.
Back then,
and I don't think the credits are that long. I
like watching credits.
I did, and I like taking in like little Easter eggs that are in like the names and the fonts, and so I just like stupid shit like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think a lot of people probably would have missed it, because you do tend to get up when you not know. Well, not anymore, because Marvel has made every
now
movie ever need
I have to wait around and see.
Speaking of Marvel, So by the time this episode comes out, I'll have seen Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I'll be going to see it a second time after this comes out. Day one of Deadpool 1 coming out, Deadpool is my all-time favorite superhero. Spider-Man and Batman are very close. Deadpool is my all-time favorite. I sat through the whole of the first Deadpool movie like the biggest fucking nerd ever with an ex-girlfriend, and we were sat on one side of the cinema, my brother and his friends were sat on the other side, and we were looking across at each other grinning. Like, it was probably one of my favorite cinema experiences ever, because the two of us were just like, this is fucking Deadpool on the screen.
Yeah.
And then we sat there through the credits because, like, it's a Marvel movie. We have to see what's in the credits. And fucking Deadpool recreates this exact scene, Ferris Bueller, being created by my favorite fucking hero in the cinema.
I can imagine what that was like.
It's like
I
made
was
for you.
gassed.
You know?
Literally, I hadn't shown my ex at the time Ferris Bueller, and I was like in my seat, like, it's fucking Ferris Bueller. And she was just like, "When you relax, what is it?" I was like, "You don't understand." And then obviously he teases that Cable 2 was going to be in Deadpool 2 and a whole bunch of other stuff, and he gives us a little chicka.
Yeah.
We get the whole recreation, and a little one that I'm not going to get into is the American Office also does a really funny recreation of this as well. It's really funny. But yeah, that is Ferris Bueller's Day Off covered, and I got to talk about Deadpool for a second.
Well, we're talking a bit more about Deadpool next week, I'm sure.
Yeah,
on the next podcast.
In the next episode. Oh my God. I'll be looking forward to hearing your thoughts about I hope for the sake of humanity, I hope the movie delivers. Like and for your own sake actually as well. Because I know how excited you are about it.
I'm assuming, I'm just going to say one piece, but I'm assuming, have either of you watched the latest trailer?
No,
I'm
I've
purposefully not watching shit.
Right. Because of that, I won't say what's in it, but there's one part in it I wish they really didn't fucking put in it until we seen
this is
the
why we're
movie.
watching the trailers.
Yeah. And it wasn't even that I seen the trailer. It's like the trailer dropped and I was like, I don't need to see it. And then Twitter was like, oh, and I was like, oh, great, thanks. The movie's out next week, lads. We didn't need this.
Yeah.
But
you know what? I think I know what you're talking about, because I saw like an article being like, oh, this is, and I was like, oh, I wish I hadn't even seen the article headline pop up.
Yep. And I didn't even get a choice. Went on Twitter and it was like 4 pages all back to back. We're like, oh, and I was like, yay, thank you.
Yeah.
So on that note as well, for the foreseeable, I won't be reachable on Twitter until I've seen the movie from today of recording.
Yep.
No, I can talk about after the first day. So from today,
don't worry, because this is going to come out after the movie comes out. So
that's true, actually.
Yeah,
so none of you'll even know that I'm going to go Twitter.
Exactly.
I'll run the We Know Kino podcast Twitter because there's no spoilery stuff ever being posted on that one. But my own one, I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm so excited though, man. I can't even lie about it anymore. I can't be like, oh, I'm skeptical. I'm so fucking excited.
Just a sec. Thanks for showing us this film, Bex.
Oh yeah, thanks for
choosing this one.
Of course,
it's been a blast. It's been dope.
I hope you feel like you've done it justice, because that's how I was when I was talking Battle Royale. I was like so nervous. I was like, I want to do this movie justice.
Right.
And I'm sure Seb, you've been the same with your picks as well. Dude,
what
a movie!
Knocked it out of the park with
what
this
a message.
One,
I apologize for being super long again, everybody. I know these guys are going to be like, don't worry about it. I do, but
shut up.
Again, and I'm glad that in the middle of it, I got to say that piece and I didn't chicken out and be like,
no, fair play.
Because legitimately, I felt sick even saying it. My stomach was like, don't do it. And I'm glad that I splooged it out there. And
you reached into your love compartment.
But it's been super fun. I said it at one point, and it's just to bring it back up, is I have never in the 14, 15 years of loving, adoring this movie have ever sat down and said any of these things to anybody. So this is the first. I'm glad I did it with you guys, and I'm glad that not only with you guys, but with everybody that'll check this out and we shared with other people now, they'll get to see a little bit more of who I am, I think.
Yeah. It's, that's kind of been the whole thing that we've accidentally walked into with this podcast, is sharing parts of ourselves and managing to discuss movies that we never would have had the opportunity to, you know.
Exactly.
I went on a few dates with this lovely lady she's got like a master's in psychology and stuff, and she was like, yeah, a lot of just dudes, a lot of straight men have podcasts because they don't feel like they're listened to enough, or they don't feel like they actually get to speak their thoughts enough. This is the, and I was like, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah,
I really hit that one out of the park today.
I'm like, yeah, she was 100% correct.
Yeah.
It's nice though. I do like. It's nice that we're able to sit and goof on movies, and then it's nice that we're able to go, hey, this bit right here, gonna have to tell you some stuff about it. I like that.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Exactly. That's why when you're able to tell us, it's like, we're able to talk movies. We're able to talk talk people through movies they might not have seen or they haven't seen in a while. But then there's the element where we can like, right, here's what this part or this scene or this like performance meant to me, or here's my takeaway from it, And it's super nice to be able to chat about that. Like, and I've got so many movies in the tank that like have made a profound effect on me over the years, and I'm trying to like figure now which one for the next episode. But no, this will be like The Shining. Thanks again. By the way, Beckham, like The Shining, this will be a really tough one to follow. So I appreciate it, dude.
I'm not even joking this time. I'm going to take a suggestion of somebody. I'm going to give them the lines of make it as dumb as possible with as little amount of dialogue as possible, and I'm covering it next so I can make it as easy as possible to get through.
Cool. What was that movie that there's a movie I watched recently about, it was an alien invasion movie, and there was no dialogue in the movie. Oh, Seb, you've seen it as well.
Was it on Disney Plus?
I think it might have been on Disney Plus. The actress in it I like as well.
Is the actress in it doing Abby from The Last of Us show now?
Yes. Yeah.
It's a pretty decent film. I can't remember what it's called. It's really good. It's real good. It's not great. It's real good. There's some. It's good. It's good shit. It's good stuff.
I'm trying to think of other movies I've seen.
The yapping bubble section where we talk about what we've watched now.
Yeah, what do we want to do? Because the first time we did it, we left the movie, the next week's movie for the end. But then last week we did it before the yapping bubble. So
you want to tell us our movie first, Steve?
I am dying to know, actually. So
we'll talk about the stuff after.
When do you want to do it, Steve?
Huh?
Do you want to tell us now?
I'll tell you now, guys. I don't want to keep you in suspense any longer. Like, over the course of this episode, I was like, right, I was dancing between themes. I was like, do I want something lighthearted as well to kind of follow with like deep messages behind it? Do I want something like maybe more like horror-esque again, or do I want something like dramatic? I'm a few spoilers, unfortunately, because if these movies I haven't picked for this week, or for the next episode, but will be coming at some point. I've thought of like Ju-On, I thought of Scott Pilgrim, I thought of Shaun of the Dead. Like, there's so many ones there, and I was like, but there's Everything Everywhere All at Once. There's so many ones that I thought of, but I've settled on my pick for the next episode. I can't go any longer without talking about it with you guys. Is I'm going to Old Boy. I have to watch it again. And I have to talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm so disappointed, Steve.
Yes,
I know you had a
yes.
top 4 of all time, Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, I was like, and then I was like, I don't want to go with, but then I was like, I did Battle Royale last week, and it's like another, going from Japanese to Korean. I was like, will that kind of like,
Old Boy's sick though. This is gonna be cool.
Suffer?
We're talking about the original version, not the American one.
Yeah, the original one. As much.
What if I watch the American one and just connect it to your one? Then?
Exactly.
Maybe you want to talk about the American one, because
Maybe I've never seen the American one, to be honest. I've never seen it.
Maybe now's the time we do the double feature.
Yeah.
Oh, God. The American ones. Oh, God.
The Old Boy is a dope movie. You guys should all be excited if you haven't seen it to go and watch it.
Yeah.
It has some heavy subject matter. We are all kind of falling into a place here. So we have Bex. You give us the emotion in cinema. Stevel, you show us the other side of Asian cinema. You know, there's quality all around the world, and I got zombies, guys. I love the undead. That's good shit.
Like I was so tempted for Shaun of the Dead, and I was like, Shaun of the Dead is a classic, and it's
that's a good one. By the way, you've listed your list now. People are going to expect all of those films to eventually happen.
And there's a few. Yeah,
You've done this to us. You've done this to us, Steve-O.
I was looking at Ju-on, then I was looking at Ringu, and then I was thinking about Fallen Angels. Oh man, there's so many good ones. Do you know what's
pretty wild? So I have a friend that me and him, we got into like cinema at the same time. We got into Kino at the same time. You know, we both watched a Fight Club together, and something just clicked in us. We were like, whoa, that was something special, you know?
Yeah.
And we kind of reconnected. A lot of talk about the pandemic. We reconnected during the pandemic, and we hang out like every week or couple of weeks, and we were sitting under the stars having a fire pit together, just talking movies. And he was like, "Oh, can you do Ringu? Or can you do Ju-on? Or can you do Old Boy?" Literally, all those movies you just said there. He was like, "Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this?" So I'm so excited that we're on for Old Boy. This is great.
Yeah, so spoiler to anybody. Yeah, spoilers are out there now, so you kind of know my next few picks, because I do all of those ones I mentioned I would like to tackle at some point. So
I don't know if I should say. You know what? I'm gonna say it on it.
It's out of
Steve, my next choice was in your list.
Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah,
perfect.
I started rereading the comics for like the 50th time this week, and I was like, I really need to get this movie talked about as well when we come back.
You've seen the anime?
I love it. I have. I've seen. You have no clue how obsessed with Scott Pilgrim I am.
Okay,
like it's huge.
Okay, well, if we are going to be covering that, we will cover that at the time. Then we.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. Yeah.
Dude, and Seb, you're the kind of like, you're the one that I like that. Your ones are always surprises now, because I'm thinking, I know I have an idea what your next choice may be.
It's a very obvious next choice. I don't know if I'm going to go for it. I'm completely honest. There's obviously an obvious direction to go in here. Yeah.
But I'm excited because once we get through these,
I'm excited because sorry, just
I'm excited. You just quote Paul Walker from the iconic Too Fast, Too Furious movie. I can say name
my friend and I also, we watched every Fast and Furious movie together, and he was like, "Oh, if we made our own podcast, it could be a spin-off of yours called We Know Diesel." And I was like,
I like that. We Know Kino Vandy.
Yeah.
Is it now like a bad time that when I was in my early 20s, I literally like my whole like dress sense was just pure imitation of like Paul Walker, like the Converse, the jeans, the hair, the black shirt. I thought you were going to
say Vin Diesel, like shaved head, wife beater.
Oh, dude, I wish.
Big, massive crucifix chain.
Just like all different tank tops. Yeah, just like watches. Crucifix chain. But yeah, no, I had a weird thing for like cosplaying Paul Walker. Oh my god. And I may or not used to just drop "K" in like conversation.
Not in Ireland. There's no way. There's literally no way you got away with saying "K" in Ireland.
No, it was better. It was better on me eventually, so I stopped. But yeah, there we go. Old Boy. Next episode.
Old Boy.
I think that's great. Right. What have we been watching? Have we watched anything fun?
Well,
I watched another anime.
I need to ask before we get into any of this.
Yes.
Steve, have you seen Longlegs?
No.
All right.
Okay.
Bex and I are gonna discuss Longlegs in a little bit. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Fine,
so if you haven't seen it, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's a very simple movie. There's not too much to spoil, and the stuff that there is, we won't go into that.
Okay. Follow up. First question then, because I'm going to ask a few while you're discussing it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's a simple movie done well. Why do you both think it's been received as well then as it has? Why do you think all the reviews are kind of going la over it?
Has it been received well?
Yeah,
I think there. Yeah, I was looking at on Letterboxd.
It's getting picked up very well.
And like the average score on Rotten Tomatoes, IMDb you're looking at high.
Right? The audience score is low.
Okay.
I mean, it's not low, but it's
in
60.
general is-
It's 60 right now.
Oh, 60. Okay.
So
That's
I mean, that's not
crazy.
low, but it's not as high as I would have thought. But the critic score is very high. I think this
I
is
think
a
a
movie
lot
that
of it
critics
is
would enjoy.
Is the marketing has done what marketing does now with the uni lads scariest movie of all time tagline, and then when people have gone to see it, they're like, that wasn't scary, and then they've come out of it feeling like they've been lied to.
I'm so happy that friend from the UK, Diva, she
Oh, yeah, sorry.
she told me, she was like, it's more of a mystery thriller than it is a scary movie. So I had this going into my head because as I was walking into the theater, I looked at the poster and it said, the scariest movie you've seen for 10 years on the poster. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to believe that because I trust my friend who's told me that that isn't the case. And I'm so glad because if I'd seen that, I would have probably been very disappointed in this film.
Yeah.
If you're going
I
in
don't buy that line.
for scares, this isn't the film.
Then, see, you say that, but then somebody could go into the cinema and have a whole different experience where they think it is the scariest movie they've seen. I have the cinema experience of the guy behind me was one of those guys. He was by himself and he was behind me going, don't go in there. Don't go in there. And everything that happened was like, don't go in there. He was one of those. So he had the internet experience of this is the scariest movie he's probably seen this year. You know what I mean?
I tell you what, there was a moment where the entire cinema, not me or the two guys I was with, not Zach or Sean, but everybody went, you know, at one point. And I was like, this is why I love seeing scary movies in the cinema.
Can I say something vague that's not a spoiler?
It's vague.
Window.
Oh, come on, Beckham.
Window.
It's not even a spoiler.
Dude. What the fuck, bro?
Is it that? Is it that?
I don't even remember when it was,
right,
but
you know what, right?
The window scene
DM
is
you.
there's a cool scene that takes place in like kind of like it looks a bit like Ferris Bueller's mate's house actually in the woods.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a house in the woods, and there's a really cool scene there. That's probably my favorite scene in the whole film. The thing about this movie is the thing that I really enjoyed about it is, and this is so cliche to say, and a lot of people say this, but it's the vibe. It's build up of tension, and it's slow. It takes its time, and the aesthetic. And I was pretty into this film. I may or may not have taken an edible before, or some substance before going in, but I was absorbed. Right, I was totally in there. Let me just check out this DM that you said.
Oh, Beckham, you sent it to me.
No, I fucking didn't. I'm not 50. I don't take my notes down on a jotter pad.
Listen.
Oh, I don't use technology.
You've wrote the letter. The carrier pigeons came to me instead.
Oh no!
I got good feedback on my journal, by the way, recently. I'll have you know.
Very good, very good. It wasn't that scene. No, it wasn't that scene where
that one got a few people in mind where. It did that, and I was like, "Oh, okay,
I like that."
Yeah, it's sick. I really, and again, as my ex did say, the movie was made for me. It was entirely my vibe. It really was. From the minute the opening scene cut to a opening credit, I was like, "I'm in. I'm fucking so into this."
Okay, let me. I wrote something down as soon as I finished because I was like, I need to get this out of my head and on here before I forget it. Right? I could totally see why you loved this. I think anybody who's listened to your choice episodes of the podcast will be able to see that too.
Yeah.
So far, before Ferris.
And I will forever, and I'll die as I say this, I will forever stand as a Nicolas Cage apologist for no matter what movie he does.
I mean,
if it's terrible or good.
Shit-ass Nicolas Cage movies, but he's a good actor, and it's good job we've got him.
He's fucking phenomenal in this.
It's
amazing.
Like someone took the elements of The Shining and then copy and pasted Wes Anderson's cinematic style and then added Nicolas Cage, who you love and play in Dead by Daylight.
P100 Nick.
And there we have it. that is the film. It's made for Bex. It's another film made for Bex, and I'm watching it, and I was like giddy, being like, "Oh yeah, I know why Bex likes this." But
there's one comparison that's been coming around that when I came out of the movie, I was like, I wish people didn't say that, and it's like a modern day Silence of the Lambs. It is not. If you're going into it thinking it is, it isn't. It's a movie that includes cops and a creepy guy. That's your similarities. The movies are very different.
There's only about like 4 or 5 cast members. There's not too many characters. It seems it's very simple, and I don't know if it was on a cheap budget, but the film is really nice looking.
It's beautiful.
Although so I do have some criticisms where I think, I mean, we could talk about this when we eventually cover it, when it comes out on VOD, right? I think the characters are a bit two-dimensional. They're not that deep. I did like the performances, though. You know, I was locked in, but the as I said, the aesthetic is fantastic, but I think the story is pretty thin, and the characters are pretty thin.
As I've been told, wait until you get your second rewatch in.
Oh,
I mean, maybe
you're going to take in a lot more that you've seen towards the end back into the start, and you might start going, "Is this the case?"
I'm sure that will be the case. That's why I'm saying, like, we'll talk more about this when it comes out in VOD. But I did think, like, I get why characters behave the way they did.
Yeah.
It was quite a smooth movie as well. Like, maybe there's not much.
What did you think of the final act then? Without obviously spoiling it, did it ruin the first two, or did it kind of stay in it?
For a lot of people, the final act ruins the film.
Yeah.
I actually, I've got Zach on one side of me, I got Sean on the other, and when it finished, they both looked at me and they said, "That was so shit. What the fuck? Why did that happen?" And I was just like, "Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's pretty good. I thought it was pretty good." I liked it. I don't think they did enough with it. I think I just wanted more. And not in a good way where the movie's like, it leaves you wanting more. I wanted
this
more.
This is so difficult for me. I want to be able to spoil it and talk and be like, when we get to the episode, I feel like, you know what, I'm going to go on a limb, and I might be wrong, and if I am, fine. I think once we get to talk about it, I'll be able to convince you to like it more than you do.
I mean, I do really like this film. In fact, it's the more I've thought about it, the more it kind of falls apart, because in the moment, it lives on vibes. Right?
Give me my time. Trust.
It lives on honestly. Vibes. So if you take away the visual prettiness and the vibe there, then what you have is not as much. Anyway, I'm backing
myself with full confidence to say, give me my time when we talk about it. I promise you.
I'm being very negative, but trust me, I did actually really enjoy the film. It was good.
It was good.
Zach fell asleep.
Zach fell asleep. Is he narcoleptic?
Zach, man.
So
how can you say you didn't even like the movie?
At one point, I hear like a snore, and I went, "Oh my god!" And I like nudged Sean to be like, "Dude, he's falling asleep." And Sean's just sitting there with like his hand in his face, and I'm thinking, "Oh, this movie's really getting to him. Oh my goodness, like he's in like shock here." But no, he was like trying to keep his head up because he was falling asleep.
Oh my god!
I'm hurt.
And then I'm like, "Dude, Zach's falling asleep," and he's like, "Who?" And I'm like, Zach. And then there was somebody just like on their phone that was like to the left of us.
I hate it.
It was so bad, man. And I'm really enjoying the film. I was having a good time with it.
There's nothing worse than being sat near the front and putting your phone on where everybody there's nobody missing you having your fucking phone out in the cinema because it's pitch black in the room and your light is coming up. No matter where you're sat, somebody's seeing it. Just don't have your phone on in the cinema, man.
Now, to be fair to Zach, he didn't fall asleep for long, but the best moment in the whole movie for me, I was saying, how good was this scene as we were walking out of the cinema? And he goes, "Oh, I must have slept through all of that." He didn't even see it. He didn't see it.
Next time you're playing multiplayer games, I'm on you. You're getting cursed.
By the way, I'd love to get Zach on at some point. I think it'd be
Yeah.
great. I was if maybe one day he wants to come on as a guest as do like a special. You know,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
could
We
pick a
could come up
movie
with
he would
something
really
great.
like. I think we'd all be cool
Yeah.
with that.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
100%.
why we've been saying, like
We've been saying that. You
please.
two said that in the first episode. Like,
It's mainly as well, once we come back from this break, just to mention that we are going to be on the break again. Once
Yeah.
we come back from the break, I think there's going to be a lot of brainstorming going on. And there's going to be a couple of little ideas that we're going to throw at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah.
And then once we have that kind of figured out, we'll get around to doing guests and other stuff. It's just to get stuff to stick to the wall on top of what we have, and then getting comfortable to be like, right, this is how this is working. We fit in another person to do their movie now. Perfect.
we've just been working it all out. You know, we've been working it all out.
So please, while any of us are streaming, in the comments on Spotify or YouTube, share ideas, share kind of like things that you like, or what you would like to see, or get like
you know what? Do it on YouTube, because that'll help the algorithm.
Feedback,
Do
like on YouTube. Let us know what you'd like to see, or like midweek episodes, themes. You know, guests.
Even little like conversation games. I know that was mentioned at some point. Like if there's, I don't have an example off the top of my head, but like we could come in with a conversation. It's more like a game type thing where we talk about movies. In like a playfully like manner where I don't know. Again, it was something that was mentioned to me, but it's not entirely collected in my head. I have an idea for it, but I have to shit it out on top of the two of these and see how they think about it.
Don't shit on me.
Thank you.
But I have a cool idea. I just need to get it to make sense to me before I throw it into the basket of ideas. Which if we do it, I think you guys getting involved with it would also be cool.
Great
as well. So there's, again, ideas during our break that I'm going to spew at these guys, and if we see it happen, we see it happen. If we don't, we don't. But there's cool ideas there.
Look forward to it. There's cool stuff coming out.
Leave us plenty of comments, please. Yeah.
Well, how did you guys? Do you guys like Ferris Bueller? Do you not like Ferris Bueller?
I like everything.
the characters, like people did not like Mr. Fox.
No, I
People kept coming to my stream and being like, "This guy is an asshole. I don't want to watch this film. Like, this guy is such."
I got a couple of DMs just like, he's terrible. And then one person messaged me, and it was so funny. Like, I had to laugh with. It's like the movie's art style made me nauseous to the point where I went to bed and I seen animals in my room. I was like, that's literally funny.
That's wild.
I'm not going to expose you for who you are, but you know who you are.
I think
that's so funny.
I have a feeling I know too. But I think if you had anybody else, and I'm stealing this from a Reddit comment because I'm somewhat original, of course. Somebody said if you had anybody else playing Ferris Bueller other than Matthew Broderick, it would not have hit the way it does. It would not have worked the way it does.
Like Seb mentioned, I couldn't imagine Johnny Depp doing this. I couldn't imagine it.
Oh, I stole it from you, Seb. Sorry, it's sorry. My mind is up. Sorry, I'm taking in so much.
You've put me into Reddit right now. Is what you've done.
I'm giving you your karma, and here's your gold as well. But
thanks.
Like I do agree with that, because I did read up a little bit. I did like a little bit of research after I finished the movie on Saturday, and there's between the huge, there's a huge. You know about the big theory, or the theory people really like to?
Is it the one where Ferris isn't even real? And Cameron,
Oh man. Jesus Christ,
people loved writing this shit back when creepypastas were popular. You know, like, oh, Chucky's dead the whole time, you know, in Rugrats or whatever, you know what I mean?
There's a lot of just weird theories.
And I'm thinking to myself,
you know what, I took the piss out of it, but they can actually be quite fun. I'm sorry if you enjoy them. It's fun to theorize, and it's fun to try and think outside the box. That's nice.
Yeah, like I read that Ferris is Cameron's Tyler Durden, and I was just like, ooh, Fight Club reference. And then when I thought about it, I was like, okay. And then I was like, no, I don't see it.
You know, Cameron actually drowned at the bottom of that pool.
Yeah.
That's why we never see him again afterwards.
I would have loved the scene of Cameron drowning, and then Ferris is just talking to slow, and he just starts puking up water. He just starts gurgling from every orifice, just water.
Gross.
Oh, we didn't. You know what? We've moved on to Longlegs before we even spoke about the fucking TV series. So there was a Ferris Bueller TV series that lasted for like a season before it was cancelled. And
did he appear in it? Did Matthew Broderick appear in it?
In a sense, in the first episode, the guy playing Ferris Bueller goes into his cupboard and takes out a cardboard cutout of Matthew Broderick and said, "Hey, this movie was based on my life, but this guy's just a phony, fake version of me." And then he gets like he cuts it up with like a chainsaw or something.
Can you see why I don't like this show?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you see?
And it's like, I'm the real deal. And then instead of, like you said to your point about Matthew Broderick being, to what you said about my point, I guess, being the guy, you need somebody who has the lightness to him. You know, you play this in a cocky way, then is not going to be as much of an enjoyable character. And Ryan Reynolds kind of pushes that for me with Deadpool, because he's playing a very cocky, fourth wall breaking type of guy, you know, but he's a comic book character. So, and he's action hero and stuff. So that works in that way. Matthew Broderick, it's just right. It's just right. The other guy, not so good. Not right. And also he's mean. Like he's purposefully hurting people. And
the quality is just not in the show either. There's not.
No, the show looks like dog shit as well.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty poor. But as I said, Jennifer Aniston, pretty good in it.
Yeah, she's fine. Yeah, she's just fine. Like you can't complain about it. I don't think she's amazing, but you can't complain. You can't say she's shit. Yeah. So it's fine.
Yeah, sorry, that's all I had to really say about it. Yeah, it's no good. It's no good. And people knew that he got cancelled. It's no good.
So what else have we been watching? That's the next.
Steve, what have you been watching?
Segue.
The only thing I've been watching this week, I'm back. I started watching Mr. Robot again.
Good. Have you finished it before?
Oh yeah.
Mr. Robot's incredible. It's one of the best shows ever.
I'm back on that again. It's something I try. Anybody who will listen to me for an extended period of time, I'm always trying to like push them to watch Mr. Robot if they haven't seen it. But most of my kind of like friend group now by this point has seen it and adored. But and I watch another anime, Made in Abyss. Quite good. Quite like what looks like a kind of like
all right. Last week I talked about Scavenger's Reign, right?
Yeah.
When I've been looking up what is like Scavenger's Reign to because I kind of wanted those vibes.
Yeah.
Everybody is like, yo, Made in Abyss, and it would be great without all the pedophilia. Yeah, because it's these two like the art style is, and the two characters are these very young characters, and they're constantly like with their shirts off and stuff. It's weird clothing. Yeah. Apparently, I've been told by people who really like it that it is fantastic.
Yeah. I didn't know about any of that going into it. I wish I didn't, and now I'm like, right. I finished the first season. There's a second season, but I'm kind of like apprehensive. I'm like, if this shit continues, I'm not watching it.
It's weird because I would watch a lot of anime with all of these kind of like dark, gross notes. I don't know the right terms as a kid, and I wouldn't think anything of it.
Exactly.
And then, in my adult eyes, anime has a whole nother look to it, you know.
So I'm like, damn. Well, that's what I was watching, and now I'm like back to something more kind of my thing, like with Mr. Robot.
Was it good though? The season 1 was it?
It was good, yeah. Like it was. It's a good story. Like it's just another one of those animes that's like very easy to follow a story, but like kind of heart and like good emotion, good performance. I watched the dub version.
Is it more just like when people, because again I've not seen it. Is it more just like the character designs are kind of a bit
Yes,
Gross.
it is. The character designs aren't like are very kind of like surrealist. Like they're not. Their appendages don't kind of like they don't look like normal. The art style is not very like realistic. You know, the sort of way.
Yeah.
They have it's kind of. Do you remember Popeye and do you remember Popeye's wife Olive?
Yeah.
Do you know where her body thing was? Yeah, it's like that. It's like her. She's like stick figuring sort of thing, I guess. I'm going to rewatch now.
Apparently, the game is very good. By the way,
there's a game.
It's on Steam. You can go
Holy
get it.
shit!
Yeah. Apparently, it's very good. People love it.
Yeah. So I can't. Normally I'd be like, I'd recommend this anime, but no, I still think Akiba Maid Wars is still my favorite. Hellsing was pretty good. This was solid, but yeah, the whole kind of like kids going around like topless was kind of weird. So like kind of weird, very fucking weird. If you can look past that, I don't know what to tell
if you can look past the animeism of that,
But I have a feeling I'm gonna get a pizza or something tonight. Rewatch Godzilla -1. It's been a while. I want to
watch it in black and white.
The black and white version, the rescored. It's rescored and it's in black and white.
Because I've been inspired now because up until Saturday night, I always considered Godzilla to be Matthew Broderick's magnum opus. I was like, he's literally not going to be any better in any other movie than this.
You've never seen B-movie.
Have you seen the other Godzilla movies?
I've seen them all. Yeah, I've seen the ones with what's the actor behind Walter White?
Bryan
Cranston.
Bryan Cranston's one.
So 2014 is one of my favorite movies ever. I love Godzilla 2014. That's with Bryan Cranston and it's with Aaron Taylor Johnson.
I think it's too dark.
In terms of like lighting,
not in tone, the lighting of the movie.
The lighting did actually have an issue. So the most recent version is brighter. That was a technical issue that they had. Yeah. I think that movie's fantastic. It also has a black and white version that slaps too.
I didn't even know that.
I really like the sequel, Godzilla King of the Monsters. I thought that was dope. And then
Godzilla vs. Kong.
No, didn't like it.
I
don't really like it. I think Adam Wingard seems like a really chill guy, but I just can't get behind his directing. Like I just don't think he's done much good, except for his VHS shots that he did on those films.
Oh, new VHS coming this Christmas.
Maybe we'll cover that in October.
Mike Flanagan's wife is doing one, and Shane Long, or is it Shane Long? No, that's not his name. Justin Long. Justin Long is doing one of them. I'm excited to see
his. Got some great guys. Oh, on that note, okay, I watched Creep Show.
Oh,
George A. Romero directing and Stephen King writing.
Oh,
how'd you find it?
It was terrible. I'm so sorry.
It's
so bad.
The first part.
It was real bad.
Is it like
Stephen King acts in it, and his acting is some of the worst acting I've ever seen as well. Like it's truly pretty atrocious. There's good in it, and the idea is really good, but no, I wouldn't recommend it. Like we've got VHS now. Those movies slap, and obviously inspired by what this idea was. Apparently, there's a TV series of it on Shudder as well.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Are you both up to date with them?
The VHS
ones. Have you both seen like 85?
I missed the last one that came out. I haven't watched 85. It yet.
85 is so good.
I know. Which one was the one with Ratman? I remember I watched that one.
I think that was
94? Was that one of those two?
99, 91,
or 94 or 99. It was one of those two.
Yeah, I remember that was probably the last one I'd seen. Then I haven't watched it since then. I just forgot about them.
So last one was 94. Then you have 99, and then you've 85, and then this year's one is VHS Beyond. Ooh,
I'll catch up on them when that one comes out. I think
they're great. If you guys are horror fans and you haven't seen the VHS franchise,
please,
it's a like a collaborative series where different directors all get to do their part and make their own little story, and none of them are really connected. And it's just like some of them might miss, but some of them will hit. There's something for everyone. It's the franchise that if I ever have like friends round, or if I want to show people a series, I'm like, we're watching this because it's
easy to watch. Yeah.
Dope.
There's usually at least one of the anthology stories that clicks with somebody in all of them.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
like there's only been one or two in the whole series that I've like, right, that one's a little bit flat. There was one, I don't know if I'll spoil it. I think it was in the same one as the Ratman one, but it was some lady, she was doing a presentation on the stage of like VR from the like future and like
that was
the
so
VR.
weak, dude. That was, I think that's 85. I don't think that's Ratma. That's the latest one.
Okay.
If that's the case, then I've seen that one as well.
Oh.
Okay.
Because I remember that.
Okay. Yeah, that was so weak. That was.
It's hard to connect them for me.
That was. Yeah, no, I struggle to differentiate them now because there's so many. Like I know
we're up to six now, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Wait, 1, 2, viral, 94.
99,
85. Okay, yeah, 7. So the next one will be 7.
The one coming up.
Yeah.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude. I would like to cover them at some point for sure.
Bex, what you been checking out?
Yeah.
I watched Hot Fuzz last night. We've talked about Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead numerous times on here. I watched it again last night. That movie is just great. It's so much fucking fun. I have been in the middle of continuing a massive Marvel rewatch. So I started from all the way back in the 60s and I'm up as far as The Incredible Hulk.
Oh,
awful movie. Awful, terrible. Edward Norton's cool. The rest of the movie has so much shit smeared all over it.
I don't think I've seen it.
It's not.
Don't.
He was an interesting
There's no
choice
point.
of Bruce Banner.
I like Edward Norton. I've just not seen it.
Yeah, I like him too.
His Hulk's not good though.
He's not got a whole lot in this one. Yeah,
it's the same. It's technically the same Hulk as.
It is, but
Mark Ruffalo,
are very different. Than,
right, okay.
This one is like a dog. It's actually like a feral dog. When he turns into Hulk, he's like a feral dog.
Okay.
And also, for the very first time, I watched Punisher Warzone. I've never seen it before.
Punisher Warzone.
That is my now favorite Punisher movie out of 3. And there's not a lot of stuff.
It's great, man.
There's not strong competition, but this one is like a good mile ahead.
It was the guy called Ray
Stevenson. Rest in peace. He's fucking awesome in this. Other than John Bernthal,
the only good part of Ahsoka as well. Yeah.
Wait. No. Beckham, did you say other than John Bernthal?
Other than John Bernthal, he's the better one.
Thomas Jane, dude.
Thomas Jane stinks, man. He's not Punisher. He's Army Man. He's Army Man in Punisher movie.
I'm a big please no red flags. I'm a big Punisher fan. I think they are all really good for different aspects of the Punisher.
Oh, okay. So different timelines, you say, are different, like kind of because Thomas Jane is an origin, isn't he? John Bernthal
has his origin. Yeah.
They all.
Yeah,
John Bernthal
already
has an origin as well.
The only one that doesn't is Ray Stevenson. His is already an existing Punisher.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no, John Bernthal comes in and he is the Punisher, but then they flesh it out.
He is. Yeah, he's already established.
He's untouchable. It doesn't. Even after watching the 3 movies, John Bernthal is arms and legs above all of the 3 other ones. Easily.
I love John Bernthal, and I think he's perfectly cast for it. But the writing, like, even though
season 2 got weak.
Not Deadpool. Daredevil was incredible, right? I love all 3 seasons. The Punisher never got a fair shot in those shows.
No,
not at all.
Cancel after 2 seasons. Yeah,
I mean, and the seasons aren't very strong. They both start off great, and they both have pretty good endings. But in between, it's a lot of like, oh, we've got to spread this out for 10 episodes now with a bunch of
there's a lot of filler there.
And it's the Punisher. How do you stretch that into a series when he just kills his fucking enemies, right?
Yeah, like, you don't need to slow it down like the way they had to slow it down.
They really slowed it down. But I think each person who has played him, except for Dolph, they all.
Wait.
They all have
2 seconds ago, it was all of them. Two seconds ago,
I'd forgotten about Dolph until you brought him up. That's why. That's why.
I seen Dolph Lundgren's balls from the back because of that movie, and I'll never forgive it. He's crouched in like a meditated state, and his ass is out, and the camera goes weird angle, and you can see his balls from the back, and I'll never forgive that movie because of that.
I've seen Tommy Wiseau's balls as well. Yeah,
Tommy Wiseau's balls are great.
Quote it.
Final movie that I watched this week, which I'm disappointed in, is Jacob's Ladder.
Oh, okay. Please don't spoil it because
I won't.
I've been meaning to watch that. In fact, I started watching it
Yeah.
And then something happened and I got distracted. So I only saw like the first 3 minutes, but it's a movie I've been told my entire life, hey, you're a Silent Hill fan. Go check out Jacob's Ladder.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
what?
So the movie is very, Silent Hill is very influenced by this movie. So I was like, I've heard that for years now. I'm going to make the lads sit and watch it. And I won't lie, there's bits where you can go, cool, I can see where that is. Midway through this movie, my brain turned itself off and was like, it's like there's nothing working for me here. And then I come back in at the end of maybe with another 30, 35 minutes left, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. But everything that was in that middle section, my brain was like, I don't like it. So that's my review of Jacob's Ladder. I can see why Silent Hill took reference. There's even James's jacket in there, basically. But overall, meh.
Can we clarify that it was the original, not the 2019 remake?
The original Jacob's Ladder. Is there a 2019 remake?
Oh, there is, yeah.
I didn't know
there's a remake.
Yeah, it's got Jesse Williams and Michael Ealy of I don't know, Too Fast and Furious fame. Nice. It all ties back, boys. It all ties back.
Overall, meh. Meh.
We've both been disappointed by films we thought we were gonna get into. There,
I'm so sad about Maxine. Maxine is I'm going to see that very soon. I can't believe I'm going to see that before Long Legs.
I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
I will say, and I've said this to multiple people. We said this last time. I didn't like it. I didn't. And I love X, love Pearl.
Yeah.
Came out of Maxine instantly just felt nope, didn't land it for me. The final act is shit. The opening 2 acts are very slow and very nice looking, but they do fuck all.
I'm not hearing people talk about it in such high regard as the previous 2. The previous 2 people were buzzing about, right?
I think X is one of my favorite. Like I said this last time, one of my favorite horror movies probably the last 10 years. It's up there.
I didn't rate it that high. I think it's pretty good, but I just had some issues with it at the time. So
But you've seen Kid Cudi's big penis.
What about Pearl, Seb?
I've not seen Pearl. I didn't.
I think it's very different.
Because I didn't think too much of X. I was like, I won't rush to see Pearl. I will watch it. Like, I didn't rush to see it. Is all.
I think Pearl enhances X actually because of the way they're connected. I think it makes the.
Is this one connected in the same way, Bex?
Yes,
it follows after X.
Right.
So Pearl is prequel, X.
Maybe I need to rewatch X and.
I would say watch them all when they come out on.
VOD. I enjoyed X more thanks to Pearl. I think Mia Goth carries hard.
Did you watch them with us, Steve?
I watched Pearl with you, definitely. Yeah, I watched X before me and you fully started chatting properly. I think X was within maybe a week or so of it coming on digital. So that was like what, when was X? 2021?
Did it come straight to digital?
Or did it come straight to digital then? Maybe. Yeah, I remember seeing it quite recently after it was.
I watched it pretty released straight away. Mm-hmm. Maybe it was a bad copy.
I think it might have had a limited release in cinema and then came out.
But Pearl, Mia Goth is just. I kind of want to just see Maxine just to see her performance again because she was so good.
It's the weakest of the three, though.
Really,
it really is.
Even her performance.
Even like Mia Goth is probably the highlight of it. Even out of the three movies, she's the weakest out of the three.
Oh,
she's not. Her character's getting very fucking little going on.
I wonder if they'll give her more to do in the Blade movie because she's so big now. Because when she was cast, that was years ago.
Wait, the Blade movie?
Yeah, she's acting as the villain in the whatever script lands in 6 months.
Comes out, or if the script is ever finished.
Kevin Feige, in the middle of the Deadpool presser, has said that it's officially going to be R-rated, so that means there's at least progress made there because that wasn't the case on one of the scripts a while back.
So there's a new Blade movie with Mahershala Ali. I think if you got anybody to take over from what is he another
Wesley Snipes?
Wesley Snipes. Mahershala Ali is the perfect choice. He's just fantastic. He's one of the best actors around right now.
I wasn't convinced about him until I watched Leave the World Behind.
Leave the World Behind is just so great in that. I love him in that.
I completely missed that movie. It went right under my radar and I forgot about it.
Have you not seen it? I mean, it's connected to Mr. Robot.
I literally, I remember everybody going, it's really, really good. And I was like, yeah, I'll get to it. And then 3-4 months passed and I completely forgot it was there.
I mean, it's not really there's not any deep connections to Mr. Robot, but it's technically the same universe, is what I'm saying.
It is, because you see what you see advertised around it. It's not a spoiler. It's
well, all the computers have the evil core logo on them.
Evil,
that's cool.
Yeah,
so it's
the same
cool.
maker, same creator.
I'll have to write it back down on the list because again, it's completely vanished off of my radar. So I'll put it back onto it.
Leave the World Behind. In fact, I watched Leave the World Behind, loved it so much, and then people were like, "Yo, you should check out Mr. Robot," and that's why I checked out Mr. Robot, and it's incredible. In fact, it might have been you, Steve, who told me to.
Yeah. Mr. Robot is dope. Leave the World Behind is dope. Sam Esmail is a great writer. I would recommend it, Bex. Once you finish the Marvel marathon, if you're looking for something a little bit of
it's a long road ahead.
Yeah, you've got a long road ahead, but you're getting through it.
I'm enjoying it though, because I'm getting to sit and pick them apart a little bit now, more than I would have ever done. I'm doing a mini version of the podcast, my own little letterbox reviews, where I'm just writing everything that's on my thoughts of like, this is shit, this is really cool, this means a lot to the MCU.
I think
fuck this.
Maybe make it into a video series or something. That would be cool.
Could do.
Mini audio
if I could talk, even though there is some terrible 70s movies that nobody even knows existed, and I would never tell anybody about them because they're awful.
Did you watch Japanese Spider-Man?
I did, and I mentioned it earlier. I watched Howard the Duck, where a duck has tits.
Yeah.
A duck has boobs.
That was Howard the Duck for people who
fucking Howard the Duck.
Cut out a bit there.
You got too excited talking about
too excited talking about duck tits, dude.
Yeah.
Duck boobs.
Not once really during your whole like explaining Ferris Bueller made you cut out, but
the duck tits at my headset.
Yeah, exactly.
But not that I have us like handcuffed to a radio like Saul and saying we're doing it, but maybe at some point once I've seen Deadpool and this video comes out, we might work on something a little bit shorter so I can talk about it.
Yes, I think we should. I think we should. Your love for it shines through, you know. Your passion there shines through. I'd like to do something with that.
Hopefully. We'll see. Again, plans and weeks off and all that stuff. We'll see the exciting stuff coming.
Yeah.
We'll bounce ideas off each other, and we'll be listening out for comments on the YouTube video, in the streams, you know, just to let us know what you kind of feel, what you think.
Indeed.
Feedback, we love it.
All right, guys. Should we do some plugs?
Yeah.
You guys want to plug yourselves before I plug myself?
I'll start. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and now I'm going to start plugging my letterbox. Go check out letterbox. I write a whole lot of fucking shit about a lot of movies. So even the movies we cover, movies we don't cover, you want to know what I'm thinking? Go check it out. It's the same Bex Featon 7 on everything.
I've been waiting for you to plug your letterbox. You know, I never wanted to bring it up in case you didn't feel like you wanted it to be known. But yeah,
I wasn't going to do it. And then I got a message last week from IRL friend. He's like, "Why don't you tell people go check out your letterbox? I'm sure they'd love to know more thoughts that you don't talk about in here." I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go with it.
Exactly.
Steve?
Yes. Steve Knievel on Twitch. I'm nearly at the last section of Resident Evil 4 Remake. I still adore that. Can't believe it took me so long. I'm going to stream again before I head off to beautiful Glasgow. And then Steve Knievel on YouTube. I have a few videos on the way. Some good DVD videos, some GTA 5 Chaos videos. I got a few of irons in the fire. But and Steve Knievel on Twitter. But that Twitter is kind of like, yeah. It's there. Follow me if you want. Deb.
I am the Spooky Memes on YouTube and Twitch, and I have been going ham posting on TikTok. So go follow me on TikTok. You want to see some stupid, funny videos? I'm posting like 4 a day over there, and I keep getting shadow banned and wrecked by their censors. So. Make sure you follow so you can see the videos before they get deleted. So go check that out. I'm loving it. I'm just doing Twitch thing. I'm excited there's a 2v8 mode coming to DBD. I'm excited to stream that. You know, that'll be dope.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Please don't break your behavior.
I hope they don't break the game again. It's not in the best state right now, but I'm having fun and we're having lots of fun. And also thank you everybody who's been coming to my streams recently. It's been such a good vibe, and I really appreciate it. And thank you, everybody who listens to this. Make sure you rate the pod 5 stars. Give it a like on YouTube. That's rate the pod in your Spotify or podcast app catcher. Words are so hard. We've been doing this for like hours now, guys. I don't even know how Bex is alive. He didn't even sleep.
Yeah. I'm running on fumes.
Yes. Yeah. The pure Ferris power is what you're running.
Just before we fully end, I want to mention that by the time this podcast comes out, the Terrifier 3 trailer to come out, and I want all of you to talk about it so that these guys let me talk about Terrifier so I can upset Steve.
Oh, I wasn't going to say anything, right? I wasn't going to, but now I'm going to say boo Terrifier. Yeah, boo.
Yo,
boo
I think Terrifier is dog shit.
I love it. So this means I will be bringing it to this fighting table. I love Terrifier. I love them.
I'm not going to watch the second one out of pure principle, and the first one was stinky doo doo.
The second one is somehow worse than the first one, so do not waste your time with that.
Unless we cover it on the podcast, of course.
Cover on the podcast. Yeah.
Do you
know what I can appreciate in the fact that we spoke about like how our love for Tom Savini and gushing over Tom Savini? They do have really great practical effects in those movies. Yeah. It's just, It's just I don't enjoy watching the torture porn element to those movies. And then in the second movie, he responded very poorly to the criticism of the first movie that it was written like dog shit. So he then went and tried to put loads of writing into the second movie to make an actual story out of it, because the big criticism was there was no story, right? But his writing is no good, and that spreads out the movie even longer in between the gory bits, and it's I just don't enjoy them, and that's fine if you do. That's completely fine if you enjoy them. They're just not for me.
Yeah. If he ever comes to DVD as a chapter, I will assassinate.
Oh, I think he'd be a great killer in DVD. Yeah, put it to DVD. That's fine. Just
Terrifier treat comes out this year.
Burn behavior attractive to the ground. No, not really. I love Dead by Daylight. I love you, Matthew. Shirt my survivor.
Shirt my survivor. Yeah, no, I'm not. Right. I'm not a fan of Terrifier. All right. Are we done?
Right.
Are we done?
That's a wrap.
That's everything.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. It's peace. Peace. We'll catch us next time. Latest. Oh, what are we doing next? What are we doing next time?
Old boy,
baby.
Let's go.